Section 1 of the Book of the Cat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The Book of the Cat by Francis Simpson. Cats of the Past. The origin of the cat has puzzled the learned, and the stock from whence it sprang is still, in the opinion of some, a mystery for the zoologist to solve. Historians tell us that the feline race came into existence about the same time as the horse. Reference is made to the cat in Sanskrit writings over 2,000 years old, and still earlier records are found in the monumental figures, inscriptions, and cat mummies of ancient Egypt. These carefully preserved relics of the past assist us in answering the question as to how this least tameable of animals became domesticated. There are many legends concerning Puss and the manner in which she first sprang into existence. A surprising account of the cat's creation is found in the works of an Arabian naturalist. It is as follows. When Noah made a couple of each kind of animal enter the ark, his companions, as well as the members of his family, said to him, "What security can there be for us and for the animals, so long as the lion shall dwell with us in the same vessel?" The patriarch betook himself to prayer and entreated the Lord God. Immediately fever came down from heaven and seized upon the king of beasts, so that tranquility of mind was restored to the inhabitants of the ark. But there was in the vessel an enemy no less harmful. This was the mouse. The companions of Noah called his attention to the fact that it would be impossible for them to preserve their provisions and their clothes intact. After the patriarch had addressed renewed supplications to the Most High, the lion sneezed, and a cat ran out of his nostrils. From that time forth the mouse became so timid that it contracted the habit of hiding itself in holes. So runs the legend, and in an old Italian picture representing the departure from the ark, we may observe a big brindled cat leading the procession of animals with an air of dignity and self-satisfaction. According to the Arabic scholar Damaret, there was no cat in the Garden of Eden. It is a singular fact that nowhere in the canonical books of the Old Testament nor in the New Testament is the cat mentioned, and if we take into consideration the number of books connected with the life, manners, customs, and religions of the Egyptians, the omission is the more striking. The only biblical reference to cats occurs in the book of Baruch, chapter 6, verse 22. This is a letter by Jeremy to the children of Israel, who were taken captive by Nebuchadnezzar to Babylon. Some Hebrew scholars have asserted that the animals that prowled and cried among the ruins of Babylon were jackals and not cats. But however much the origin of the feline tribe is wrapped in mystery, we are certain that more than 3,000 years ago the cat lived and was loved along the banks of the Nile. The ancient city of the pharaohs paid her homage. She was admitted into the ranks of sacred animals. She was worshipped in the temples. Jewels were placed in her ears and necklaces about her neck. Figures of cats were kept in the home and buried in the tomb. Trinkets representing both the goddess and the cat were worn upon the person to indicate special devotion on the part of the wearer. There seems but little doubt that the ancient and well-beloved cat of the Egyptians was a barred or marked animal, answering to some extent to our homely tabby. Paintings and statuettes of this type frequently occur, and therefore we may take for granted that the Egyptians, who were so realistic and true to nature when dealing with the animal world, would have presented cats of other species had they existed. According to the historian, animal worship was first introduced into Egypt by Chores, the second king of the second dynasty. The Egyptians made gods of many living creatures of all kinds, amongst others the bull, the crocodile, the ibis, the hawk, the beetle, and the asp. But the cat appears to have held the highest place in their hearts. Not only was it preserved from injury, beloved and venerated during life, but at its death it was buried with all respect, and everyone mourned for it with outward and visible signs of grief, even to the extent of shaving off their eyebrows. The Egyptians' idea of a correct burial involved mummification, so that all the parts might be preserved and thus kept from annihilation against the day of resurrection. A rich man's cat was very elaborately mummified. Different colored stuffs were twisted round and round the body, forming curious patterns in 2 colors. The head would be carefully encased and sometimes gilded. The ears were always standing upright. These curious mummies look something like bottles of rare wine done up in plaited straw. Sometimes the mummy would be enclosed in a bronze box with a statue of a cat seated on the top. Mummies of cats with painted faces have been found in wooden coffins at Bubastes, Speos, Artemidos, Thebes, and elsewhere. Here is an illustration of a kitten brought to me from the Bulak Museum. The picture gives but little idea of the care and neatness which must have been employed in wrapping up the dear little dead bodies. The linen used is of the finest. The ears of the tiny kitten are each separate and distinct, and the muzzle of the creature shows distinctly through the delicate wrappings. Scarcely a good museum in the country now that has not some specimens of cat mummies. In some of these we notice that eyes have been added after the mummy has been encased and the embalmment completed. Most of the cats that died in the far-away time were thus embalmed and sent for burial to the holy city of Bubastes, near Thebes on the banks of the Nile. The temple of Bubastes, according to Herodotus, was the fairest in all Egypt, and here special reverence was paid the cat. The local goddess of this city was Pasht, who was represented as a woman with a cat's head. Cats were kept in the temples, sacred to them, and doubtless the head cat of Pasht temple was a very splendid specimen, who, living the life of great luxury, would be buried with the pomp and magnificence of a royal personage. It was at Bubastes, on the banks of the Nile, that an annual festival in honor of the goddess Bashat was held. We are not told whether the cats took any part in the proceedings. From the towns and villages within hail, pleasure parties were sent in boats up and down the river to the city, and on their passage the men and women who crowded these boats made merry all the long summer day. The women clashed their cymbals and danced, and the men played on their flutes. 70,000 people, it is said, assembled at this feast, and they sacrificed victims and drank a good deal of wine. Perhaps the cats were treated to an extra dish of some dainty to mark this red-letter day in the annals of their patroness and goddess. A curious custom, which probably had its origin in these pilgrimages to the sacred shrine, had until recent years survived amongst the Egyptian Moslems, who, when they were starting on their way to Mecca, always set apart one camel for the conveyance of several cats, and some ancient dame was told off to take charge of the precious animals. She was honored with the title of Mother of Cats. Her office was not an enviable one, and probably it was found that a woman was unable to wrestle satisfactorily with the refractory travelers, for at a later date a man was substituted to carry the pussies to the holy city. Thebes appears to have been a favorite burying place for cats, and also a place called Beni Hassan, 100 miles from Cairo. A few years ago some excavations were made near this town, and thousands of little mummified bodies were found that had rested peacefully for centuries. Their graves were desecrated, their burying ground plundered, and tons of mummied forms were carted away to the neighboring fields to serve the useful, if not romantic, purpose of manure. According to Herodotus, the cat was worshipped in the temple of Heliopolis because the size of the pupil of the animal's eye is regulated by the rising and waning of the sun. Plutarch, however, states in his treatise on Isis and Osiris that the image of a female cat was placed at the top of the sistrum as an emblem of the moon. This, says the historian, was on account of the variety of her fur, and because she is astir at night, and furthermore because she bears firstly 1 kitten at a birth, and at the second 2, at the third 3, and then 4, and then 5, until the 7th time, so that she bears in all 28, as many as the moon has days. Now this perchance is fabulous, but 'tis most true that her eyes do enlarge and grow full at the full moon, and that on the contrary they contract and diminish at the decline of the same. Among other fables of classic naturalists and historians may be mentioned the following by Herodotus. If a fire occurs, cats are subject to supernatural impulses, and while the Egyptians ranged in lines with gaps between them, are much more solicitous to save their cats than to extinguish the fire, these animals slip through the empty spaces, spring over the men's shoulders, and fling themselves into the flames. When such accidents happen, profound grief falls upon the Egyptians. Whether these frenzied cats did or did not commit suicide is open to doubt, but that they would plunge fearlessly into water is an acknowledged fact. This is attested by paintings representing sporting scenes in the valley of the Nile. Men and women used to go out on fowling excursions in a boat to the jungles and thickets of the marshland, or to lakes in their own grounds, which abounded with wild fowl, and there among the tall reeds knocked down the bird with a stick. Into these happy hunting grounds they took a cat who would jump into the water and retrieve the game as it fell. There is a painting taken and brought from a tomb in Thebes, which is now in the British Museum, and Wilkinson, in his Manners and Customs of Ancient Egyptians, writes as follows. A favorite cat sometimes accompanied the Egyptian sportsmen on these occasions, and the artist intends to show us by the exactness with which he represents the animal seizing the game that cats were trained to hunt and carry the waterfowl. One of the earliest representations of the cat is to be found in the necropolis of Thebes, which contains the tomb of Hannah, who probably belonged to the 11th dynasty. There is a statue of the king standing erect with his cat Buhaki between his feet. The large basalt statues, of which there are so many in the British Museum, both seated and standing, are examples of great interest. They have mostly the disk of lunar divinity above their heads and the royal asp above the forehead. Monsieur Champfleury, in his delightful book Les Chats, gives a good deal of information regarding the cats of ancient Egypt, and mentions the existence of funerary states of women which bear the inscription Teishao, the cat, in token of the patronage of the goddess Bast. Frenchmen occasionally call their wives Méchat without attaching any heretic association to that term of endearment. According to ancient documents in the Louvre, we are enabled to surmise the name by which the cat was known in Egypt. It was Maumi, Mao, or Maon. A tablet in the Berlin Museum bearing the representation of a cat dates from 1600 BC, and another 200 years older has an inscription in which the word Mao appears. Amongst old Egyptian images in bronze and earthenware, we may often find the cat crouching with the symbolic eye, emblem of the sun, engraved upon its collar. In the British Museum, there is a curious example of a toy in the shape of a wooden cat with inlaid glass eyes and a movable lower jaw well lined with teeth. There is a tradition that Cambyses devised a scheme for the capture of the town of Pelouse, which, if true, is one example among many of the devotion of the Egyptians to cats. It was in this 14th year of his reign that this king of Persia tried to effect an entry into Egypt, and he is said to have hit upon a clever strategy. Knowing that the garrison of the town was entirely comprised of Egyptians, he put at the head of his army soldiers each carrying in their arms a cat. The Egyptians, alarmed lest they might injure the sacred animals when destroying their enemies, consented rather to be vanquished. But for their scruples, they might perhaps have repulsed the invaders, for the Persian soldiers could not well have done their share of the fighting while clasping in their arms restless and terrified cats. It is strange that the cat was almost neglected by the Greeks and Romans. It is true that Grecian art working on such grand sweeping lines might fail to follow the insignificant yet graceful curves of the cat. Therefore, no Greek monument is adorned with a figure of the idol of Egypt, and Homer never gives a passing mention of the cat. Among the Greeks, the cat was sacred to the goddess Diana. Mythologists pretend that Diana created the cat in order to throw ridicule upon the lion, an animal supposed to have been called into existence by Apollo with the intention of frightening his sister. This he followed up by producing a mouse, which Hecate's cat immediately ate up. A cat was often emblazoned on the shields and flags of Roman soldiers. That the cat was known at an early period in Italy we have proof in the curious mosaic in the museum at Naples, which depicts one pouncing upon a bird. The date of this has been fixed at about 100 years prior to the Christian era. In the Bordeaux Museum there is a tomb of the Gallo-Roman period with a representation of a girl holding a cat in her arms and with a cock at her feet. In those days, the playthings and domestic animals belonging to children were buried with them. From some of the oldest Indian fables, we learn that the cat was domesticated in that country at a very early period. Her first appearance into China would seem to have been about 400 A.D. There is a curious ancient Chinese saying to the effect that a lame cat is better than a swift horse when rats infest a palace. Among the curious freaks in the natural world are mineral lucis. These are stones, agates, or marbles which, by the action of the soil, air, or water during thousands of years, have assumed various forms, which we may interpret to represent human heads, trees, animals, and so forth. This illustration of a mineral lucis is taken on a reduced scale from a book by Aldrovandus, an Italian naturalist of the 17th century. The figure of the cat occurs, he says, in a slab of marble. It was also reproduced by Ignatius Kircher, the Jesuit, who copied many of Aldrovandus's engravings. I think the most casual observer would pronounce this illustration to be the representation of a cat, and if, as we are led to believe, this and other figures are really the result of natural causes, We can only marvel at the wonderful correctness of outline and form in which, through countless ages, the substances comprising the specimen have arranged themselves. We have no record that the cat became domesticated in Great Britain and France before the 9th century, when it would seem that she was by no means common, and considered of great value. For in the time of one of the old Prince of Wales, who died in 948, the price of a kitten before it could see was fixed at a penny. After it had captured a mouse, 2d, and if it gave further proofs of its usefulness, it was rated at 4d. This same prince, Howell the Good, issued an order that anyone who stole or killed a cat that guarded the prince's granary was to forfeit a milch ewe, its fleece and lamb, or as much wheat as, when poured on the cat suspended by its tail, the head touching the floor, would form a heap high enough to cover the top of the tail. This is not only curious as being an evidence of the simplicity of ancient customs, but it goes far to prove that cats were not aborigines of these islands. The large price set on them, if we consider the high value of specie at that time, and the great care taken of the improvement and breed of an animal that multiplies so quickly, are almost certain proofs of their being little known at that period. No doubt wild cats abounded in our islands, and this creature is described by Pennant as being 3 or 4 times as large as the house cat. The teeth and claws are, to use his expression, tremendous, and the animal is altogether more robust. The tail of the wild cat is thick and as large at the extremity as it is in the center and at the base. That of the house cat tapers to the tip. This ferocious creature, well named the British tiger, was formerly common enough in the wooded and mountains district of England, Scotland, and Wales, but owing to the attention paid to the preservation of game, it has gradually become almost, if not entirely, exterminated. In olden times, when wild cats were hunted and captured, the principal use they were put to was to trim with their fur the garments of the ladies in various nunneries scattered over the land. A writer of the Middle Ages says, the peasants wore cat skins, badger skins, etc. It would appear that lambs and cat skins were of equal value at that period. Harrison Weir, in his early work on cats, tells us that in 1871 and 1872 a wild cat was exhibited at the Crystal Palace by the Earl of Hopetoun. He also mentions that as late as 1889, Mr. Edward Hamilton, M.D., riding to the field, gives information of a wild cat being shot at Inverness-shire. He states, "A fine specimen of a wild cat was sent to me on May 3rd, trapped on the Ben's Nevis range. Its dimensions were, from the nose to base of tail, 1 foot, height at its shoulders, 1 foot 2 inches. In July 1900, a paragraph to the following effect appeared in the Stockkeeper. The Zoological Society have just acquired a litter of wild cats. This is the only instance where a whole litter has been sent to the gardens. It was taken not far from Speen Bridge, Inverness-shire." The late Professor Rolleston, in an article on the domestic cats of ancient and modern times, Journal of Anatomy and Physiology, has well explained much of the confusion about cats in formal writers and their so-called interpreters. He shows how loosely now, as long ago, the word cat and its classic equivalents may be employed, just as we still speak of civet cats and martins. Up to the beginning of this century, the wild cat was wrongly thought to be an original of the tame species. Yet apart from more exact evidence, this is shown to be an error if we note the value set upon domestic cats in former centuries. The Reverend Dr. Fleming, in his History of British Animals, 1828, points out some of the distinctions between the two species. He also alludes to the spotted variety, termed the Cypress cat, as noticed by Manet, who wrote the earliest book on British natural history in 1667. "It is a curious fact," says Mr. J. E. Herting, an eminent naturalist, "that in Ireland, notwithstanding reports to the contrary, all endeavors to find a genuine wild cat have failed, the so-called wild cat of the natives proving to be the marten cat, a very different animal." In the early Middle Ages, according to tradition, cats were utilized in a strange manner. The illustration on page 7 depicts a German fortress which it was desired by the enemy to set on fire. Not being able, one may suppose, to effect this by treachery, the foes pressed into the service both biped and quadruped. On the back of the pigeon and cat alike, a flask of inflammable matter is attached and furnished with a time fuse to ignite at the proper moment. There is a broad road for the cat to travel, and we must presume that the gate of the fortress was left open for her entrance. The pigeon would be supposed to cut the cord of the flask with her beak when just over the magazine, and let it drop at an auspicious moment. This cut is reduced from a colored drawing in an unpublished manuscript volume dated 1575, in which is a great variety of illustrations of fireworks for war and recreation. It is strange that the cat, which was an object of worship and adoration to the Egyptians, should, during the long dark years of medieval history, be looked upon as a diabolical creature. The only pleasant legend handed down to us from the Middle Ages is that of Dick Whittington and his cat. There are records to show that this worthy citizen was thrice Lord Mayor of London, and we have always led to believe that it was to his cat he owed his wealth and prosperity. At all events, so long as London is London, Whittington will ever be associated with his cat. Innumerable are the legends that gather round the cat during the Middle Ages. It was believed that the devil borrowed the coat of a black cat when he wished to torment his victims. Sorcerers pretended to cure epilepsy by the help of 3 drops of blood taken from the vein under a cat's tail. At numerous trials for witchcraft, puss figured as the wicked associate of the accused. Cats were often by sorcerers as oblations to Satan, and they were flung into the fire at the festival of St. John. All praise to Louis XIII, who as the Dauphin interceded for the lives of these poor pussies thus annually sacrificed. It was thought to bring good luck to a house if a cat were cooked alive in a brick oven, and in Scotland she was roasted before a slow fire as a means of divining the future. The mania of witchcraft had pervaded all ranks, even the holy profession, whose duty it should be to preach peace and goodwill. Hundreds of wretched old women were sent out of life in a red gown, the slang of that day for being burnt quick or alive, after undergoing the most excruciating tortures to make them confess the impossibilities for which they suffered. In 1591, when King James of Scotland was crossing from Denmark, a great tempest arose at sea. This was supposed to have been caused by a christened cat being placed in the vessel by witches. The following is an extract from an old pamphlet. Again it is confessed that the said Christian cat was the cause that the King's Majesty's ship had a contrary wind to the rest of the ships in his company, for when the rest of the ships had a fair and good wind, then was the wind contrary and altogether against his Majesty. Thus, in the past as is in the present day, blame was laid upon the poor harmless puss where no blame was due. In an old book called 20 Looks Over All the Roundheads of the World, published in 1643, we read, "In the reign of Queen Mary, at which time popery was much exalted, then were the Roundheads, namely the monks and friars, so odious to the people that in derision of them a cat was taken on a Sabbath day, with her head shorn as a friar's, and the likeness of a vestment cast over her, with her feet tied together and a round piece of paper like a singing cells between them. And thus was she hanged in a gallows in Cheapside, near to the cross in the parish of St. Matthew. Which cat being taken down was sent to Dr. Pendleton, who was then preaching at St. Paul's Cross, commanding it to be shown to the congregation. The Roundhead friars cannot abide to hear of this cat." At the coronation of Elizabeth, there is an account given in the Hatton correspondence of an effigy of the Pope being carried through the streets and afterwards burnt with several live cats, which, we are told, squalled in a most hideous manner as soon as they felt the fire. After a famous French trial in the 17th century, a woman condemned as a murderess was hung in an iron cage over a slow fire, and 14 poor unoffending cats were made to share the same fate. It is difficult to conceive by what train of thought civilized beings could arrive at such a pitch of wicked and horrible cruelty. Why should a gentle, shrinking, graceful little creature be thus made the savage sport of devils in human form? There seems, however, to have been one haven of rest for poor, persecuted pussy during the Middle Ages, and that was in the nunneries. Here, at least, she would be kindly treated, let us hope. It is said that this fact has something to do with the cat's traditional association with old maids. End of section 1. Section 2 of the Book of the Cat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The Book of the Cat by Francis Simpson. Cats of the Past continued. And now let us quit this dark page of history, where the shameful treatment of an innocent race makes the lover of the poor pussies sorrowful and indignant. It was in France that, after the period when the cat was given over to the ways of the witch and the sorcerer, we find her yet again taking her proper place in the home and the heart of the highest in the land. Writers of natural history and others frequently denounce the cat as an animal incapable of personal attachment, yet puss has wooed and won the friendship and affection of many notable men. Cats, the most politic, the most polite, and in proportion to their size, the most powerful of beasts, realizing almost literally Napoleon's favorite maxim, iron hand and velvet glove, have the permanent fame of being loved by that most eminent of Frenchmen, Cardinal Richelieu, who delighted to watch the frolics of a number of kittens by which he was generally surrounded in his leisure hours. In this tendresse he resembled a still more famous churchman. A cat went to sleep once, we are told, on the sleeve of Mahomet's robe. The hour of prayer arrived, and he chose rather to cut away his sleeve than to disturb the slumbers of his beloved Musa. Chateaubriand makes frequent mention of the cat in his memoirs. He received a present of a cat from the Pope. Moncrief wrote a series of quaintly worded letters on cats, and the book has some curious illustrations. In this we read of the pussies of many grandes dames of the French court of that day. We give an illustration taken from this book, which represents the tomb of a cat, which belonged to Madame Le Désirée, and bears this inscription: Un chat jolie, c'est Matisse que amina rien. L'aima jusque à la folie, pourquoi le dire, on le voit bien. Moncrief had to suffer an immense amount of ridicule on account of his charming Letters sur les chats, which the author himself calls a gravely frivolous book. Victor Hugo had a favorite cat he called Chat Noir, and Gautier's cat slept in his bed and always kept him company at meals. Petrarch loved his cat as he loved his Laura. Dr. Johnson used to indulge his cat Hodge with oysters which he would go out himself to purchase. Chesterfield provided for his cat in his will. Sir Walter Scott's love of dogs did not prevent him delighting in the company of a conversable cat, and Hunts of Hunsfield seems to have possessed a large share of the great man's affection, and when he died his master wrote thus to Richardson: "Alack a day, my poor cat Heim, my acquaintance, and in some sort my friend of 15 years, was snapped at even by that Paynim Nimrod. What can I say to him, but what Brantôme said to some Ferré who had been too successful in a duel? Ah, mon grand ami, vous avez tu mon autre grand ami." Amongst famous French novelists, several have been cat lovers, especially Dumas, who in his memoirs makes notable mention of Le Docteur. Cowper, Shelley, Wordsworth, Swinburne, and Matthew Arnold all wrote lovingly of cats. But Shakespeare, although he makes 44 distinct mentions of cats, never has a good word for poor pussy. In All's Well That Ends Well, he gives vent to his dislike. Bertram rages forth, "I could endure anything before me but a cat, and now he's cat to me." In Cymbeline occurs this passage: "In killing creatures vile as cats and dogs." And in Midsummer Night's Dream, Lysander is made to exclaim, "Hang off, thou cat, thou burr, thou vile thing." Romeo cries out, "Every cat and dog and little mouse, every unworthy thing." From these quotations alone we may infer that at any rate dogs and cats were not favorites with the great bard. There is only one mention of cats in Dante. He compares to cats the demons who, with their hooks, claw the barterers, i.e. abusers of their office as magistrates, when these sinners try to emerge from the hot pitch wherein they are punished. He says of one of these wretches, "Tra male gate es venuto il sorco." Inferno 22:58. Translation: "Among wicked cats the mouse came." In the Westlocker Divine of Goethe, written in his old age, but full of youthful spirit and of the freshest allusions to Eastern things, the cat is called one of the 4 favored beasts, i.e. animals in a state of grace, admitted into paradise, in a verse very near the end of the poem, which being literally translated reads thus: "This cat of Abu Hurairah, a friend of the Prophet Muhammad, purrs about the Lord and coaxes, since he is ever a holy beast whom the prophet stroked. Robert Liston, who, as everyone knows, was the leading London surgeon in the middle of the 19th century, was passionately attached to his cat, and used to introduce it to his guests at the dinner parties which, according to the custom of a past generation, he gave his medical friends. On these occasions the cat would gravely walk round the dinner table during dessert to be admired by the guests in succession, and it once happened that the top of its tail got into the wineglass of Dr. Anthony Todd Thorson, Liston's famous colleague at University College Hospital. This man promptly struck the animal. Liston was so enraged that he started from his seat and denounced his guest in language more forcible than elegant. Jeremy Bentham, who introduced by their names to Lord Brougham the cats seated on chairs round his table, deserves honor not only as the foremost of modern jurists, but also because, in his Principles of Morals and Legislation, he had expressed better than others the claims of brutes to kind treatment. The great scholar and eminent writer St. George Mivart has given the world a wonderfully comprehensive work on the cat, and has used the maligned feline as his type for an introduction to the study of backboned animals. It is he who remarks, "We cannot, without becoming cats, perfectly understand the cat mind." Perhaps the unkindest picture given to us of a cat is from the pen of the naturalist Buffon. The cat, says this unsympathetic student, is an unfaithful animal, kept only from necessity in order to suppress a less domestic and more unpleasant one, and although these animals are pretty creatures, especially when they are young, they have a treacherous and perverse disposition, which increases with age and is only disguised by training. They are in verite thieves. Only when they are well brought up they become as cunning and flattering as human rascals. Chateaubriand, referring to these scathing remarks, says, "Buffon has belied this animal. I am laboring at her rehabilitation, and hope to make her appear a tolerably good sort of beast." A charming reference to the ways of cats occurs in a curious and interesting book by a once famous Jesuit, Father Bougenet, who lived in the first half of the 18th century. There is an English translation of this work, which has passed also into other languages and several editions. This is the passage translated. "Such is one of these big-whiskered and well-furred tomcats that you see quiet in a corner, digesting at his leisure, sleeping if it seems good to him, sometimes giving himself the pleasure of hunting, for the rest enjoying life peaceably without being troubled by the events which agitate us, without tiring his mind by 1,000 useless reflections, and little caring to communicate his thoughts to others. Truly it needs only that a female cat, une chatte, come on the scene to derange all his philosophy. But are our philosophers wiser on such occasions?" The cat, as the emblem of independence and liberty, has been used in heraldry, statuary, and signboards. In the 16th century, a well-known firm of printers named Sessa at Venice adopted the device of a cat surrounded by curious ornamentation, and Dibdin, in one of his works, tells us that whenever you see Sessa's cat, you may be sure the book is a good one and worth reading. Ever since the days when the Romans carried on their banners, the design of a cat, this combative and courageous animal, has been a favorite symbol of warriors and nobles. The wife of King Clovis, Clotilde, had a cat sable upon her armorial bearings, springing at a rat, and on the famous Catson family's shield was a cat holding a mouse in its mouth. In Scotland, the clan Chatton was known by the emblem of a wild cat with the significant motto, "Touch not the cat, but," meaning without, the glove. Their chief was called Mor Achat, or the Great Wild Cat. Monsieur Champfleury, dealing with cats in heraldry, tells us that the French Republic resumed heraldic possession of the cat and added it to its glorious shield of arms, and an illustration is given in his book of the Republican painter's figure of Liberty holding a pike surmounted with a Phrygian cap, and at her feet is seated a cat. In past rather than in present days, the cat was used on signboards, especially in France. We read of Les Maisons du Chat Pelote, i.e., which rolls itself up, and Les Maisons des Chats qui pichent. In the Lombards' quarter of Paris, Le Chat Noir was formerly a familiar figure above restaurants and confectioners. In England, we often come across the cat and the fiddle as a signboard to old country village inns, and in Cassell's Old and New London, a writer says, Piccadilly was the place in which the cat and fiddle first appeared as a public-house sign. The story is that a Frenchwoman, a small shopkeeper, had a very faithful and favorite cat, and that in lack of any other sign she put over her door the words, Voci un chat fidèle. From some cause or other, the chat fidèle soon became a popular sign in France and was speedily anglicized into the cat and fiddle, because the words form part of one of our most popular nursery rhymes. Many are the popular traditions, maxims, proverbs, and superstitions connected with the cat. In olden days, her every movement was looked upon as a sign of ill omen or of good luck. Old nurses would drive a cat out of the bedroom with much significance of manner, that it might not suck the child's breath. There is a superstition that a cat will not remain in a house with an unburied corpse. Monsieur Pressé d'Avenay gives an account of a curious cat superstition. When a woman gives birth to twins, boys or girls, the last born of the two, whom they call Baracy, sometimes both, has at times, and it may be all its life long, an irresistible craving for particular eatables, and in order to satisfy more easily its gluttonous desires, it assumes the shape of different animals, and especially that of the cat. During the transmigration of the spirit into another shell, the human body is as a corpse, but when the spirit has satisfied its desires, it retakes its proper form. He continues, Having one day killed a cat which had made inroads upon my larder, a druggist of the neighborhood came to me in a great fright, and entreated me to spare all animals, for he said he had a daughter who had the misfortune to be a Baracy, and that she was often in the habit of assuming the shape of a cat in order to eat the sweetmeats served at my table. Milton tells us that when the cat washes her face over her ears, we shall have a great store of rain. A cat sneezing is supposed to bring luck to a bride on her wedding day. Sailors have in all times been prone to superstition as regards cats. A black cat's appearance on the ship foretells disaster, but if a cat should disappear overboard, the greatest consternation is caused amongst the crew. Very plentiful are the nursery rhymes, fairy tales, and stories concerning cats. A good-sized book would not contain them. The cat, says Monsieur Champfleury, is the nurse's favorite and the baby's earliest friend. It plays its part in little rhythmical dramas, cunningly presented to the drowsy child, who falls asleep with a familiar image parading fantastically through his brain. French nursery rhymes are much prettier than English. For instance, this bald and commonplace statement is not calculated to catch the attention of the juvenile mind. Great A, little a, bouncing B, cats in the cupboard and can't see me. How much softer and daintier are the following lines. A, B, C, les chats installés dans les neiges, en routement, il avait les souliers tout blancs. In passing, I should say it is strange that to the French a cat is always masculine and to the English feminine. In the days of good Queen Anne, the story of Pussy's venturesome journey to London was put into verse, and what child has not listened eagerly to these lines from that time down to our present day? Pussycat, pussycat, where have you been? I've been to London to see the Queen. Pussycat, pussycat, what did you do there? I frightened a little mouse under her chair. In Alice in Wonderland, Lewis Carroll has given the world a childish story which will never cease to delight both young and old. In this, we read of the Cheshire Cat, which grinned down upon the guests assembled at the royal croquet party, and having incurred the anger of the Queen, was in danger of having its head cut off by order of the infuriated monarch. The other volume by the same author, Alice Through the Looking-Glass, opens with a description of the way in which Dinah the cat washed her children's faces. First, she held the poor thing down by its ear with one paw, and then with the other paw she rubbed its face all over the wrong way, beginning at the nose. Then follows an animated conversation between Alice and the kitten. All the world knows of the love Lewis Carroll had for children, and I can assert he had an affection also for cats, for when a child he spoilt and petted me and my kitten. I only wish I could remember the deliciously impossible stories he was wont to tell me of fairies, goblins, and pussycats. Harrison Weir, in his book on cats, has gathered together a number of curious cat proverbs. Some are very familiar, such as, a cat may look at a king, care will kill the cat, when the cat is away the mice will play, and a very significant one is, when the maid leaves the door open the cat's in fault. The quaint saying, "When candles are out, all cats are gray," is a very expressive one. When we consider the cat in art, it is among Eastern painters we find the most delicate and skillful studies. Next to the Egyptians, the Chinese and Japanese have excelled in the artistic treatment of animals. In many of the Dutch interiors given to us by Flemish artists, the domestic cat may be seen curled up on the hearth or sitting erect, bearing somewhat the appearance of being stuffed with bran. In many of the early Italian sacred pictures we find the cat depicted, but great painters like Titian, Velázquez, and Murillo seem to have preferred the dog as an adjunct to their portraits. Raphael and Salvator both considered puss a worthy subject for their brush. In Monsieur Champfleur's interesting book on cats, he gives a facsimile from the powerful pencil of mind, whom Madame Lebrun has termed the Raphael of cats. The attitudes are so true to nature that the cat seems alive. Mind was a native of Bern, and in 1809, on account of a scare of madness amongst cats, 800 were put to death. This was a heartbreak to the cat-loving painter, who, however, managed to save his favorite pet, LynneT, from the wholesale massacre. Very quaint reproductions of cats have been made in the following wares: Wealden, Salt Glaze, Agate, and Staffordshire. With Chinese and Japanese cat figures we are all familiar. They are grotesque rather than beautiful. Coming down to the cat artists of the present day, we would mention Madame Henriette Rohner, who has justly deserved the great reputation that she has acquired in her own country as well as ours. It is in depicting kittens in their ever-varying moods that Madame Rohner most excels. Whether playing havoc with antique lace, as in Un Bout de Toilette, scattering in artist materials, as in Mischief, or dragging jewels from a casket, her kittens are instinct with vitality and are portrayed in a manner implying knowledge of their anatomical structure, as well as in a most appreciative perception of their youth and beauty. Most lovers of cats are acquainted with Madame Rohner's artistic volume, containing so many faithful and lovely reproductions of several of her best pictures, and an interesting account of her life and work written by Mr. M. H. Spielmann. Another famous painter of cats is Monsieur Eugene Lambert, who may be said to divide the honors with Madame Rohner in portraying with fidelity and artistic taste the feline race. Among English animal painters we have none who can come anywhere near to these two celebrated French artists in their marvelous delicacy of touch and subtle skill in depicting cats and kittens. In these latter days, who is there amongst us, young and old, who has not enjoyed a hearty laugh over the comical cats of Louis Wain? In his particular line, he is unique, for no one has ever portrayed cats in such various attitudes, and with such deliciously expressive countenances. The adjectives and adverbs of the Cataract of Lodore would not suffice to describe the varied emotions of these funny felines. A Christmas without one of Louis Wain's clever catty pictures would be like a Christmas pudding without the currants. To Harrison Weir, cats and cat lovers owe a debt of gratitude. He has done much to raise the standard of the feline race, and in his excellent book called Our Cats, he thus writes in his preface: "Long ages of neglect, ill treatment, and absolute cruelty, with little or no gentleness, kindness, or training, have made the cat self-reliant, and from this emanates the marvelous powers of observation, the concentration of which has produced a style analogous to reasoning, not unmixed with timidity, caution, wildness, and a retaliative nature. But should a new order of things arise, and it is nurtured, petted, cosseted, talked to, noticed, and tamed with mellowed firmness and tender gentleness, then in but a few generations much evil that bygone cruelty has stamped into its wretched existence will disappear, and it will be more than ever not only a useful, serviceable helpmate, but an object of unceasing interest, admiration, and cultured beauty, and thus being of value, it will be profitable." It was Harrison Weir who instituted and carried out the first cat show held at the Crystal Palace in 1871, and since then he has taken an active part in the cat world. Of late years, however, he has been failing in health, and it was suggested that some testimonial should be offered to him in his declining years by his many admirers and cat-loving friends. Our Cats, that popular weekly publication, opened a list in their columns, the result being a handsome piece of plate which the veteran F.R.H.S. was asked to accept. In his reply acknowledging the gift, he writes, "Kindest and best wishes to those warm-hearted and truly unforgetful friends who have contributed towards the very handsome testimonial." Then he goes on to allude to the first cat show and to his prophecy regarding the growing popularity of the cat family. Did I expect the outcome to be what it is? Yes and no. I fully expected large shows and more of them, and a cat press, and in the papers cat columns for the universal and worthy favorite cat. But in another way I am disappointed, and that is for the neglect of the short-haired English cat by the ascendancy of the foreign long-hair. Both are truly beautiful, but the first, in intelligence in my opinion, is far in advance of the latter. Therefore, with the hope that Harrison Weir may yet live to see the English short-haired cats still more widely loved and appreciated, and given better classification at our shows, I will pass on to my chapter on present-day cats and cat clubs, and the many other institutions and societies which are the outcome of the rapid strides that have been made in the cat fancy since the day when Harrison Weir was laughed at by his incredulous and astonished railway companion as they travelled together to the first cat show held at the Crystal Palace in 1871. End of section 2.
Section 3 of the Book of the Cat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of the Cat by Francis Simpson. Cats of Today. The term cat is applied in its widest sense to all feline animals. The following are the various names by which the cat is known in different countries, and it is curious to note that with two exceptions they all begin with a C or a K, and differ very little in pronunciation. Irish and Scotch, cat; French, chat; Dutch, cat; Danish, cat; Swedish, cat; German, Katti or Katze; Italian, gatto; Portuguese and Spanish, gatto; Polish, kot; Russian, koch; Turkish, kitty; Welsh, kitty; Cornish, cat; American, cat. In the English house and home we call her Puss, and it is the name which appeals most to our hearts. No woman likes to be called a cat, but to be likened to a puss or pussy is suggestive of something, or someone soft and pretty, with gentle, winning ways. Archbishop Whately has said that only one English noun had a true vocative case, quote, nominative, cat, vocative, puss, end quote. I do not think that in any other country there is a pet name for the cat, just as there's no word in any foreign language that breathes the same tender truth to the hearts as home. Puss and home, the terms seem so closely connected with each other and suggest peaceful happiness and restful repose. Truly the history of the cat has been a strangely checkered one. Perhaps because she is such a secret, complex, and independent creature, she has remained somewhat of a puzzle to humankind, and is therefore to a great extent misunderstood. But those who will take the trouble to consider the cat and try to understand her will find that Puss is none of those things she's been accused of being. It's only those who are in constant contact with cats who understand how intelligent they really are, although their intelligence is quite in a different mould from that of the dog. I may mention that the household cat outnumbers, it is said, the household dog in London by the proportion of 4 to 1. This fact may be accounted for by the non-taxation of cats. The question of the taxation of cats has very often been raised, and I do not think that anyone who really values his cat would object to pay a yearly tax. But the proposal is as unpractical as it is ridiculous, and it is certain that taxation would not help in exterminating the poor, disreputable, half-starved members of the feline tribe, who have no fixed abode and whose only means of existence is by plunder. The figure and number 9 seems to be an important one in connection with cats. There is a popular saying that a cat has 9 lives. The expostulating tabby in Gay's Fables says to the old beldame, quote, "'Tis infamy to serve a hag. Cats are thought imps, her broom a nag, and boys against our lives combine, because 'tis said your cats have 9. End quote. Cats probably owe this reputation to their extraordinary powers of endurance, and certain it is that they have a greater tenacity to life than any other animal. At the Battersea home, a dog and a cat have been placed in the lethal chamber, and it was observed that the dog died in 5 minutes, whereas the cat breathed for 40 minutes longer. A short time ago I received the following letter from a cat fancier, quote, At 11 p.m., 2 kittens, a few hours old, were placed in a pail of water and left there for rather over 10 minutes. Seeing them at the bottom with their mouths open, it was taken for granted they were dead. The bodies were then transferred to the ash pit, and early next morning they were discovered to be alive and quite chirpy. Restoring them to the mother, they've grown nice, strong, healthy little kits and have just left for comfortable homes." End quote. In Thistleton Dyer's interesting book on English folklore, reference is made to this subject. Cats, he says, quote, "from their great suppleness and aptitude to fall on their feet, are commonly said to have 9 lives. Hence Ben Jonson in Every Man in His Humour says, "'Tis a pity you had not 10 lives, a cat's and your own." End quote. Quote, "In the Middle Ages, a witch was empowered to take cat's body 9 times." End quote. So writes an eminent old zoologist. The cat o' 9 tails is a dreaded object to some light-fingered and heavy-handed miscreants. I have heard a magistrate remark that he considers this form of punishment the best way in which to give hints to the wicked. Garroting was virtually stamped out by its use. Wife-beating would be less common if the brute husband were treated to a taste of the cat o' 9 tails. This implement of torture consists of 9 pieces of cord put together, and in each cord are 9 knots. Consequently, every stroke inflicts a large number of long and severe marks, not unlike the clawing and scratching of a savage cat, producing crossing and recrossing wounds. In my long and varied experience of cats, I have noticed that more of these creatures succumb to the common enemy at about 9 years of age than at any other period. We have heard of cats attaining the age of 20 years, but the following account surpasses all previous records of longevity in the feline world. Quote, to the editor of the Stock Keeper, "Sir, seeing you have a column in your paper devoted to cats, I thought it might interest your readers to hear that in our village there is a cat 31 years old. She's quite lively and looks like living a few more years. It belongs to a poor widow who told me she had it as a kitten when she married. Her husband lived 27 years and has been dead 4. Newbury Bucks, W.B. Herman." End quote. It is strange that the poor dead bodies of cats have often been used as objects of foolish and vulgar so-called sport. Dead cats and rotten eggs were, and are, sometimes still considered legitimate missiles to make use of at borough and county elections. All sorts of stories are related of pussy's superhuman intelligence, but the most uncanny one, of very recent date, I will refer to here. It may be remembered that in the winter of 1901, a vessel named the Salmon was wrecked. On the morning of the accident, this vessel was lying alongside the Sturgeon, and her 2 cats, who had all their lives shown the most perfect contentment with their home and surroundings, made desperate efforts to get on board the Sturgeon. The crew drove them off again and again, and the ship's dog attacked them, but they would not be deterred, and when the Salmon at last cast off, the 2 cats landed with one frantic and final spring onto the Sturgeon's deck. It seems absurd to argue that those cats knew of the coming disaster, yet why should they take such a sudden and utterly unreasonable aversion to the ship, which had always been their home? And why should they insist on making their way to another vessel from which they had been so inhospitably repulsed? We have many proofs of the extraordinary extent to which a cat's sense of hearing and smell are developed. On my voyage out to Australia, flying fish would sometimes fall onto the deck. The cats that are always somewhere about the ship might be comfortably curled up asleep below, but the peculiar sound would fetch them up in a great hurry, and they would rush to secure the prize. The crew used to amuse themselves sometimes by trying to imitate the noise in various ways to deceive them, but the cats were not to be had. They could distinguish the peculiar thud of the flying fish from all other sounds. Various theories have been put forward to account for the marvelous instinct which a cat possesses, enabling her to find her way home, although miles and miles of untraversed country lay between her and the place from which she has been taken. It is contended that a cat which is conveyed in a bag or blindfolded will have its sense of smell in full exercise, and will, by this means, take note of the successive odours encountered on the way, and that these will leave in its mind sufficient information of the route, so as to make it an easy matter for the animal to find its way back again. Be this as it may, many of us can state facts which are even stranger than fiction, of mysterious reappearances of cats who, with a homing instinct as true as any carrier pigeon, return to the haven where they would be. The instinct of maternity is perhaps more largely developed in the cat than in any other animal. No creature shows such anxiety for the safety and welfare of her offspring as she does, and often her natural timidness will give place to bold and fearless courage when her little ones have been in any difficulty or danger. Mivart tells us of a cat that plunged into a swiftly running stream and rescued her 3 drowning kittens, bringing them one by one in safety to the shore. During a fire in a London theatre, which took place a few years ago, a poor cat with her family was left forgotten at the back of the stage. 3 times the faithful mother rushed into the flaming building and reappeared each time with a kitten in her mouth. But alas, with fatal persistence, the devoted creature returned to rescue the remaining one, and that she reached the spot was proved, for after the fire was extinguished, the charred bodies of mother and child were found lying side by side. A clever writer has stated that, quote, "The human race may be divided into people who love cats and people who hate them, the neutrals being few in numbers." End quote. This is very true. There are also differences of opinion as to whether cats are desirable inmates of a household or not, but there can be no question as to the great utility of these animals, and it is only natural to suppose that they were created for the purpose of suppressing rats and mice and other vermin. There is a popular notion that if a cat is petted and well fed, she will become less useful as a mouser. This is a fallacy, for the cat's inclination is to hunt the mouse or rat, not for food but for sport, and an animal that is enfeebled by neglect and starvation is not in the best condition to successfully catch its prey. This love of sport is not, however, inherent in all cats, but is hereditary in the feline tribe as it is in the human race. It may not be generally known that the government pays annual sums for the purpose of providing, keeping, and feeding numerous harmless necessary cats in their public offices, dockyards, and stores, thereby attesting to the worth and capability of Pussy's services. In the National Printing Office in France, a considerable number of cats are employed in keeping the premises clear of rats and mice, which would otherwise work havoc amongst the stock of paper always stored in large quantities. In Vienna, cats are placed on active service in the municipal buildings. At many of our great railway stations there is a feline staff engaged in the various warehouses and offices. The farmer will readily admit the usefulness of puss in his barns, stables, outhouses, and fields. Farmers are notorious grumblers, but they would have greater cause for discontent and disappointment if rats and mice were allowed to live and thrive and breed and multiply on their premises. The newly sown peas and corn stacks would suffer to a terrible extent, and the broods of ducklings and chickens would speedily vanish if puss did not keep a vigilant eye and silently but surely fulfill the duties of her calling. In the livestock department of the Army and Navy stores in London, an orange Persian cat may be seen strolling about amongst the cages of birds of every sort. The attendant informed me she had been on the premises 3 or 4 years and had saved the company a tidy sum. Previous to obtaining her services, the packets of birdseed disappeared like magic, for they were demolished wholesale by the swarms of mice. Now rarely one is nibbled, and every morning dozens of lifeless bodies are cleared away. Curiously enough, these dead mice have their tails eaten off, for apparently this cat has a weakness for the appendage, whereas usually the head is considered the delicate morsel amongst the feline race. It seems that although the cat is left alone with all the fluttering birds at night, she never has attempted to molest them in any way. I lately had occasion to visit one of our London theatres during the daytime when it was empty, and observing a big brown cat walking about amongst the stalls, I made some remark about him to the official who accompanied me. He said they found it quite impossible to get along without a cat. They had tried, but the place became overrun with mice. During Pussy's occupation of the empty playhouse, plenty of bodies were discovered, but never a live mouse had been seen disporting itself. The cats in government service in America are very numerous. The Army has a regular corps of them kept at the commissary depots of the great cities. It is customary for the officer in charge of each depot to submit to the War Department a request for an allowance for the cats of meat and milk. More than 300 cats are in the employ of the Post Office Department, distributed among about 50 of the largest offices. The New York City office expends $60 annually in cat's meat. At Pittsburgh there's a cold storage breed of cats which has special qualifications for enduring extreme cold. These cats are short-tailed, with long and heavy fur, and their eyebrows and whiskers are extraordinarily long and strong. It is said they do not thrive when transferred to an ordinary atmosphere. The following extract from the Daily Mail of February 1st, 1902, gives us an account of a most exemplary, well-trained and up-to-date cat, and opens up a fresh field for the utility and agility of our domestic pets. Not an absolutely fresh field indeed, if one recalls the fact that puss was already a retriever in ancient Egypt. Quote, "A ping-pong cat. Hunting for balls is undoubtedly the one great drawback to ping-pong. Might I suggest a novel and easy method of accomplishing this difficult and unpleasant task? My cat is now an expert in the art of finding ping-pong balls. Immediately the ball touches the floor, the cat is after it, and brings it from its hiding place to the side of the table at which I'm playing, thus saving me from unnecessary exertion. FSW." End quote. The thought suggests itself that pussy's teeth and claws might work serious havoc amongst the ping-pong balls, and that some of these would be produced in mutilated condition. Of all animals, the cat appears most to resent being taught or trained to do tricks. Puss has a natural antipathy to be forced to do anything or remain anywhere against her will, hence the few exhibitions of really clever performing cats in comparison with the marvelous feats achieved by dogs. It has been stated that the cat is the hardest animal to teach. It takes years to train a cat to perform some simple trick, which a dog would learn in as many weeks. Once a cat is trained, it becomes a very valuable possession. We have all seen the happy family consisting of monkeys, guinea pigs, canaries, pigeons, and mice, whilst a cat is seated demurely in the midst of this incongruous assembly. No doubt some training was required to cause puss to disregard the natural instincts of her race. The cat is a most cleanly creature, and perhaps more particular about her appearance than any other animal. As Miss Agnes Repplier, in her delightful book The Fireside Sphinx, says, quote, "Pussy's adroitness is equalled only by her delicacy and tact. Her cleanliness and her careful attention to her toilet show respect for herself and for us." End quote. One of the strangest and most profitable trades in London is the wholesale and retail business of horse meat for cats. In barrows and carts, the hawkers of this horseflesh cry their wares throughout the city and suburbs, and find a ready sale for them. It is stated that 26,000 horses, maimed or past work, are slaughtered and cut up every year to feed our household pets. Each horse means, on an average, 275 pounds of meat, and this is sold by Pussy's butcher in half-pennyworths skewered on bits of wood. The magnitude of this trade can be estimated by the fact that it keeps constantly employed 30 wholesale salesmen. I may here mention that a cat's meat men's supper was organised last year in London by the editor of Our Cats, assisted by Mr. Lewis Wayne and others, and a most successful entertainment was given at the City of New York restaurant. The applications for tickets were so numerous that 400 men had to be refused, and when the 250 guests were seated, it was clearly proved that every available inch of accommodation had been utilised. Having been present, I can testify to the excellent supper and entertainment provided for the cat's meat men of London. The most casual observer cannot have failed to remark the wonderful development of late years in catty Christmas souvenirs, thus giving proof of the growth of love and admiration for Pussy. We have cat almanacs, cat calendars, and cat annuals, and I can testify to the innumerable Christmas cards with designs of cats of all sorts and conditions, which have found their way into my hands expressive of good wishes at the festive season. The official mind would probably frown at the suggestion that the census returns would be enlivened with incidental humour. However, after the last census, the following statement appeared in the press, quote, "An enumerator in going over a return paper found that the household cat had been included as a member of the family. It was described as Jim, the relationship to the head of the family being Lodger. The entry then stated that he was of the male sex, single, aged 1 last birthday. His occupation was also given, mouse catcher, worker on his own account." End quote. A description of the ordinary domestic cat is hardly necessary, but before I pass on to mention matters of general interest concerning cats of today, I will give a quotation from a board school boy's essay which speaks for itself. Quote, "The house cat is a four-legged quadruped, the legs, as usual, being at the corners. It is what is sometimes called a tame animal, though it feeds on mice and birds of prey. Its colours are striped. It does not bark, but breathes through its nose instead of its mouth. Cats also mow, which you have all heard. Cats have 9 lives, but which is seldom wanted in this country because of Christianity. Cats eat meat, and most anything, especially where you can't afford. This is all about cats." End quote. Perhaps my readers may think that after such a lucid description of the subject in hand, further comments are unnecessary. I will proceed, however, to give a glance around at the cat fancy in general before mentioning particulars of clubs and cats of the present day. The question has often been asked whether the cat fancy will ever become as popular and fashionable as the breeding of dogs, poultry, and birds. I think this question may be answered in the affirmative when we consider that during last year 12 and more large cat shows have been held in different parts of England and Scotland, to say nothing of numerous mixed shows where a section for cats was provided. Every year the number of fanciers increases, and although this particular hobby is almost entirely confined to the gentler sex, yet it is really surprising to find how many more men are beginning to take an interest in the pussies, and are keenly excited in the winnings of the household pet or the king of the cattery. As a friend once said to me, quote, "You know what men are. If only the cats win prizes, my husband does not mind, but it is a different matter if I return from a show with no reward. Then he declares we must get rid of all the cats." End quote. I am afraid that cat fanciers must be looked upon as a rather quarrelsome set, and there is no doubt that petty jealousies and spiteful gossip retard in many ways the development and improvement of the fancy. Another question that is often asked is whether cats can be made to pay, or, in other words, whether cat breeding is a profitable undertaking. From my own experience, which has extended over a number of years, I can unhesitatingly say I have derived not only much pleasure, but a good deal of profit from keeping cats, and also I have started many friends in the fancy who have gone on and prospered. The dangers that beset beginners are many, and the chief difficulty is to know how to limit the number of our pussies and so avoid overcrowding, or retaining poor stock will not prove creditable or profitable. Cat keeping on an extensive scale means a large outlay, followed by constant and untiring attention. I do not intend, however, in this chapter to enter into any details as to the care and management of cats, for this and other subjects connected with their interests will be fully dealt with later on. In my preceding chapter, I alluded to the first cat show held at the Crystal Palace in 1871. This exhibition of cats has become an annual fixture, and year by year greater interest has been manifested, better classification given, and a larger number of cats exhibited. It was, therefore, considered advisable to have some definite organization, and the National Cat Club was instituted in 1887, with Mr. Harrison Weir as president. I will now proceed to give a list, which I believe to be complete and correct, of the various other clubs and societies in England and America, which have been organized and which are all at this present time in thoroughly good working order. List of cat clubs and societies. The National Cat Club, founded 1887. Honourable Secretary Mrs. A. Stannard Robinson, 5 Great James Street, Bedford Road, London, W.C. Annual subscription, 1 guinea. The Cat Club, founded 1898. Honourable Secretary Mrs. Bagster, 15A Paternoster Row, London, E.C. Annual subscription, 1 guinea. The Northern Counties Cat Club, founded 1900. Honourable Secretary Mrs. Herbert Ransom, Altrincham. Annual subscription, 10 shillings. The Silver and Smoke Persian Cat Society, founded 1900. Honourable Secretary Mrs. H.V. James, Backwell, near Bristol. Annual subscription, 5 shillings. Black and White Club. Honourable Secretaries Miss Kurzweil and Miss White Atkins. Entrance fee, 1 shilling. Annual subscription, 4 shillings. The Blue Persian Cat Society, founded 1901, Honourable Secretary Miss Frances Simpson, Durdan's House, St. Margaret's-on-Thames, annual subscription, 5 shillings. The Siamese Club, founded 1900, Honourable Secretary Mrs. Baker, 13 Wyndham Place, Bryanston Square, West, annual subscription, 4 shillings, to working classes 2 shillings 6pence. The Orange Cream Fawn and Tortoiseshell Society, founded 1900, Honourable Secretary Miss Mildred Beale, Ronald Kirk Rectory, Darlington, annual subscription 10 shillings. The Chinchilla Cat Club, founded May 1901, Honourable Secretary Mrs. Balding, 92 Goldsmith Avenue, Acton, annual subscription 5 shillings. The Short-Haired Cat Club, founded 1901, Honourable Secretary Mrs. Middleton, 67 Chain Court, Chelsea. The Scottish Cat Club, founded 1894, Honourable Secretary J. F. Dewar, 2 St. Patrick's Square, Edinburgh, annual subscription 5 shillings. The Midland Counties Cat Club, founded at Wolverhampton, 1901, Honourable Secretary Miss Cope, 136 Bristol Road, Birmingham, annual subscription 5 shillings. The British Cat Club, founded 1901, Honourable Secretary Sir Claude Alexander, Faygate Wood, Sussex, subscription 5 shillings. The Manx Cat Club, founded 1901, Miss Hester Cochrane, Witchampton, Wimborne, subscription 5 shillings. The Beresford Cat Club, Chicago, founded 1899, President Mrs. Clinton Locke, Corresponding Secretary Mrs. A. Mickelson, 220 East 60th Street, Chicago, annual subscription, resident members $2, non-resident $1. The Chicago Cat Club, founded 1899, President Mrs. Leland Norton, Drexel Kennels, Drexel Boulevard, Chicago. The Louisville Cat Club, founded 1900, Corresponding Secretary Miss E. Converse, annual subscription 50 cents. The Pacific Cat Club, founded 1900, Corresponding Secretary Mrs. A. H. Broad, 114 Broderick Street, San Francisco, annual subscription $1. The Atlantic Club, founded in New York 1902, Corresponding Secretary Dr. Otto Lengi, 80 West 40th Street, New York. Since the formation of the National Cat Club, many changes in its constitution have taken place. On the retirement of Mr. Harrison Weir from the presidency, Mr. Lewis Wayne was appointed and still holds the office. The NCC is fortunate in having so energetic an honourable secretary and treasurer as Mrs. Stennard Robinson, whose name is so well known in the doggy world. The following is a list of officers of the National Cat Club at the time of writing, and a summary of the objects for which the club was organized. The National Cat Club. Patron, Her Highness Princess Victoria of Schleswig-Holstein. President, Her Grace the Duchess of Bedford. Vice Presidents, the Right Honourable the Countess of Warwick, the Viscountess Maitland, the Marchioness of Dufferin and Ava, the Countess of Aberdeen, the Lady Hothfield, Lady Willoughby, Lady Reed, the Honourable Mrs. McLaren Morrison, the Lady Granville Gordon, Lady Decies, the Honourable Mrs. Bailey, Madame Runner, Mr. Isaac Woodivis, Mr. Sam Woodivis. Committee, Lewis Wayne, President, Lady Decies, Lady Alexander, the Honourable Mrs. McLaren Morrison, Mrs. Vallance, Mrs. Balding, Miss Hamilton, Dr. Roper, Mrs. Herring, Mrs. Ransom, Mrs. G. H. Walker. Honourable Secretary and Treasurer, Mrs. A. Stennard Robinson, 13 Wyndham Place, Bryanston Square, West. Telegraphic address, Bow Wow, London. The National Cat Club was organized 1. To promote honesty in the breeding of cats so as to ensure purity in each distinct breed or variety. 2. To determine the classification required and to encourage the adoption of such classification by breeders, exhibitors, judges, and the committees of all cat shows. 3. To maintain and keep the natural register of cats. 4. To assist the showing and breeding of cats by holding cat shows under the best sanitary conditions, giving championship and other prizes, and otherwise doing all in its power to protect and advance the interests of cats and their owners. The National Cat Club is also a court of inquiry and appeal in all matters relating to cats or affecting the ownership of cats, and so saves the expense to its members of litigation. The National Cat Club founded its stud book some 12 years ago, and it is the only reliable source of information concerning the pedigree of cats. The registration fee is 1 shilling for the register of names, but for the stud book the fee is 5 shillings for approved cats exhibited under the NCC rules. The 2 principal shows of the National Cat Club are held annually at the Botanical Gardens in connection with the Ladies' Kennel Association in June and the Crystal Palace in October. In 1901, the total number of cats shown at the palace was 601, and the entries numbered 1,021. There were 106 classes provided for long and short-haired cats. The following is the definition of the classes. Definition of classes: open to all cats, prize winners or novices. Limit classes: for cats of any age that have not won 3 first prizes. Novice classes: for cats of any age that have never won a first prize at any show. Special novice cats: for cats or kittens over 6 months that have never won a prize of any sort at a Crystal Palace show. Neuter classes: for gelded cats. Stud classes: for male cats that have sired kittens which are entered and on exhibition in this show. Brood queen class: for queen cats whose kittens are entered in this show. Selling class: for cats of any colour or sex to be sold at a price not exceeding 3 guineas in long-haired or 2 guineas in short-haired and foreign. Ring class: for cats shown in collar and lead. Kitten classes: single entries to be over 3 months and under 8 months unless otherwise stated. Brace: for 2 cats, age over 6 months. Team: for 3 or more cats, age over 6 months. No cats can be entered in brace or teams unless also entered in one other class. The money prizes in each class are first £1, second 10 shillings, third 5 shillings. The list of special prizes, including challenge trophies and medals, numbered 262 at the last Crystal Palace show in 1901. In addition to the 2 regular fixtures of the NCC, other cat shows are held in different places in connection with the club and under its rules. The National Cat Club reigned alone until 1898, when Lady Marcus Beresford started and founded the Cat Club. This ardent cat lover has done more for Pussy than anyone in the fancy. She's most lavish in her generosity and unwearying in her efforts to promote the welfare of the club. It was Lady Marcus who first started the idea of holding cat shows in aid of charity. The Cat Club's first show, held at St. Stephen's Hall, Westminster in 1899, was in aid of the Children's Guild of the Deptford Fund. In 1900, the families of the soldiers and sailors who'd fallen in the Transvaal were benefited to a large extent by the proceeds of the show. In 1901, the Children's Hospital, Great Ormond Street, was the charity selected to receive a handsome donation of £100. The Westminster shows have always been splendidly managed, a noticeable feature being the wonderful array of beautiful special prizes offered for competition. The following is the list of officials connected with the Cat Club. The Cat Club, founded by Lady Marcus Beresford. The objects of the club are the general good of the cat, the promoting of true breeding of cats, the holding of a winter show so that cats may be exhibited at their best, and taking other steps that shall be for the welfare of the cat. The annual subscription is £1, 1 shilling, payable on election, and on the 1st of January in each succeeding year. A stud book and a register of cats are kept by the club. Presidents: Lily, Duchess of Marlborough, Edith, Duchess of Wellington, Lord Marcus Beresford. Vice Presidents: Isabella, Countess Howe, Viscountess Maitland, Viscountess Esher, Lady Ridley, Lady de Trafford, the Honourable Mrs. Bampfield, Lady Lister, Lady Gooch, Mrs. Barnett, Mrs. Alfred Bliss, Mrs. Walter Campbell, Mrs. Chain, Mrs. George Dawkins, Mrs. Carrie Elwes, Mrs. C. Hill, Mrs. King, Mrs. Nicolay, Mrs. Totty, Mrs. Peston White, Lord Walter Gordon Lennox, A. E. Bateman, Esquire, Colonel Chain, Henry King, Esquire. Committee: Lady Marcus Beresford, Mrs. Vary Campbell, Mrs. Dean, Mrs. Paul Hardy, Mrs. C. Hill, Miss Anderson Leake, Mrs. R. Blair McConaughey, Mrs. Nealt, Mrs. Simon, Mrs. Mackenzie Stewart, Mr. L. P. C. Astley, Mr. Gambier Bolton, Reverend P. L. Cosway, Mr. W. R. Hawkins, Mr. E. W. Witt, Honourable Treasurer Lord Marcus Beresford, Honourable Secretary Mrs. C. J. Bagster, 15A Paternoster Row, London, E.C. There is really ample room for 2 parent clubs, as the fancy is making such rapid strides, and no doubt well-appointed shows with good classification do a great deal to benefit breeders and assist fanciers. Between the National Cat Club and the Cat Club, there is one point of serious disagreement, namely as regards registration. At present, members are expected and required to register their cats in each club if they exhibit at their respective shows. It would be a great benefit to the cat world in general and to the exhibitor in particular if some arrangement could be made whereby one independent register could be kept, and that both clubs might work together and assist each other in endeavouring to scrutinize and verify all entries made in the joint register, so that inaccuracies should be detected and fraud prevented. The Northern Counties Cat Club is affiliated with the NCC and has quite a large number of members. This enterprising club holds 2 shows in Manchester every year, which hitherto have been capitally managed by the energetic Honourable Secretary. As a natural sequence, a Midland Counties Club has lately been started, having its working centre at Birmingham. No doubt arrangements will be made for holding a cat show in this or some other equally central Midland town. The Scottish Cat Club is in a flourishing condition and has been steadily working up members since 1894. A show is annually held in Edinburgh, and fanciers over the border are taking a much keener interest in cats. In America, the fancy has gone ahead in a wonderful way. It was in 1895 that the first cat show of general interest was held at Madison Square Gardens, New York. There had previously been some private attempts to have exhibitions of cats in connection with poultry and pigeon shows. In 1896 an American cat club was organized which did some good work. Then Chicago started a cat club in January 1899, and this was followed by a most successful enterprise on the part of Mrs. Clinton Locke, who founded the Beresford Cat Club, called after Lady Marcus Beresford, and now numbering about 200 members. In January 1900, the club held its first big show. The classification was of a most comprehensive nature, and the list of special prizes a very liberal one. This show is now an annual fixture, and the Cat Club of England sends medals and prizes to be competed for. Many of the best cats exhibited at these shows have been exported from England, and Americans are very keen in trying to procure the very best possible stock, high prices in many cases being offered to induce English fanciers to part with prize-winning specimens. The following is a list of officials of the Beresford Cat Club of America. Officers: Mrs. Clinton Locke, 2825 Indiana Avenue. President: Mrs. Charles H. Lane, 5323 Madison Avenue. First Vice President: Mrs. F. A. Howe, 3941 Grand Boulevard. Second Vice President: Mrs. A. A. Mickelson, 220 East 60th Street. Corresponding Secretary: Mrs. L. C. Johnstone, 5323 Madison Avenue. Recording Secretary: Mrs. Elwood H. Tolman, 5403 Madison Avenue. Treasurer. Directors: Mrs. J. H. Pratt, 5816 Rosalie Court. Mrs. Lincoln Nicholson, Lee Center, Illinois. Miss Louise Fergus, 3229 Sheridan Road. Mrs. Blanche P. Robinson, 6 Langley Place. Mrs. Vincent E. Gregg, 736 North Park Avenue. At the cat show held in January 1902, as many as 75 classes were provided, and it is plain to see from these that Americans have not the same antipathy for broken colours, that is, cats with white markings, as we have in England, as there are classes specially for orange and white and black and white cats. In another part of this work I shall refer to varieties and breeds of cats existing in America which differ from those in England. The Beresford Cat Club have an extremely well-arranged stud book and register which is published annually. I am sure that the cat fancy in America has a great future before it, and we cannot help being greatly struck with the earnestness, thoroughness, and enthusiasm with which Americans have taken up this hobby. When we consider the great distances in the States and the paucity of good stud cats, and a few opportunities of exhibiting at well-organized shows, we cannot fail to admire the energy and enterprise displayed by our American fellow fanciers. Specialist clubs for cats are of very recent growth. The first was started by an ardent breeder of silver Persians in 1900. It was then called the Silver Society, and it included smokes and silver tabbies. The title of this society has since been changed to the Silver and Smoke Persian Cat Society. In the following year, blue Persian breeders bestirred themselves and formed a society for this most popular breed. In the same year, the Orange, Cream and Tortoiseshell Society, the Siamese Club, and the Chinchilla Club were inaugurated. Also, a Manx Club came into existence, and 2 clubs for short-haired cats were started. Particulars concerning these specialist societies and their objects will be found in future chapters on the various breeds of cats. It will be noticed by the list of clubs given that for brown tabby and black and white Persians no societies have as yet been formed, but doubtless ere long these varieties will be gathered into the fold of specialist clubs. A good deal of discussion has taken place in catty circles as to the desirability of having specialist societies, but I am sure a vast and marked improvement has taken place in the different breeds since their formation, and the fact of publishing a standard of points has certainly assisted breeders in coming to a more correct idea of what constitutes a good cat of a particular breed. The number of challenge prizes, medals, and specials offered by these societies at various shows act as an incentive to exhibitors, and thus entries increase and competition becomes keener. Specialist clubs are not altogether popular with the parent clubs, who regard them with a rather suspicious and jealous eye. They think that exhibitors may join these less expensive societies and yet continue to show and win prizes without subscribing to the club that holds the show. No doubt there is something in this, and specialist clubs should be ready and willing not only to offer prizes for which their members only can compete, but they ought also to guarantee classes and perhaps give a donation towards the expenses of the show. There have been quite a number of catty cases in our courts of late years, and these generally seem to cause considerable amusement to the legal as well as to the public mind. At a recent trial where a lady was wrongfully accused of starving a Persian cat, the magistrate, wishing for information, inquired of the witness, who was a veterinary surgeon, how long a cat could live without food. The reply was, quote, "I'm sure I could not say, sir, for cats are the funniest animals we have to deal with," end quote. And it is very true that these creatures, being so complex, require to be specially studied, and our principal veterinaries, who lead busy lives, are just a little superior to the many ailments and infirmities of these too often despised animals. It is therefore a subject of satisfaction for cat fanciers that 2 clever and kind animal-loving men have taken up the doctoring of cats, and by personal experience are learning pretty pussy's ways in sickness and in health. Mr. Ward of Manchester and Salvo of Hertford Heath are now 2 household names in the cat fancier's vocabulary. To the many excellent remedies prepared by these clever specialists I shall refer later on in my work. Suffice it here to say that when in doubt or difficulty about your pussy's state of health, I would recommend you to write to either of these common-sense practitioners. The cat literature of the present day has been steadily on the increase. The first paper to supply special cat columns was Fur and Feather, which, as its title infers, treats besides of birds, rabbits, poultry, cavies, mice. This weekly paper has a large circulation amongst the various fanciers. In 1899, Our Cats was started, and is widely read by the ever-growing circle of cat lovers, and claims the unique distinction of being the only newspaper in the world solely devoted to cats. In both these papers there are stud advertisements of cats and a register of visits of queens and births of kittens. In America, the chief organs in the cat world are the Cat Journal, the Pet Stock News, and Field and Fancy. And now a few words on those most excellent institutions which should appeal to the hearts of the animal-loving public. I mean the homes for poor stray and starving cats. It is a mercy that there are now several of these refuges in our great metropolis. I have personally visited Gordon Cottage at Argyll Road, Hammersmith, and the London Institution in Camden Town. The objects of both these institutions are practically the same, namely, 1. To receive and collect homeless and diseased cats and painlessly destroy them. 2. To provide a temporary home for lost cats. 3. To board cats at a moderate weekly charge. The Camden Town Institution, to which Her Majesty the Queen has graciously given her patronage, was founded by Mrs. Morgan in 1896, and up to the end of 1901 has received the enormous number of 47,212 lost and starving cats. The average received weekly is 300, and in one day as many as 91 cats have been taken in. Not a day passes without several wretched cats having to be destroyed at once on admission, and 80% are destroyed within 24 hours of admittance. No charge is made to the poor, and only 1 shilling 6pence for a painless death in the lethal chamber is asked from those who can afford this most merciful mode of destroying life. The dead cats are cremated at the Battersea Dogs Home at a charge of 3p each body. A motor car is employed to go round and collect stray cats, and will call at any house if due notice has been given to the Honourable Manageress. It is estimated that the number of cats in London is close upon 750,000, of which from 80,000 to 100,000 are homeless. It is during the summer months, when householders leave town for their holidays, that poor pussy's forsaken and forgotten, and no provision being made for her, she's forced to take to the streets, where she seeks in vain to stalk the wily London sparrow, or pick up any scraps from the gutter. The humbler folk very frequently manifest vastly greater solicitude for the tom or the tabby of their hearths than do their social superiors. All lovers of cats owe a debt of gratitude to those truly noble ladies who've begun and carry on such a merciful work in our midst. To attempt to alleviate suffering must appeal to all, and even those who have an instinctive dislike to harmless cats cannot fail to see the immense benefit to be derived by the public at large from the noble endeavour to clear our London streets, squares, parks, and empty houses of these poor forlorn and friendless creatures. At the Battersea Home for Lost Dogs there are also splendid arrangements for stray cats, and at a very small charge per week cats can be taken in to board. The Catteries are capitally arranged, and the feeding is excellent. In our sister isle there is a cat's home established 16 years ago by Miss Swift in Dublin, and she has most gallantly carried out the beneficent objects with which she started her humane work. No doubt she and other founders of similar institutions have had to suffer a considerable amount of ridicule, for with many human beings the cat is regarded as little deserving of commiseration or kindness. It is, however, a sign of increased justice and benevolence that these homes for cats do exist and obtain public support, although the funds received are, according to all accounts, very inadequate to meet all the expenses. This must surely be partly because these splendid institutions are so little known to the general public. Our American cousins are not behindhand in their laudable endeavours to cope with the question of lost and starving cats, and an institution similar to our Battersea Home was started in the early 80s in the district of Boston, and is called the Ellen M. Gifford Sheltering Home for Animals. The lady giving her name to this humane institution left a larger sum of money to endow the home, and over the office is a tablet bearing the following extract from one of Miss Gifford's letters about the time the home was opened. Quote, "If only the waifs, the strays, the sick, the abused would be sure to get entrance to the home, and anybody could feel at liberty to bring in a starved or ill-treated animal and have it cared for without pay, my object would be attained. March 27, 1884. End quote. According to Miss Helen Winslow, the authoress of Concerning Cats, there is another institution in Philadelphia which does not limit its good work to tending cats and dogs, but cares for all living and suffering animals, bringing relief to the unfortunate creatures by means of a painless death. It was as early as 1874 that this institution was founded, and in 1889 it was reorganized and incorporated as the Morris Refuge for Homeless and Suffering Animals, having for its motto, quote, "The Lord is good to all, and his tender mercies are over all his works." End quote. The efforts of the charitable ladies who so ably assisted in the establishment of these institutions have been followed by others, and a proposal to found a home for animals in Montreal has, I believe, proved successful. Miss Winslow tells us that there are several cat asylums and refuges in the far west, and a sheltering home at Brighton, Massachusetts. In 1901, a cat refuge was started in Chicago by a well-known cat lover, Mrs. Leland Norton, and probably, as time goes on, some further organized attempt will be made to deal with the question of lost and starving cats in American towns. The love of the cat still lingers in Egypt, and I've been told that free rations to starving cats are dealt out every day at the palace of the Cadi and the bazaar of Khan Kilil. Also, that a cat's home has been founded in Cairo for the lodging and feeding of homeless cats. There was a report that in order to cope with the innumerable lost and starving cats, the American legislature had decided to enforce a bill for licensing cats, but if such a law came into existence in any country, the result would surely be that thousands of cats with good homes would be thrust out into the streets, and that rats and mice would multiply to an alarming extent. It is estimated that in New York City alone, 60,000 cats depend for their daily food on garbage and the mice and rats that they capture. Therefore, if each cat catches 3 mice or rats a week, the sum total amounts to over 9 million a year. I have often wondered why some of our numerous distressed ladies do not set up private homes for the care of cats. A really comfortable country home for cats is an enterprise in which many a woman, who is hopelessly at sea for some means of earning an honest livelihood in this overcrowded workaday world, might thus combine pleasure with profit. Many fanciers feel the difficulty and well-nigh impossibility of leaving their catteries for any length of time, and few have a permanent and responsible caretaker on the premises. An opening, therefore, presents itself not only for boarding homes for cats, but for temporary helps who could be engaged by the week or month to take charge of the cattery during the absence of the owner. Of course, such a person should have had experience with cats and kittens, and above all, should be an animal lover. To dwellers in any of our large cities, the sojourn in some country place would come as a boon and a blessing, and if the owner of the cattery is fully assured of the capabilities of the caretaker, then all anxiety of mind as to the welfare of the pets would be allayed. There is a secluded corner in Hyde Park known as the Dogs' Cemetery, and amongst the many headstones I noticed 2 or 3 erected in memory of lost pussies who have been privileged to rest in this quiet burying ground. When we see poor pussies packed into dirty cages in the shops of dealers of beasts and birds in our great metropolis, and when we are made sad by the sight of the wretched starving cats of our streets, we can breathe no better wish for them than a speedy deliverance from their life of misery, even if it be to embark with the grim ferryman in their free transportation to the feline Elysium. Quote, "There shall the worthies of the whiskered race, Elysian mice or floors of sapphire chase, midst beds of aromatic marum stray, or raptured rove beside the Milky Way." End quote. A French writer of the early part of the 18th century, a famous Jesuit father, suggests a very strange theory on the old idea as to the nature of the soul of animals. I am sure that the question of a future existence for those pets who during so short a time in this world have been our faithful and loving companions must have often entered into the hearts and minds of true animal lovers. A wise and good man, a writer of some of our most beautiful hymns, and who passed to his rest within the last year, wrote and gave me these lines when he lost his faithful dog. Quote, "Sancho, an old friend, a large brown Irish retriever, buried in the vicarage garden of St. Paul's, Haggerston. A stone to his memory is on the school wall with this inscription: In the centre of this lawn lies Sancho, a gentleman in all but humanity, thoroughbred, single in mind, true of heart, for 17 years the faithful and affectionate friend of his master who loved him, and now for him faintly trusts the larger hope contained, it may be, in Romans 8:19-21. He died April 26, 1883. Not sparse of friends the world has been to me, by grace of God. Sweetness and light to life their love has given, many a stormy strife, many a pulseless torpor on my sea, through them, their presence or their memory, have been or stilled or quickened, and to thee, my dog, the tribute, as the term is due, my friend. Not least of all dear, near and true these 17 years, and through the years to be sure in my heart of immortality. Must this be all? I' the great day of the Lord, shall aught that is of good and beauty now be missing? Shall not each gift be restored? Paul says, the whole creation. Why not thou? End of section 3. Read near Montreal by Czandra.
Section 4 of the Book of the Cat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Grass. The Book of the Cat by Francis Simpson. Care and Management. Chapter 3. In the care, management, and feeding of cats, no hard and fast rule can be laid down, for the dispositions and constitutions of these animals differ just as much as do those of human beings. Fanciers must therefore learn to treat their cats individually, and not collectively. They must study their character and make allowances for the fads and fancies of the feline race. I am convinced that a varied diet is the best for cats, and fanciers should bear in mind the importance of regularity in the hours of feeding, whether 2 or 3 or 4 times a day. Fresh water should always be supplied, and unfinished food should not be left standing about. For 1 or 2 pet cats, the scraps from the table given with judgment will probably suffice, but in the case of a large cattery with several inmates, some sort of system in feeding is necessary. I would suggest that the chief meal for 2 days a week should be fish mixed perhaps with rice or Freeman's scientific food. Raw meat 2 or 3 times a week. Cut up into fairly small pieces. Horse flesh, if obtained from a reliable source, 2 a week. Light liver or sardines may be given occasionally. Sloppy food in any large quantity should be avoided, but oatmeal well boiled, corn flour, arrowroot, and several of the well-known foods, such as neeves or melons, make a nice change. Sprats biscuits of various kinds, soaked and mixed with stock, are relished by some cats. Vegetables should be given frequently, and grass supplied, as green food purifies the blood and keeps the bowels in good condition. Persian cats require special attention as regards their coats, and should be combed and brushed regularly, and if the fur becomes matted, the knots should be cut away. Avoid washing your cats. There are other means of cleansing their coats, particulars of which will be given in the chapter on exhibiting. Female cats and kittens. As regards the management of female cats, it is necessary to start from the time when they first arrive at maturity, viz., when they are first capable of becoming mothers. This usually takes place, or they come in season, as it is called, after they are 7 or 8 months old, and though cases have been known when this has happened before 6 months, it is very unusual. It may therefore be laid down as a rule that if a kitten exhibits extraordinary high spirits, racing and tearing about, it should be carefully watched, and not allowed its freedom without supervision, either out of doors or in the house. Queens may be known to be in season by several symptoms, such as rolling on the ground, rubbing up against furniture, increased affection for their owners, and often by the curious cries they utter, at times by a soft note of invitation, at other times by shouts of impatience or distress which resound through the house. Cats should not be mated until they are 9 or 10 months old at least. 12 months is a better age, though if they are insistent it will not do to put them off more than 3 times, as there are records of cats who, having been kept back on account of extreme youth, have been seriously ill or have never had families at all. On the other hand, it is possible these cats may have had the reproductive instinct abnormally strong, though for some cause or another they would always have been infertile. Powders are sold to quiet cats who are considered too young to become mothers, and 2 or 3 small doses of bromide have decidedly calming effects. This drug should, however, be given with caution, as it is a dangerous one in unskilled hands. Cats come in season about every 3 weeks during the spring and summer, but in the autumn and early winter months, nature seems to intend that they should rest. Therefore, as soon as the year has turned, and in very mild winters even before Christmas, no time should be lost in selecting the best sires for the various breeding queens, and arrangements made with their respective owners, so that as soon as ever a queen is ready she may be mated without delay, as some cats go off in 2 or 3 days, while others are not safe for a fortnight. If possible, it is well to select a stud cat near at hand, especially if your queen is timid or frightened, as a long railway journey may upset her. It is most essential that female cats should be freed from worms before being allowed to mate or breed. Otherwise, the kittens will probably fall victims to these pests by sucking in the disease with the mother's milk. Most cat fanciers know the symptoms which are suggestive of worms, and whenever there is a reasonable suspicion of their presence, then it is best at once to resort to some of the many remedies to be obtained from veterinaries and cat specialists. A cat's period of gestation is 9 weeks, but this is often extended to a day or two longer, so that it is best to expect a litter about 9 weeks from the date of the queen's return from visiting the stud cat. An experienced breeder will most likely see symptoms of a cat coming in season and will then do well to give a worm powder. Salvo's number 3 powder may be given one morning and the cat sent off the next day quite safely. Visiting queens should be dispatched as early in the morning as possible and ensured to save delay on the road with the owner's name and address inside package. Also the name of the cat, as poor Pussy will be far happier if on her arrival she hears herself called by her pet name. Full instructions should be sent as to the return journey. Also, it should be stated if the cat is kept out of doors or indoors and what food she is accustomed to have, number of meals per diem, etc. If going a very long journey, the queen should not be nailed into a box or padlocked, as occasional delays occur, and the railway authorities will feed and look after an insured cat if packed in a hamper or box where they can get at the occupant. Boxes and hampers with skeleton lids are by far the best on this account. If the weather is very cold and a basket is used, it should be lined, and round the sides brown paper is an additional safeguard against draughts, for which all stations are proverbial. A very delicate cat or young kitten finds great comfort in winter with a hot water bottle placed inside the hamper for it to rest against. Queens should have a good meal an hour or two before starting, as they often arrive upset with the journey, and in their strange new home will not at first touch any food. Do not put any food in the traveling basket. It is not well for a queen to mate just after a heavy meal. Fish and warm milk, if these agree with the queen, or a small meat meal, may be offered after a long cold journey, and if eaten the queen should be allowed to rest an hour or two before introducing her to the stud cat. After mating, a queen should be kept quiet for a few days on her return home, as much apart from other cats as possible, but no uneasiness need be felt if the visit does not seem to have quieted the queen, as she will settle down in a few days and cease to think about her mate. With regard to treatment of cats and kittens, some queens are gentle and quiet, and very careful of themselves. Others are exceedingly bad-tempered, fighting and quarreling, while some amuse themselves by climbing up high places and jumping down, behaving in such a wild and excitable fashion that they not only endanger their own lives, but run the risk of bringing maimed and deformed offspring into the world. Cats such as these should be kept isolated, if possible, or at most with only one other quiet queen, and all high shelves or tall articles of furniture should be removed. It is always well to be very careful in handling cats and kittens. They must never be lifted up by their 4 legs, but when absolutely necessary to move or carry them, both hands should be used to do so, one being placed under the body by the shoulders to carry the weight, while the other hand gently supports the hind quarters, but the less the cat is lifted about the better. All medicines should be given quietly and quickly, so that there may be no struggling. The cat's head should be grasped firmly with the left hand, the fingers and thumb on each side of the corners of the mouth, and forced back on the shoulders with a firm pressure. This will cause her to open her mouth, when medicine can be popped quickly down the throat from a spoon held in the right hand. In the case of a very restless cat, it is advisable to have an assistant in administering medicine. Amateurs would do well to practice giving water in a spoon to queens who are in health, so that they may become used to this simple method of administering medicine. Cats and kids require 3 or 4 meals daily of nourishing food, raw meat from 4 or 6 ounces night and morning, and fish and scraps and vegetables or biscuit, etc., for the midday meal. Half a teaspoonful of cod liver oil on their food 2 or 3 times a week is very good for the queens in cold weather, but if sickness ensues, of course the oil must be discontinued. Never suffer diarrhea to go unchecked. This applies to all cats and kittens of whatever age, sex, or condition, but is especially dangerous when a cat is in kit or nursing her young. Mr. Ward and Salvo prepare powders which will stop the diarrhea, and if persevered with will restore the bowels to their normal condition. Change of diet is also very helpful if the diarrhea is very violent or persistent, or if no medicine can be procured. A small quantity of chuck, as much as will lie on a sixpence, may be given every hour or two, 3 or 4 times, but the primary cause, of which diarrhea is only a symptom, should be sought out, and if not discoverable, the advice of a cat doctor should be obtained. Persistent diarrhea, if not the accompaniment of diseases such as inflammation of the bowels, etc., is usually caused by indigestion or worms, and sometimes by a stoppage of fur or food imperfectly digested, which nature in this way tries to get rid of, and if this is the case, or there is even reason to suspect it may be, a dose or 2 of warm salad oil, a teaspoonful every 2 hours, will often bring away the obstruction. Cats and kittens frequently suffer from constipation, for which also warm salad oil is far better than castor oil, as the latter is irritative to the bowels, and though acting as an aperient, the after effects are increased costiveness. Warm salad oil, given a few hours before the birth of kittens, is often helpful to the mother, for at least a week before the kittens are expected, a nice cozy bed should be prepared in some retired spot, and to a novice the caution would not be amiss. Do not let a cat and kitten sleep on your bed, or she will either have her litters there, or will drag the poor little things into the bed the first chance she gets. If a box is to be made ready for the cat, it should be of a fair size, about 26 inches by 18 inches, and should be placed on its side, and a bit of wood about 3 inches deep, nailed on to the bottom of the side, standing up to keep the bedding in its place and the kittens from rolling out. This box may be placed on a table or 2 chairs, so arranged that the cat can step in and out from another chair. The floor of the box should be covered with several thicknesses of flannel or blanket in the winter and paper in the summer. Avoid colored materials, as the dye will come out if they get wet. A bolster may be placed at one side of the box stuffed with straw, or hay, or paper torn up very small, to support the cat's back. But should the weather be very cold and the mother delicate, a hot water bottle covered with flannel may be used instead, and is a great comfort. A covering should be thrown over the box, which may be pulled down to hide the interior, as cats to be screened from observation, and it is very essential that the tiny babies should be kept almost in the dark for the first fortnight, after which time, when their eyes are open, the covering may be raised in the day and lowered at night, in cold weather. This box must be placed on the ground as soon as the kittens can walk about, but retaining the ledge already referred to, which will keep them from ground draughts to a great extent. A nice little box with run attached is the best house for a cat and kittens, but as these cost about 25s each, a number of them became costly and beyond the means of some breeders. The bed described is the next best thing, far better for shy queens than a box or basket used in the ordinary way. An empty drawer makes a good place, but the kittens should be moved out of it as soon as they can see, as it is rather too dark and close after the blind period is past. A cat should sleep in whatever bed is arranged for her for at least a week before the kittens are expected, and when that day arrives the queen should be carefully watched, as some cats will have their kittens anywhere if not looked after. For the sake of those new to the fancy, it may be as well to remark that cats become very restless, walking about sometimes purring loudly, and looking in cupboards and dark corners, while occasionally the first noticeable indication that the event is about to come off is that the fur behind is wet, and if this should be the case no time should be lost in carrying the cat most carefully to her bed, as the kittens may then be expected any moment. Some animals like to be left entirely alone while giving birth to their young. Others, especially pets, prefer to have their owners near to them. But if there is any uncertainty, it is better to leave her to herself. Experienced breeders will know that should the labor be dry or very prolonged, it is great help to a cat to pass the hand firmly and slowly down the side during an explosive pain, as the pressure will help the mother and hasten the birth of the kittens. After the first is born, the rest come comparatively easily. Very occasionally there is a cross presentation, but as only those really competent should attempt to do anything in this case, no time should be lost in sending for the nearest cat doctor or veterinary. After the first kitten has arrived, the birth of which is usually heralded by a loud cry of pain from the mother, some milk should be made hot, and as soon as the new baby has been cleaned, the mother will gladly drink this, but on no account should cold or even lukewarm milk be given the same day, or indeed for 2 or 3 days. Novices are sometimes startled at seeing the cat eating a lump of something which they fear may be a kitten, but there is no occasion for alarm, as it is merely the afterbirth, the consumption of which is probably nature's provision for affording sustenance to the mother, as an animal in a wild state could get no food for at least several hours after the birth of its offspring. If a cat is wild or shy, it is better to leave her alone, with the exception of offering hot milk from time to time until all the kittens are born, and they should not be examined or handled for some days. With the gentle queen the first kitten may be taken away when the second is born, well wrapped up in warm flannel, and put by the fire, and so on, always leaving one kitten until the last is warm and dry, when the other should be returned to the mother. This plan is most necessary in cold weather, especially if the kittens are born out of doors, or if the labor is easy and quick, it is quite impossible for the queen to dry one kitten before the advent of the next, and by the time they are all born they are frequently stone cold, and so wet that the mother gives up the attempt to dry them in despair, and many kittens thought to be stillborn have died in the night in this way. Kittens quite cold and nearly dead have been restored and have lived to a good old age by being taken at once to the fire and warmed and dried, and though at first life may appear extinct, time and patience will work wonders. If the kittens are taken away from the mother at birth, as described above, it is a good opportunity for destroying any that are not wanted because of sex or color. When the litter is given to the mother, she should be offered milk again, and should after that be left alone several hours, but she will most likely welcome a few kind words and loving pats as a reward for all she has gone through, and will then cuddle down contentedly with her little ones. In giving milk do not take the mother out, or even make her get up to drink it on the day of her confinement. If she cannot reach it comfortably, raise her head and shoulders with one hand until she can reach the saucer held in the other conveniently, and do not be in a hurry, as she knows well the temperature the milk ought to be, and will not take it if too hot or too cold. Milk should be given night and morning, and offered during the day, for some days after the kittens are born. Cats that never like it at other times are thankful for it when nursing, but on the other hand, cats that have been fond of milk will turn away from it at these times. Queens will usually come out every few hours for food, and their meat or ordinary meal should be ready for them, as they will want to eat it quickly and return to their little ones. After the second or third day, a warm, clean blanket should be substituted for the one on which the kittens were born, and it is well to do this when the mother is present, as some cats resent interference during their absence. As soon as the kittens are about a week old, a finger should be placed over their eyes, and if there is a little ridge on the lids, the eye should be moistened with eye lotion twice daily with the camel hair brush. If after 10 days they do not open as is usual, the eyes should be sponged with warm water, as in this case they must have become glued together with mucus, which should be cleared away, and the eye moistened with eye lotion. Taking care a little goes well into the eye. The lid should then be smeared with olive oil to prevent adhesion. It is this adhesion of the lids which causes inflammation, and the eyes must be frequently attended to, so that they may be kept open, avoiding any very strong light. If the kittens are born indoors in the summer, windows should be kept open during the day, and when the little creatures are about a fortnight old, put them out in the sunshine for an hour or so daily. The mother must be as well fed as she was before the kittens were born, but carefully notice if she suffers from diarrhea, for if this is the case, and change of diet does not cure it, you may be certain that she is nursing too many kittens, and if some of them are not speedily removed, you will lose them all. If a foster mother can be procured, by all means have one, accompanied by one of her own kittens if possible. Make a cozy bed for her, warming the blanket, and leave her in it till night, when, if she seems settled down, give her 2 or more kittens as the case may be, removing her own the following night. Do not attempt to interfere with the kittens while the mother is away, and act very gently, talking to and stroking her so that she may not resent your interference. If no foster mother can be procured, Mr. Ward of Manchester has a clever little appliance which he claims can be used instead of a foster mother. Some fanciers may take upon themselves the task of bringing up the kittens by hand, and in that case wrap them up in warm flannel, keeping them by the fire by day, and giving them a hot bottle at night, feeding with weak milk and water about every 2 hours. This should be about half and half, with a teaspoonful of lime water to each cup of milk and water. It should be given warm, not hot, and the milk scalded, not boiled. In London or large towns unsweetened condensed milk is better than cow's milk, as the coloring or preservative acids used by dairymen in the latter is very injurious to kittens. This condensed milk should be much diluted and flavored with small quantities of salt and sugar. If too strong or too sweet, the food will cause diarrhea. Kittens will soon learn to suck out of an egg spoon, but do not give too much at once, or force the food down their little mouths when they object to take any more. At about 5 weeks old, the kittens will begin to lap and possibly to eat. Many fanciers are delighted if they will eat and drink before a month old, and some make the serious mistake of trying to coax the little ones to eat solid food at this tender age. Such persons do not stop to think how weak are all the digestive organs of these tiny creatures. The milk of the mother supplies all that is needful for their growth and well-being, until such time as nature makes itself heard in her demands for further nourishment, and if substantial food is given to them too soon or too strong, it merely goes through the stomach, passing out into the bowels, undigested, decomposes, and forms slimy mucus which is the hotbed for worms, even if it does not set up inflammation of the bowels. More kittens die from worms and consumption of the bowels than from any other complaint, and much of this loss of life is directly traceable to strong food at too tender an age. Lung disease, gastric catarrh, gastroenteritis are all directly or indirectly set up by the non-assimilation of food. Hence the supreme importance of giving nourishment which can be digested easily. After 6 weeks, scraped raw beef may be given if the kittens want to eat, 3 times daily in very small quantities, about half a teaspoonful to start with, and they may have warm milk and water with lime in it. This should be followed by melons or Benger's frame food as directed for infants. It is advisable not to allow kittens to overload their stomachs, but to feed them about 4 times daily. If healthy, they will eat eagerly, but not ravenously. A kitten who is greedy and precipitates itself into the saucer in its anxiety to get its dinner may be suspected of worms, and when about 8 weeks old, a course of Salvo's No. 1 powders may be given with safety. As soon as the kittens are about a month old, a shallow tin of dry earth or ashes, I do not recommend sawdust, should be provided for them, and it will well repay their owners to spend some portion of the day with the little ones and lift them into the earth pan when necessary. If this is done 2 or 3 times, the lesson is probably learned for life. Kittens are naturally clean and will get out of their beds and run about crying loudly for some accommodation for their wants. And if this is neglected, the seeds of dirty habits are sown, and the poor untaught little ones reap a sad harvest of cuffs and sometimes kicks from servants, who naturally dislike the trouble caused by dirty house pets. Even in Catteries, cleanly habits in cats are much to be desired. If a cat or kitten gets into dirty ways, it should never be beaten and put into the tin, but should be gently stoked and coaxed into good habits. Those who only keep 1 or 2 queens will find that if they spend a few minutes playing with the kittens before their meals, they will be well rewarded by the quicker growth and better digestion of the little ones. But, of course, this is out of the question in a large cattery. In summer, kittens should be combed daily with a small tooth comb, as the insects which inhabit their coats not only worry them and cause them to scratch at their fur, but they convey disease from one to another, to say nothing of sucking out so much blood that the poor little creatures become absolutely anemic, and in this state they fall an easy prey to the first disease that attacks them. Fleas are formerly treated as irritating but otherwise harmless insects, but we are assured on the best authority that they are a dangerous medium of disease, and that tapeworms are generated in dogs and cats by their means. The poor animals, wildly resenting the annoyance of these pests, hunt for them with teeth and tongue, and swallowing their enemy, may also swallow a number of undeveloped tapeworms, which in their larval or grub state are secreted in the abdomen of the flea. Tapeworms are said to undergo certain metamorphoses or transformations, and require to pass through the body of some other creature than the one they exist in their mature state of being. It is a great mistake to keep kittens in heated rooms, and worse still to allow them to be close to a fire by day, and then let the room get cold at night. An even temperature, cold and dry, is better than sudden changes. Cats and kittens love warmth and comfort, but at the same time, all extremes of heat and cold are bad. Never neglect the first symptoms of illness. Note the signs, and if you are not able to dose the invalid yourself, send off a wire to some competent cat doctor describing the form the indisposition has taken, and while waiting for medicine no harm can be done by giving as much carbonate of soda as will lie on a 3-penny bit in a little water 2 or 3 times daily. Salvo has lately advertised a medicine which is said to be very valuable for giving on the first signs of a cat or kitten being out of sorts, and which he says will take down fever, stop colds, and modify attacks of bronchitis, pneumonia, etc. And for such fragile little beings as kittens, fanciers would do well to keep this medicine by them. People often say that their cats and kittens seem ill or out of sorts, and allow this sort of thing to go on quite calmly for a week or so, when one day they wake up to the fact that the poor creature is very seriously ill, and they then send off in a hurry for medicine which frequently arrives too late, and the sufferer may be beyond all human aid. Double pneumonia, which is perhaps the quickest and most fatal of all diseases, is not so sudden but that it is ushered in by various symptoms, beginning often a week before the attack becomes acute. An animal will seem cold, will creep near the fire, or sit in the fender, mope about, refusing to play, sit in a hunch with its back up, or is very sleepy and stupid. The fur is rough, there may be sickness, and the evacuations are of a bright yellow color. Perhaps it has not quite finished its meals for a few days, and the nose is hot and dry, and if taken up, the cat feels hot and dry all over. When there are several of these symptoms, no time should be lost in administering the remedies named above every hour or two until suitable remedies can be obtained. But do not rely upon them alone, or think if you give them persistently they will pull the animal through the illness, for they will not, special remedies being needed for special symptoms and for various stages of disease. No two animals are exactly alike, and the experienced cat doctor will prescribe carefully for each individual cat in the same way, as a physician will give different prescriptions to suit the needs of different patients. One thing should never be neglected, and this is keeping up the strength from the first with beef tea, eggs, and milk, brand's essence, or animal crocchile. A teaspoonful every hour, as soon as an animal has refused 2 meals. Begin feeding with spoon, as it will have so much more strength with which to battle against disease if fed up well from the first. People who desire to sell kittens for profit will do well to part with them at about 2 months old before they start teething, for at this period of their little lives fresh troubles begin. Occasionally they suffer from fits, but though these are sometimes caused by cutting their teeth, they are oftener due to the presence of worms. If the gums are swollen and inflamed, a quarter of one of Steedman's teething powders will soothe them, or a few doses of bromide, as prescribed before for kittens desiring to mate too early, may be given, and excitable kittens should be kept quiet. If kittens are troubled with diarrhea, all starchy food should be avoided, as it is never easily digested by animals. The reason of this is not far to seek, when we know that the saliva partly digests starch, while the juices of the stomach act directly on meat. Animals, instead of masticating their food, by which means the saliva acts upon it, often bolt it, and it goes into the stomach, and is passed out into the large bowel practically undigested, which it decomposes, working off in noxious gases, which escape through the skin, causing eczema, or in many cases producing inflammation of the bowels or enteritis. Nothing needs more careful attention than the diet of kittens, and nothing is so little studied. It would be no exaggeration to say that all disease, apart from outside or accidental causes, such as draughts, cold winds, contagions, etc., is in the first place set up by undigested food, and even what may be called external causes would often not be harmful to an animal if the digestive organs were in proper working order. Remember, it is not the quantity of food a kitten takes that benefits it. The secret of its health and well-being is in the quantity it digests. A kitten should only digest certain things in certain proportions, and whatever remains undigested produces irritation, and in this case the kitten cannot possibly develop, and is generally weakly and fretful. Those who have never cared much for cats will be interested and amused if they bring up a family of kittens, and the love and trust of the little creatures will well repay them for all their care. Stud cats. A male cat should not be allowed to mate under a year old, and if you wish to keep your stud in good condition, do not allow more than 2 or at most 3 lady visitors a week. There is no doubt that a really reliable stud cat is a very profitable possession. The most essential recommendations are a sound constitution and absolute health, combined with a good pedigree and a list of prize-winning progeny. It is necessary to exhibit your stud cat at the best cat shows from time to time, and thus to keep him before the public. It is also advisable to advertise him in the cat papers, and it is often useful to have a photograph to forward to fanciers who may be unable otherwise to obtain any idea of your cat. Needless to say that for stud purposes, a cat should possess the highest possible qualifications of the breed to which he belongs, and a massive frame and broad head are most desirable in all stud cats. It is a good plan to allow the visiting queen to be within sight of the male for a short time before she is put in the stud cat's house, and for this purpose it is convenient to have a small movable pen or hutch to place where the two pussies can hold catty conversation. A stud cat cannot, for many and obvious reasons, be allowed his full freedom, but it is essential that his dwelling place should have as long and roomy an exercise ground as possible. It is also possible with some male cats to tether them out of doors for a short period during the day, in which case great care should be taken to have the lead only as long as will permit of exercise within a safe distance of dangerous pitfalls or surrounding trees and shrubs. The best time for mating is about 1 hour after feeding. It is most important that stud cats should be in good coat at the time of mating, and that they should be free from worms. The usual fee for a visit to a stud cat is £1 and 1 shilling, and this should be sent at the same time as the request for permission to send a queen. A second visit is generally considered allowable if the first one has proven unsuccessful. An additional amount of food may be given to a cat which is being used at stud, and always remember to provide grass in some form or other in your stud cat's house. There is no universal remedy for all cats, neither can there be any rule for feeding them. Different cats need different treatment, and those which are kept in a captive state, as are stud cats, should not be fed on the same lines as those that are allowed full liberty. Neuter cats. Opinions differ as to the best period for a cat to be made neuter, but it is generally considered advisable to have the operation performed between the ages of 5 and 8 months. A male cat can be kept as a house pet till he is about 9 or 10 months old without any unpleasantness, but after that period he must be relegated to an outside cattery or stud house. It is cruel to put off gelding a cat till he shows signs of wishing to mate. A duly qualified veterinary ought to be employed and an anesthetic used. The cat should be kept on a low diet for a day or two before and after the operation. It is very seldom that any evil effects ensue, and after a few days the puss is quite himself again. Neuter cats grow to an immense size, and the Persian varieties develop great length of fur, which is generally not shed so frequently or to such an extent as in the males and females. Neuter cats are very docile, and generally rather lazy and listless. For this reason they are not accounted such good mousers. Female cats can also be rendered sexless, but in their case the operation is more likely to be attended with dangerous results. I have heard it stated that a female cat ought to be allowed 1 litter of kittens before being operated upon. There are not many very fine neuters on exhibition at our shows, and this fact may perhaps be accounted for by reason of fanciers picking out weedy and altogether below the mark specimens of their litters to be gelded because they do not consider them worth keeping to breed from. In this way several poor specimens of neuters are to be seen with indifferent markings, white spots, incorrect colored eyes, and long noses. For a home pet there is, of course, nothing to come up to a fine neutered cat who will not roam, who does not attract amorphous females, and who is content to lie for hours stretched out on the drawing-room rug or the kitchen hearth, the admired of all admirers. From the lips of many noted breeders of Persian cats who have been troubled by wandering males and prolific females, I have heard the exclamation, "I shall end by keeping only neuters." Cat owners in general, and lovers of neuters in particular, might do worse than agitate for more consideration to be extended to these grand pets at our leading shows, and I cannot help thinking that a neuter club or society might be formed to assist in this and other projects connected with the general improvement of our neuter cats. End of section 4. Section 5 from the left-hand column of the Book of the Cat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Grass. The Book of the Cat by Francis Simpson. Housing of Cats. Chapter 4. The proper housing of valuable stock is the first essential subject to be studied by the beginner in the cat fancy, and one requiring both careful thought and attention, for I do not hesitate to say that, of all the domestic animals, the cat is the most difficult to keep healthy and happy in the unnatural condition of total or partial confinement. Belonging to the feline, its original and savage nature still shows glimpses, not wholly tamed, in its independence of character and its roving habits, while yet its civilized side shows the keenest appreciation of the comforts to be found in the home life. A house cat that enjoys its freedom to go out as it pleases, to climb the garden walls, and anon to lie in purring contentment before the kitchen hearth, is a creature ailing little. It is the pedigreed pets in their luxurious prisons that too often fall a prey to disease. To establish a cattery, therefore, that shall be a pleasure and a pride to the owner, and not a source of worry and grief over perpetual illness amongst the inmates, it is necessary in the very first inception to study the chief needs of cat nature. Let us consider these in order. How our typical healthy cattery may be best arranged. It must be dry. Was ever a cat yet seen of choice sitting in the wet? It must have ample space, both of houses and runs, and inducements for exercise. A well-branched dead tree sunk in the gravelled run is good, besides divers posts, shelves, and benches. Let the aspect be bright with lots of sunshine. A cat is a devotee of the sun. It is the life of young growing things and the greatest destroyer of disease germs. It is very easy by coverings or the growth of climbing plants to provide temporary shade during the height of summer. For this last, nothing is better than that most useful and least fastidious king of climbers, the Virginian creeper, as it bestows its leafy shade just when required, and harbors no damp, as the growth of thick, tall trees is apt to do. Lastly, let the outlook of the cattery be cheerful. Do not select a spot so far from the house life that the attendant who feeds and cleans is practically the only person the cats see in the 24 hours. A cat loves to observe, preferably from some secure high perch, whence it may see all that passes, to exchange greetings with the dogs, the gardeners, the maids, the tradesmen coming to the door, and thus fill its imprisoned hours with interest. If you disregard this, put your cats out of sight in some backyard, they will mope badly and also grow very stupid. These principal requirements being borne in mind, individual fancy of building and arrangement may follow. Every breeder of experience has his own ideas of best design, according to means and circumstance. If a cat fancier is fortunate enough to be able to disregard expense, he can indulge in brick houses, with every appliance for comfort and elegance of construction. For others who can supply a working plan, an intelligent local carpenter, when found, can do much. Occasionally, also, it is possible to convert a portion of existing stabling to very efficient uses, but I must advise the beginner, as regards this last suggestion, to be careful. If the stabling is modern and possesses the main requisites I have already spoken about, of dryness and space and cheerful light, then all is and will be well. But if, as is often the case, this stable of temptation is old, perhaps unused for some years, is dark, with more than a suspicion of damp, and a very certain habitat of rats than our fancier, is emphatically warned against making any trial of it, short of pulling down and rebuilding. Let him rest assured, it would in the end mean the loss of money, time, care, and most likely breeding stock too, and certain ill health among the poor inmates. I know a case in point where a cat fancier thus utilized a stable, a converted portion of old stabling that looked most desirable and kept scrumptiously clean, was used for a number of young kittens. Very soon a particular and most violent form of skin disease appeared amongst them, at first as mere scurfy patches, but swiftly assuming the form of contagious fever, which spread with frightful rapidity, infecting every cat with whom they came in contact. Not until after many deaths and the most cruel sufferings of those who struggled through the disease was it at last discovered to be acute blood poisoning, produced by the exhalation of sewer gas from an old sewer running underneath the floors. Rats were probably responsible, either by gnawing through the pipes or coming up into the cattery, themselves stricken with the foul disease. The site of the cattery selected, the preparation of the ground may be advisable, certainly on all clay soils. To ensure perfect dryness, the topsoil should be removed a foot or so, and filled in with brick rubble or builder's rubbish. On this foundation, cement, concrete, or asphalt may be laid down. Personally, for runs and floors, I prefer the cement. It is easier to keep clean. A bucket of water can swill it from end to end, while it dries much faster than the asphalt. Asphalt in outside runs is apt to soften in the summer sun and depress into holes, and within the houses the smell of the tar remains strong for some months. The cost of the two is much about the same, but in every damp situations the asphalt is preferable, as it prevents all ground damp rising through. Now to plan out a medium-sized cattery that shall be simple in construction and not ruinous to the modest beginner. Let us suppose we have at our disposal a fair length of brick wall, say 60 to 70 feet in length, facing south, on slightly sloping ground. Our first proceeding will be to level and render damp-proof by a foot of rubble, as heretofore suggested, a strip 11 feet wide and about 75 feet along the wall, and to surface this strip with cement or asphalt. Upon this and against the wall we will erect our houses, a long wooden shed with lean-to roof, divided into 3 main divisions by matchboarding partitions, and with a smaller house at either end, as shown in plan. A. The sleeping room, B. A playroom for queens and kittens, and C. The third apartment for kittening or cats it is desirable to isolate a while. The smaller houses at the outside ends reserved for stud cats. D. Doors from one apartment to another of wood. The outside woodwork is of 1-inch feather-edged matchboarding, well-seasoned deal, a roof of wood, felted and tarred being preferable to the use of corrugated iron, which is very hot in summer and very cold in winter. An annual dressing of sand and tar keeps the felt water-tight for many years. Allow good wide eaves, and have gutter pipes all around. Inside line the walls with wall felt and lime wash, or an inner lining of 1-inch matchboarding, allowing a 2-inch space to be packed with sawdust, keeping the house very warm and dry. For the brick back wall, a 1/4-inch matchboarding should be sufficient as lining. The dimensions of the sleeping room, A, are 12 feet long by 11 feet wide, and a wire frame partition with door subdivides this again into 2 equal parts. Against the back wall, at a height of about 20 inches from the floor, runs a broad shelf 4 feet wide, having inch mesh wire netting frontage, half to open on hinges, and movable wooden partitions sliding in a slot. These for the sleeping pens, each 4 feet deep by 3 feet wide, 2 on either side the wire frame partition, or convertible into one 4 feet by 6 by removal of sliding wooden division. It will be warmer for the occupants if these pens are roofed in at a height of 3 feet. Cover the bench with oilcloth before putting up the divisions. This can be washed over daily if necessary, and will dry in a few moments, thus avoiding the dangers of scrubbing wood in damp weather. As nothing offensive can soak in, a pure atmosphere is preserved, and risk of infection is greatly minimized. A comfortable sleeping box or basket should be provided for each pen, filled in winter with plenty of sweet hay, and in summer with sheets of newspaper or brown paper. A cat loves to repose on paper, and it has the advantage of being cheaply renewable and easily burnt after a day or two's use. Never use old packing straw for bedding. It is frequently full of infectious germs, and many skin complaints have been traced to its use. Neither are cushions, blankets, old bits of carpet, matting, etc., to be recommended. They are apt to become damp in prolonged wet weather, and retain both dirt and odor. A sanitary tin to hold dry earth or sawdust should be placed in each cat house, emptied and washed out every morning by the attendant, when the floors are also swept out or washed over. A fair-sized window to open must be in the front, and a door, the upper half of which might also be of glass, to open out into a gravel run. Outside wooden shutters for cold nights are a great help in keeping the house warm, and should be provided. Having arranged our first room, the playing room, B next must come under consideration. This being the central division, the felt lining could here be dispensed with, and instead the boards can either be plainly stained and varnished, which is also easy to keep perfectly clean, or Willesden damp-proof paper might be nailed over the walls. This paper, made at the Willesden Company's works, Willesden Junction, N.W., is made in several good colors for interior lining, and a house so hung looks very comfortable, and shows to advantage such mural decorations as show prize cards, photos of winners, etc. The frontage of this room is to be entirely glazed in small panes set in a wooden framework, with a 6-inch high weatherboard at floor to protect from draughts, the glass protected on the inside by wire netting fastened over it, a window here to open outwards with a bolt, and fairly high up, to ensure fresh air in rainy weather, without the wet and damp driving in on a level with the cats. A half-glass door also to run, but no outside shutters will be here needed, the cats not occupying this room at night. Cover the asphalt floor with linoleum or oilcloth, and put up some shelves 15 inches wide, fairly high up, but within leaping distance, against the walls. A movable bench, too, to place the cats upon for brushing and attending to them. Oiled chairs that can be spared from the house might end their service here, or if the luxury of a plain wicker chair could be permitted, and furnished with 1 or 2 cushions in washable slip covers, it would be as pleasant for the owner when making her visits as for the pussies themselves. A ball for the kittens, a reel hanging from a string, will stimulate healthy romps, even amongst the staid grown-up cats when weary of indoor dozing. Room C. C is primarily intended for the interesting occasions when new little prize winners are expected. This is subdivided by wire as in sleeping room, but the partition 3 feet from back wall should be of wood to ensure privacy to the anxious mother and to temper the light oilcloth on floor. For the littering nests themselves I describe and advise my friends to make trial of the following plan: of a sort of shallow wooden box or tray with sides made about 4 feet 6 inches long by 24 inches high, and 4-inch sides. This is stained, varnished, and mounted on wooden feet at the 4 corners about 2 inches high. A good bed of hay is put in it. The box is put in a quiet corner away from the light, and a truss of new straw placed upright at one end of the box, leaning against the angle of the wall. A little of the straw at the bottom may be pulled out to suggest the idea of a hole to the cat, but as a rule she takes to the notion brilliantly, and will set to work to dig out a nest for herself with the greatest zest. In this the kittens are born, safe in a cozy nest at the end of a tunnel of straw. There's ample ventilation, they are protected from all draughts, so that doors may be left open to the fresh air with impunity, and they are in the dark, as kittens naturally should be till they walk out into the daylight of their own desire to explore the world. Then the rest of the tray forms a glorious playground for the first week or two, when one adventurous mite finds out he can climb up the shallow sides and tumble out on a large strange world of floor and trot after mamma. A well-known fancier tells me she has not had one litter with weak or bad eyes since she adopted the straw truss plan. One of these trays might be placed each side of the wooden partition, and if necessary to shut a nervous or surly cat up with her family, one might be enclosed in a wire frontage with door. As the sleeping pens were arranged, let there be a good large window in this room, as the kittens when running about will want all the sunshine and air possible. This run should be of asphalt for dryness and warmth, with plenty of play places arranged in it. An old barrel with a bottom knocked out affords great games. Also the tree I have before spoken of, a tree stump or two, or a heap of dry brushwood stacked in a corner, will supply those climbing and hiding holes kittens so greatly enjoy, and afford protection from winds. A grass run and a gravelled one are designed in the plan, each having access to the other, and will allow the cats ample exercising ground according to weather. An oval flower bed in the center of the grass plot, planted with some evergreen bushes, is a good idea. It affords shelter, and the cats can dig in the dry earth. For the benches in the gravel run, an old outhouse door painted and mounted on stout legs makes a very good one, which the cats love to sit upon. The stud houses are simple. A wired-in space of 12 feet by 11 feet contains a house with lean-to roof, 4 feet by 8 feet long, fitted with sleeping bench and box, wired windows, door for attendant, and small trap-door for cat. And passant, all doors should be fitted with good locks, and locked up after feeding at night is done. The stud run is gravelled, but a border of grass might be left on 2 sides. Grass is such a necessity for cats in confinement, and they prefer to select it growing for themselves. The design here suggested is capable of either modification or extension. The plan can be enlarged to an extent. For instance, if desired, an attendant's cottage could be built at one end instead of the stud house, and comprise a special kitchen, and also an upper room fitted with convenient pens for a hospital for the sick members, a very necessary adjunct to the cattery, as a sick cat should be at once removed from its healthy companions and kept in a place quite apart. More stud houses could be arranged at an angle on one side of the chief runs, or if only a very few cats are intended to be kept, one of the divisions could be dispensed with, perhaps, and the dimensions of the other two made smaller. But whatever your ambitions may be, great or small, when you are about it to have the work well done, the heating of Catteries is a rather vexed question, many famous breeders affirming that stock raised without it are healthier and harder, others maintaining that a certain amount of heat is a necessity for producing a good coat. A very experienced breeder once told me the heaviest coated kittens she ever bred were reared over some hot water pipes in a temperature of 70 degrees, with adult cats having partial freedom and allowed to come into the house in severe weather, and with stud cats I consider the no heat plan decidedly the best, but I do not think it possible to rear young stock during the colder parts of the year in an outdoor cattery without artificial heat. It is the damp of the English winter which proves so fatal, and damp cannot be kept out of the very best constructed houses except by the admission of dry heat. Kittens that are cold will not play, and if you see them huddling together on a cold day looking listless and uneasy instead of romping, be sure it is fire heat they need. A thermometer should hang in each house, and the heat be carefully regulated by that, a minimum of 48 degrees and a maximum of 55 degrees being suggested in houses where flue is practicable. A stove of the tortoise pattern is to be recommended, but it needs a high guard around it, for a long range of brick-built houses, an outside flue and boiler, with hot water pipes running the length of the cattery, would be found of most service, as it maintains an even and medium warmth throughout, keeps the building perfectly dry, and can be stocked with less trouble. In small wooden houses, very excellent results are given by the use of an oil stove with hot water apparatus, such as are supplied by small greenhouses. The lamp will usually burn 24 hours without attention, is ungettable by the cats, who can neither singe their tails nor knock it over during the wildest gambols, and if kept clean and looked at to with care will not cause the slightest odor. A quart of paraffin in one of these oil stoves will burn 24 hours and heat a building 12 feet by 10 feet to 50 degrees. Now, in concluding this little discourse upon catteries, the final word of advice is always to remember the importance of absolute cleanliness. There should never be the least offensive smell in the cattery, and if such be noticed on entering the houses in the morning, discover the cause and remedy it at once, and do not rely solely upon disinfectants to do this. Too frequently this is but overcoming a bad smell by a stronger, the evil remaining. A good and non-injurious disinfectant should always be used in the water for the daily cleansing of pans and floors, etc. Feline or celebrin are both safe and effective, but disinfectants that contain creosote in any quantity or carbolic I do not approve of, except in cases of illness of an infectious type, when stronger measures are obligatory. No dirty food dishes, no unchanged water. No soil of any kind should ever be left about on flooring or bedding. Let your cattery be kept as scrumptiously clean and sweet as a hospital, then will your cats thrive and kittens be healthy and sturdy. Do not elect to start a cattery unless you yourself intend to bestow both time and trouble upon it, and this, as in every other occupation or hobby, the one golden rule is, whatsoever thy hand findeth to do, do it with all thy might. Appliances. In the preceding section on the cattery proper, I have not spoken of the very useful variety of portable houses which are now made a specialty of many firms, considering them more or less as accessories to the well-appointed cattery. But in small town gardens, where space is valuable, and it is not convenient to build a large permanent structure, it is quite possible to succeed extremely well when 2 or 3 cats only are kept by using these portable houses. They also have the advantage of being removable and a tenant's fixture in the event of leaving one's house. A very good house is one built by Messrs. Bolton and Paul of Norwich. See illustration. It is a very pretty and well-designed structure, and would be exceedingly ornamental in a sheltered corner of the garden. In putting up, however, it should be stood upon brick piers to raise it at least 4 inches from the ground, or the wooden flooring would soon show damp. Cats kept in these small houses, it must be understood, should have their liberty at the least a portion of every fine and dry day, the runs being wholly inadequate for a cat to be shut in continuously without further scope for exercise. Another illustration is a handy portable hutch, intended to be used chiefly in a house or room, although it is also convenient for penning young kittens out of doors on a sunny day, preventing their straying away. It consists of a sleeping box and small wire run hooked on, and can be made at the cost of a few shillings. The sleeping box is 24 inches long by 17 inches wide and 22 inches high, is raised 3 inches from floor by a false bottom, and has a large door at back opening with a brass catch. In front, 2 side pieces reduce the entry to 2 inches. A handle screwed on the top of the box is convenient for carrying. The run is 3 feet 6 inches by 24 inches, made in 4 sections, 2 sides, top and end piece, all fitted and hooked together with 1-inch mesh wire netting, that it may be easily taken apart by carrying or storing away. It makes a useful sleeping pen, too, for young toms that are inclined to quarrel together, and so have to be shut up separately at night. All the woodwork is stained and varnished, and a square of oilcloth laid on the floor of the sleeping box. The next appliance to be considered is a somewhat gruesome adjunct to the cattery, and belongs to the darker side of our hobby. In spite of every care, illness and death must enter now and again when we are fain to retire, worsted from the conflict with disease, and the wisest and kindest thing to do is to put your pet to sleep. The illustration given on the opposite page depicts a lethal box, as used at the Royal London Institution for Lost and Starving Cats at Camden Town, and is capable of holding 12 animals at a time. Mr. Ward, the well-known feline specialist of Manchester, has patented a lethal box of more moderate dimensions. Mr. Ward, not yet having an illustration of it, kindly writes me the description as follows. The box inside is 15 inches by 12 inches by 12 inches. A sheet of glass is inserted in the lid, so that the operator may watch the process. The vapor, coal gas passed through a chloroform, enters through a tube at end. 2 minutes is sufficient time. Fanciers, I think, will agree that this simple peace-giving box is not among the least of Mr. Ward's kindly ministrations to the cats he loves so well. Few amongst us can bear to see unmoved the terrible last pains of a pet who in its days of health delighted us with its beauty. Feeding utensils we turn to next. For them nothing is more satisfactory than the unbreakable enamelled ware in white or blue, except perhaps for the water pans, for which it is scarcely weighty enough, and it not infrequently happens that a gay and frolicsome company of kittens will knock against them, sending them spinning, and the water is spilt upon the floor. The circular heavy glazed earthenware dishes, spittoon-shaped, and generally inscribed pussy are excellent and cannot be overturned. Besides the plates and saucers for feeding, let the cats have also a saucepan of their own, a deep stew-pan-shaped one of blue enamel, large enough to cook a sheep's head with biscuits. Cook will be far less prone to grumble at the necessary cooking for the cats. I speak here of a small cattery when no attendant is kept, if her saucepans are not pressed into the service. But see that all are kept scrumptiously clean, nothing left over in the saucepan to become sour or tainted in hot weather. And after each meal is cooked, the saucepan should be boiled out with soda and scoured clean. Earth tins. A great mistake made in these necessary items is having them too deep. I have seen an old zinc foot bath supplied to 2 months-old kittens with quite 6 inches of sawdust in it, and the owner wondered why she could not teach her kittens to be cleanly in their habits. A 4-inch deep tray is quite deep enough, and this should not be filled more than 2/3 full, or the cat rakes so much earth out on the floor. Neither do they require to be very large, as their weight when filled with soil makes them very cumbersome to move, and they get the more quickly knocked out of shape. The best size is about 17 inches by 14 inches and 4 inches deep, made in stout galvanized iron, with a rim round the edge, and these might be painted some light color with Aspinall's enamel paint. I advocate light paint, as any dirt stains are seen at once. They will then last free from rust, and can be washed out every morning. 2 or 3 tins of smaller size, say 12 inches by 8 inches by 21 inches, are suggested for kittens or for placing in small pens in an emergency. Baking tins answer this purpose. After washing, it is well to stand these trays in the air to sweeten, as if they smell disagreeable the cats will not use them. Messrs. Whiteley supply these zinc tins, or they can be made by any local ironmonger to dimensions given. Hot water appliances. These are very necessary in the cattery and should by no means be forgotten. Many a sick cat's life has been saved, and the critical corner in an illness turned by the timely comfort and strength bestowed by the hot water bottle or bag, or even a brick made hot in the oven and wrapped up. In the event of winter litters, too, a hot water bag should be always in readiness, in case it is advisable to remove the firstborn kittens from the mother for a few hours. Heat will restore a seemingly dead kitten, as I have said before. The outside dwellers also, how they appreciate, on a bitter winter's night, the hot bottle or wrapped up hot brick to keep them cozy. I know a luxurious stud cat who has a hot water tin made to fit his sleeping box, which is filled by the maid every cold night and slid beneath his hay bed. Assuredly, there is no greater safeguard against winter's chills and changes of temperature than to provide for your pets sleeping warmly and comfortably at night. The hot bottle plan has many advantages over the heating of the sleeping houses by stove or lamp during the night. It is better for the animals themselves, as the air is not exhausted, and they are not so prone to take a chill going from heated air to the outside rawness of a winter's morning. It is much safer, and it is also much more economical. Personally, I prefer the India rubber bag to the old-fashioned stone bottle, and in the smaller sizes, which are quite large enough, are not much more expensive than the latter, if not filled too full and wrapped in a washable cover. Flannelette is very good. It can be laid flat under the hay, and the cat will remain upon it all night. In the case of a sick cat, the cover should always be of flannel, to avoid any chill as the bag grows colder. Then in our list of appliances, proper traveling baskets must come under consideration. I say proper advisedly, for how heterogeneous is the collection of hampers, boxes, baskets, I had almost added bundles, one sees brought in by the officials during the receiving hours before a big show, every variety of package, very many of which are exactly what they ought not to be, some unnecessarily elaborate, polished wooden cases with brass fittings, handsome and durable no doubt, but far too cumbersome, and by their very weight inflicting much jar on the occupant when moved about, while others are a disgrace to anyone pretending to care about a cat, or even to know what a cat is, many deserving to be straightway brought under the notice of the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. I have seen big heavy cats jammed into margarine hampers, a thin wicker receptacle whose sides slope inwards like a flower pot, where the animal must have suffered agonies of cramp in a veritable chamber of little ease. Others are sent weary distances in shallow, rough grocery boxes, with a few holes bored for ventilation, subject to be thrown about in transit, first on one side then on the other, the lid perchance nailed on, giving thereby much extra trouble to the penning officials. Little wonder if the cat arrives bruised, shaken, frightened nearly to death, and very probably wild and savage. Now, as evil is wrought by want of thought and common sense, as well as want of heart, I've thought it well to comment on these very wrong and stupid ways of sending our cats on their journeys before advising better arrangements. Here are two illustrations of excellent traveling baskets which fulfill pretty nearly all requirements for cats traveling singly. The first is made by Messrs. Spratt and has an inner skeleton lid, which is much to be recommended when sending a vicious or very timid cat that is likely to make a bolt on the basket being opened. The second, beehive-shaped, is designed by Miss Paul Hardy of Chobham. It is of strong white wicker, the lid fastening with a rim of about 2 inches deep over the body of the basket, apertures in the rim allowing the wicker loops of the fastenings to project. When the cane stick is thrust through these, the basket is absolutely secure. Not a paw can get out. The beehive shape has several advantages. The cat can stand up and stretch itself at ease when tired of lying down. The handle being at the apex, it is carried even by porters without the cat being tilted off its legs, whilst the dome stop prevents any other package being piled upon it, a disadvantage the flat tight hamper always has. I line my baskets outside with brown paper or oiled baize up to the rim, and inside with curtain serge, leaving the lid free for ventilation. Then, with plenty of hay at the bottom of the basket, the cat will travel from one end of England to the other in comfort and safety, with no danger of being cold, even if left about draughty platforms or in parcel offices. This basket is made by Messrs. Bull of Guildford at a very moderate cost and lasts for years. These baskets are, of course, intended for one cat only, or a pair of kittens, a really safe and capable traveling arrangement for a litter with the mother has yet, I think, to be devised. I have seen none I think good. The double compartment hamper I much dislike. The handles are perforce at each end, necessitating 2 carriers who never do it, so the hamper is dragged by the porter or official with one end tilted, the other cat being nearly upside down, is leant up against other luggage, or dropped flat with a bang. With young kittens inside, this leads to fatalities. A label for the traveling basket seems an insignificant item to mention, but an efficient one is as important as that proverbial nail for whose absence the horse and the kingdom were lost. I have just made the acquaintance of a first-rate label, devised and sent out by a Mr. Foulstone at 6 pence per dozen from the Airfair Engineering Works near Ruabon. It is a stout linen label, printed valuable live cat, in big block letters. Below is urgent in red, a good idea, red being more likely to attract the casual eye of the railway official. Spaces are left below for line of travel, Vey, etc., and date and time of dispatch. It is reversible, so the sender can fill up with the return address if necessary. I always prefer to fasten the label down at both ends, flat to the basket. It is less likely to be torn away than when left hanging loose from one eyelet. It is by due attention to the details can to some extent mitigate the dangers and risks that must necessarily attend the transit of livestock by rail. End of section 5.
Section 6 of the Book of the Cat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of the Cat by Francis Simpson. Exhibiting. Amongst cat fanciers, there is a laudable ambition not only to breed good stock, but to exhibit it. Certainly, there is vastly more gratification and satisfaction in obtaining high honours for cats and kittens that we have bred ourselves, rather than for those specimens which money has purchased. If we consider that our cats have sufficiently good points to merit their being entered for a show, we must bear in mind that all the beauty and form and feature will be thrown away unless our pussies are in good show condition. For exhibition purposes, condition means everything, and this is more especially the case with the long-haired breeds. A first-class specimen, whose coat is ragged and matted, cannot fail to suffer in the judge's estimation when compared with another cat, of inferior quality perhaps as regards points, but yet in the pink of condition, with its coat well groomed, its eye bright, its fur soft and silky. In the present day, many of the specimens penned are so close together in point of breed merit that a very little turns the scale one way or the other. I have often said to myself, when judging a class of cats, this exhibit would be a winner but for its condition, and I've had to put it down in the list. There is no doubt that with long-haired cats a fine, full coat will cover a multitude of sins, but it cannot alter a long nose or poor shape and bad-coloured eye, and in urging the importance of condition, I at the same time deprecate the awarding of prizes to cats that have nothing to recommend them but their pelage. Seeing, therefore, that a handsome specimen may go to the wall for the lack of attention on the part of the owner, it behoves all cat fanciers and would-be exhibitors to do everything in their power to make their cats look their very best, so that their pets may be things of beauty in the show pen. In the dog, rabbit, and pigeon fancy, a great deal more attention is given to condition than amongst cat fanciers, who need waking up to the fact that nothing goes so far to propitiate a judge as superb show form and general good appearance. There may be standards of points for the guidance of the awards, but assuredly a common-sense judge will look with disfavour on a specimen with excellence of breed and correct colour of eye if his coat is draggled and matted, his tail dirty, and his fur soiled. We have only to run our minds back to the various exhibits of well-known fanciers at our large shows, and we shall find that the most persistently successful exhibitors have been those who have sent their cats to the shows in the best condition. Some fanciers, wishing to help on entries at a show, will exhibit their Persian cats when quite out of coat. This is a mistake. Send your entry money if you like to the secretary, but keep your coatless cats at home. As regards the short-haired breeds, these cats should have coats with a gloss and brilliancy like that of a well-groomed horse, shining like satin, A spiky appearance in the fur denotes poor condition in both long and short breeds. In getting cats ready for exhibition, owners should look to their comforts in every way. Their houses and beds should be kept clean, their coats combed and brushed daily. Attention should be paid to their ears, for if these are neglected, a cat will continually scratch them and thus injure its appearance by tearing out its fur. Some fanciers are in favour of washing their cats, but when we take into consideration the usually delicate constitutions of Persian cats, and the restless, impatient nature of these animals, it behoves us to try to find some other effectual means of cleansing their coats, which, in the case of white and silver cats, are naturally easily soiled. Experience has taught me that very good results can be obtained by damping the coats with a soft cloth dipped in a weak solution of ammonia and water. Follow this up by rubbing some white powder into the fur and well fingering the parts that are at all greasy. Pear's white precipitated fuller's earth is the best preparation and is perfectly harmless. To clean away the powder, use a fairly soft brush, and after this process has been gone through several times, your cat will be fit for show. Another method of cleaning long-haired cats is to heat a quantity of bran in the oven. Put it into a large bowl or foot bath and stand the puss in it. Rub the hot bran well amongst the fur for some minutes, and afterwards carefully brush it out. This treatment will give a soft and silky appearance to the coat, but for light-coloured cats the powder is more cleansing. Cats require to be educated to the show pen, and it is very necessary in some cases to give a course of training. For this purpose it is well to obtain a similar pen to those used at shows and to place your puss in this for an hour or two daily. In time he will learn to come and sit and look out of his temporary prison, and when he makes his debut he will not spoil his chances by crouching at the back of the show pen, or vex his would-be admirers who may have recourse to the use of an umbrella or stick to make the exhibit move into a more convenient and conspicuous position. Taking it for granted you have decided to send your cat to a show, the first step is to register it in the club under whose rules the show is to be held. At present, the National Cat Club and the Cat Club both require separate registration, the charge being 1 shilling. It is, however, to be hoped that the earnest wish of all cat fanciers and exhibitors will ere long be fulfilled, and that one register will be kept by an independent person, so that pedigrees can be verified and mistakes rectified, and the confusion caused by a double registration will cease to worry and perplex the cat-loving community. Registration forms are supplied by the secretaries of the respective clubs, and you must fill in the particulars of your cats as set forth on the forms, a sample of which is here given, together with the registration rules of the National Cat Club. Registration. The registration rules of the National Cat Club are as follow. 1. Every cat exhibited at a show under National Cat Club rules must, except such as are exhibited exclusively in local classes or exhibited in classes exclusively for litters of kittens, previous to the time of entry for such show, have been entered in a registry kept by the National Cat Club at their offices. A charge of 1 shilling each shall be made for registration. In such registry shall be inserted the name and breed of the cat, and its breeder's name, the date of birth, names of sire and dam, and of grandsires and granddams, and if the dam was served by 2 or more cats, their several names must be stated. If the age, pedigree, or breeder's name be not known, the cat must be registered as breeder, age, or pedigree unknown, any or all as the case may be. If the name of the cat be changed, or an old name reassumed, such cat must be again registered and identified before exhibition in its altered name. 2. A name which has been duly registered in accordance with Rule 1 cannot be again accepted for registration of a cat of the same breed without the addition of a distinguishing number, prefix or affix for a period of 5 years, calculated from the first day of the year next after the one in which the name was last registered. But the name of a cat after publication in Our Cats and the Stud Book, or which has become eligible for free entry therein, cannot again be assumed. N.B. The name of a cat that has become eligible for free entry in the Stud Book in any year shall not be changed after the 31st of December of that year. Cats do not receive a number on registration. Numbers are only assigned to prize winners or cats entered in the Stud Book on its publication on payment of a fee of 5 shillings, in addition to 1 shilling for registration. The various varieties as recognised by the club are as follow: short-haired cats, Siamese, blue, Manx, foreign, tabby, spotted, bicolour, tricolour, tortoiseshell, black, white, sable, ticks, Abyssinian, long-haired cats, black, white, blue, orange, cream, sable, smoke, tabby, spotted, chinchilla, tortoiseshell, bicolour, tricolour. It will be seen that you are requested to give more than one name, and it is very desirable in the first instance to select an uncommon one, which may be considered your cat's exhibition title, but you will doubtless have some short pet name for home use. A prefix, probably the name of the town or village in which you live, can be used to specially identify your cat. For this, an extra charge is made. It is well to fill in the pedigree as far as possible, and every exhibitor should strive to obtain correct particulars of date of birth and name of breeder of the cat to be exhibited. It is a pity to label your cat unknown, if with a small amount of trouble exact details can be obtained. At any rate, it is important to state the names of the two parents. The age of kittens should be counted by months, that is, say from the 20th to the 20th. Having registered your cat, you receive a notification of such registration, and whether you are intending to exhibit or not, it is very necessary and advisable that your cat should be duly registered in at least one of the parent clubs. A separate fee is charged for each cat or kitten in each class, and the amount must be forwarded at the same time as the entry is made. Following is a copy of the entry form used at the Cat Club's show in Brighton in 1901, and I may mention that the fee for registration has since been raised from 6p to a shilling. The exhibiting rules should be carefully studied, and intending exhibitors must pay great attention to the classification set forth in the schedule so as to determine the correct class in which to enter their cats. If there remains any doubt in the mind of the novice, then it is best to consult some reliable and well-known breeder, giving a full description of the cat you wish to show. It is a grievous disappointment if through ignorance or carelessness a good specimen is labelled wrong class. It is always stated in the schedules that the entries close on a particular date, and that after this none can or will be received. Experience proves, however, that this is often not a law of the Medes and Persians, for the date is frequently of an elastic nature, and therefore it is always worthwhile for an intending exhibitor to write requesting that, if possible, his entry may be received although it is forwarded after the advertised time of closing. Many exhibitors are not aware that by paying an extra shilling they can generally secure a double pen for their cats. It is not usual for the secretary of a show to send a receipt for entries and fees, as the tallies and labels which are forwarded later serve as an acknowledgment for these. When, by any chance, labels, etc. are not received in time to be used by exhibitors, or they are lost or mislaid, then the hampers should be addressed to the secretary of the show and a note of explanation enclosed. The entry can then be looked up and the pen number discovered. If cats are entered in joint names, then it is desirable that the owners should let the secretary know to whom to send the labels and tallies, as if these are only forwarded a day or two before the show to the partner who does not keep the cat, complications may arise. If litter classes are provided at a show, it is well for the intending exhibitor to send the whole litter, as the number of the family is taken into consideration in judging, and perhaps a large litter of 6 may take over a smaller litter of 3, even though the quality of the trio is in advance of the larger family. As regards pairs of kittens, I would say select 2 kittens as near alike as possible in colour, size and quality. They need not be of the same litter, but it is as a pair they will be judged, so if one exhibit is much inferior to its fellow, then the value of the pair is seriously diminished. A defective eye or damaged tail will tell against a cat or kitten in the show pen. Therefore it is useless to throw away entry fees upon these blemished, though perchance dearly loved, creatures. The question of ribbons to suit the colours of the various cats is one deserving of consideration. Many exhibitors make the mistake of using broad ribbons and making very big bows, but both long and short-haired cats present a neater appearance with narrow ribbons, and the bow should be stitched in the centre so that it cannot come undone and thus give a dishevelled appearance to the puss. The metal tallies will hang more gracefully around the neck if a slip ring is run through the hole of the tally, and then the ribbon is put through the ring. Cushions and hangings for the pens are not at all desirable, even if they are permitted. They collect germs and become offensive, and moreover, it is much better that all exhibits should be placed on the same footing, namely a bed of hay or straw. If owners are unable to accompany their exhibits to the show, it is more than ever necessary that secure, comfortable and safe travelling boxes or hampers should be used for the transit of the cats. It is not advisable, nor is it generally allowable, for more than one cat to be sent in a hamper to a show. The question of hampers and travelling appliances has been dealt with in a previous chapter, but I would earnestly impress upon exhibitors not to send their cats away on journeys, long or short, in tumble-down hampers and unsafe packing cases. Whether hampers or boxes, I would here suggest that whichever is used, let the fasteners be secure and yet easy to manipulate. Straps should be attached to the box or hamper, as in the confusion and hurry of show work these, if left loose, may get mislaid. The labels should be so arranged that they may be conveniently turned over for the return journey, where on the reverse side ought to be the owner's name and full address. It is most important that these should be distinctly written. I recommend all exhibitors to insure their cats when sending them to a show. The charge is 3d for every pound, and having paid our money we take our chance, which is perhaps a less hazardous one than if this precaution had been neglected. The arrangements, or rather want of arrangements, as regards the transit of livestock on our railways leaves much to be desired, and therefore it behoves fanciers and exhibitors who value their cats for their own sakes and for their intrinsic worth, to do all in their power to mitigate the discomforts of a journey and the risks that must necessarily attend the conveyance of livestock by rail. Some fanciers make it a rule never to exhibit unless they themselves can take and bring back their cats, and though this necessarily entails a great deal of trouble and some expense, yet there is an immense satisfaction in feeling our pets are under our own supervision. There is also an advantage in penning your own cats, and if you arm yourself with a brush and comb, you're able to give some finishing touches to Pussy's toilet previous to the judge's inspection and awards. Let me recommend a metal comb and a brush such as is used for Yorkshire Terriers, which has long, penetrating bristles but is neither too hard nor too soft. Disqualification of cats or kittens at shows may arise from various causes. First, if the cat has not been registered, or if it can be proved that the animal has not been in the possession of the exhibitor for 14 days before the show, or if a wrong pedigree has been given, or the date of birth of a kitten is incorrect. Any attempt at faking will disqualify an exhibit, and in some cases the too free use of powder on white and silver cats is a disqualification in the eyes of some judges. Exhibitors have been known to dye the chins of tabby cats and treat white spots on self-coloured cats in the same manner. Such faking, as it is popularly called, is always risky, as well as most undesirable operation, and if resorted to, ought not to be passed over by a judge who might detect the artifice and yet lack the moral courage to expose the offender. Let me warn exhibitors against the evil practice of overfeeding their cats at shows. It is so much better for a cat to starve for 2 days than to overload its stomach with the plentiful supplies brought by an over-anxious exhibitor. The sanitary arrangements at present existing at cat shows do not allow of such a course, and if one meal of raw meat and plenty of fresh water is supplied by the show authorities, pussy will fare much better than being stuffed with a variety of dainties brought in paper bags. Whilst the inmates of your cattery are attending shows, it is a good opportunity to give an extra cleansing and airing to their houses, and on their return be careful to destroy the hay or straw contained in the hampers or boxes and thoroughly disinfect these, leaving them out in the open air for a day or two before packing them away. It is generally advisable to give a slight aperient to grown cats after they come back from a show, for it often happens that these cleanly creatures refuse to make use of the scanty accommodation provided for them in the show pens, and thus complications may arise unless attention is paid to their wants on their return. If many cats are kept and some are sent to a show, on no account allow these to mix with your other animals on their return. It is a wise precaution to keep them apart for a few days, more especially if you have young kittens to consider. The prize cards should be returned in the hampers when sent back to exhibitors. If these are soiled or broken on their arrival, a request to the secretary asking for fresh ones will probably be attended to. Every member of a cat club and exhibitor at a show has a right to lodge a complaint with the secretary and committee of the club under whose rules the show is held, if an injustice has been done to an exhibit in the opinion of the exhibitor. According to the rules, a deposit has to be paid which can be reclaimed unless the complaint is considered frivolous. Show promoters cannot afford to give their money away without some return or provisional stipulation, and therefore fanciers must not complain if when a class does not fill it is either amalgamated or only half the advertised prize money is given. The latter plan is by far the more satisfactory. There has probably never been a show of any livestock held where complete satisfaction has been given, but, generally speaking, grumbling is a most mistaken and pernicious habit, and exhibitors should strive to become good losers. If they cannot learn this lesson, then the remedy remains in their own hands, and they had better keep their cats at home rather than run the risk of being disappointed themselves and of causing unpleasantness to others. If a judgment is obviously wrong, then the triumph is with the best cat, and we should take our defeat in a sportsmanlike manner. If a judgment is obviously wrong, then the triumph is with the best cat, and we should take our defeat in a sportsmanlike manner. In July 1902, a cat section in connection with the annual dog show was held in the Old Deer Park, Richmond. This proved a great success, and entries numbered over 300. A few words in description of this show may be appropriate here, especially in view of the photographs, specially taken, which illustrate this chapter. Its chief features were the 25 entries in the litter classes and the ring class for neuters only. Objection is often made to litter classes, and yet these are certainly the most attractive. I think that double pens should be provided and special food ought to be supplied for the little ones. It stands to reason that very young kittens cannot be fed like the grown cats, and it is only natural that if big pieces of meat are thrust into the pen for the mother, the hungry little creatures will make a rush for it. They bolt down the hard lumps, and these remain undigested in their tender little stomachs. It is not to be wondered at if gastritis, inflammation, and other distressing ailments supervene. It is much better to let the mother do without her usual meat rations and content herself with good nourishing baby food such as melons or ridges, rather than run the risk of providing her with such which will injure her little kittens. With ordinary supervision, no evil consequences should ensue from the introduction of litter classes, especially at a one-day show. It is not, however, advisable to have litter classes at shows held during the winter months, but in perfect warm weather no fatalities will be reported. Certainly the mothers with their families prove a great attraction, and as woolen balls, attached to the top of the pens, are provided for the amusement of the kittens, they delight themselves and their audience with their playful frolics. The ring class for neuters only was an innovation and proved very successful, and although some of these pet pussies declined to show themselves off to the best advantage, yet they did not go for each other, as is sometimes the case when males are within measurable distance of each other. The illustration given is from a photo specially taken for this work, and shows the judges deliberating on the respective merits of the neuter cats. On this occasion a famous blue Persian owned by Madame Portier carried off the honours. He behaved very well on the lead, and his grand shape and wonderful coat made him an easy first. Another illustration shows the judges at work awarding the special prizes, which in many cases have to be decided conjointly. Miss Frances Simpson and Mr. C.A. House are comparing notes and determining which of the first prize kittens is deserving of the special for the best in the show. On this occasion, Mrs. Bennet, a well-known breeder of blue Persians, was awarded the coveted prize. A general view of one of the rows of pens is given, but on this particular occasion no covering was supplied for the benching, and therefore the aspect of the show pens leaves much to be desired. The travelling baskets being placed under the pens, these should be hidden from the public gaze in order to give a neat and tidy appearance to the show. The best material for this purpose is red baize. The custom of allowing exhibitors to pen their own cats enables them to give their pussies a final brush-up before they are subjected to the critical examination of the judge. Our illustration represents Mrs. Peter Brown, a well-known breeder of blue Persians, attending to the toilet of her beautiful Bunch, who on this occasion repeated her successes at the Botanic Gardens and carried off the highest honours in the blue female Persian class. And now to pass on to another portion of our subject. Judging. A standard of points for all long and short-haired cats was drawn up by a subcommittee of the Cat Club, of which I was a member, but since specialist clubs have come into existence, having each their own list of points, nothing much has been seen or heard of the Cat Club's standard. It is just as well to have some definite lines upon which fanciers and exhibitors may base their ideas and so aim at, if they cannot attain to the height of perfection set forth in these standards. They are really not meant for judges, because I venture to assert that a judge is no judge if he requires anything besides his own personal conviction, experience, and common sense when called upon to decide the various points in the different breeds. A good judge of old China will not search for the mark to know whether the specimen is Chelsea or Worcester. He will tell you it is marked all over, that is, he knows a good bit of stuff, even if it should not have the gold anchor of Chelsea or the square mark of Worcester ware. So it is with good all-round cat. It appeals at once to the eye of the connoisseur, just as a worthless specimen is at once put out of the ranks of winners. It is the greatest error not to have thorough confidence in oneself when undertaking to judge cats, or, in fact, judging any animal or anything. No one should undertake to judge if they wish to seek the counsel of others. They must have the courage of their own convictions, and although some amount of training may be required, I think that judges are born, not made, and people who have not a keen power of observation and a faculty of coming rapidly to a fixed conclusion can never hope to become satisfactory or competent judges. There are many cat fanciers on whose judgment of a cat I should implicitly rely, and who know a good specimen when they see it, but if placed before a row of 20 or 30 cats of a breed, they seem to lose their heads and get hopelessly confused. And then the reporter says, "We could not follow the awards." There is no doubt that judges of cats are severely handicapped. Firstly, cats are such terribly timid, shrinking animals that when dragged out of their pens with great difficulty, for the doors are most inconveniently small, they often struggle so violently that, for fear of hurting the animal or of its escaping, the judge will swiftly restore it to its resting place without having obtained much satisfaction from its cursory examination. Unless judging pens are provided, there is really no chance of making a fair comparison between two cats which may appear of almost equal merit. How is a judge to decide on the form of limbs and general build of a cat when holding it in his arms, or seeing it huddled up at the back of its pen? An agitation is now on foot for having cats judged in a ring, and, no doubt, in time this will be the order of the day at our shows. But fanciers will have to train up their cats in the way they should go, namely, when quite young they must be accustomed to a lead and also be constantly brought out amongst strangers. As an example, I would refer to the starting gate recently introduced in this country on the race course. It was no use to attempt it for the old stages, but trainers soon accustomed the 2-year-olds to the innovation, and I believe many, if not all, the objectors are now converted to the new system of starting racehorses. In judging a class, I first go round and mark the absent cats, then I note down those that could not under any circumstances take a prize. If there is a large class, say, of 20 to 30 specimens, I mark off all poor and seedy-looking cats until the number is reduced to about 8 or 10. Then I begin to search for the winners. At this point, I take out each specimen and, if no judging pen is provided, I get someone to assist me. And by bringing out 2 cats at a time, I can make comparisons and note down any remarks in my book for further reference. It often happens that one particular cat will stand out prominently from all the rest in a class, and then there is no difficulty about the first award. It is always well to give a reserve and to distribute, but not too freely, the VHC, HC, and C cards. It does not do to make these too cheap and scatter them all over the class. VHC might be awarded to a cat in splendid coat, but which failed in head and eyes. HC to another specimen with hardly any coat and poor head but correct in eye, and C to a promising youngster without any serious fault, only with no striking point of merit. A good judge must thus weigh the pros and cons and have a reason to give himself, or anyone else, for each degree of merit, from first prize to the humble C. And here I would mention that there is a nice and very nasty way for an exhibitor to question a judge's award. To be attacked suddenly with the query, "Why have you not given my cat a prize?" is quite enough to make a judge retire into his shell and refuse any explanation. But if asked to kindly give a reason why a certain animal has failed to win, and to explain why one specimen, apparently a fine cat, should be lower than another, I'm sure any judge would gladly give the inquirer the benefit of his larger experience and the reason for his awards. It is a mistake for a judge to distribute the full complement of prizes in a class when and where the exhibits are not possessing of sufficient merit. A first prize cat should be a good specimen of its kind, and it is much better to withhold this award than to give it to a poor representative of his breed. It also reflects discredit on a judge, for an exhibitor wishing to boast of his honours may publish that his Tommy Atkins took first under so-and-so, when perhaps there were only 2 cats in the class. It is quite legitimate for a judge to ask permission of the show authorities to award an extra prize in a large class with several fine specimens, and if he has withheld others in a poor and badly filled class, then there is no extra burden put onto the funds of the club. A great deal should be left to the discretion of the judge, and in the matter of special prizes, if one is offered for, say, the best long-haired white cat, and only 1 or 2 specimens are on show, and these are neither of them good types of this breed, then the judge should be empowered to withhold the prize. Such a course may be an unpopular one, but I am sure it is the correct and fairest one, for it is a farce to award first prize and specials to an inferior animal just because he happens to be without other competitors. Anyone who has judged the large classes of blues and silvers which now appear at our principal shows will bear me out in my suggestion that such classes, numbering perhaps 30 and more exhibits, should be subdivided according to age. Such an arrangement would be welcomed by judge and exhibitor alike. At the Crystal Palace show in 1901, the blue kittens numbered 39 in the class, male and female, the age limit being 3 to 8 months. How could a judge be expected to satisfactorily award 3 prizes in such a huge class? And I know that many superb specimens on this occasion had to be content with a VHC card, which it would have gone to my heart as a judge to place on their pen. End of Section 6. Section 7 of the Book of the Cat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of the Cat by Francis Simpson. Exhibiting. If there is a prize offered for the best cat in the show, the judge or judges have not to consider which is their favourite breed or which is the most fashionable colour, but just which cat is the best possible type, which specimen is the nearest perfection, and which is exhibited in the best all-round show condition. In long-haired classes, the length and quality of coat and fullness of ruff go a long way towards a high place in the awards, and, as I have before remarked, condition is a most important factor in the judge's estimation. In the self-coloured classes of blues and blacks, a judge should make diligent search for white spots on throat or stomach. Formerly, cats thus blemished were relegated to the any other class, but it has been wisely decided by both clubs that cats with white spots should be judged in their own classes, and that this defect should count as a point or points against them. This is, as it should be, for to place self-coloured cats in any other colour class seems absurd. They are black and blue cats in spite of a few white hairs, and should be judged as such. They may never aspire to a first prize at any rate at a large show, but surely a really fine black or blue cat with correct eyes, grand head and good shape, even with the unfortunate spot, should and ought to score over a poor specimen with green eyes and long nose. In the tabby classes, a judge will first consider the groundwork and markings, and to these premier points special attention should be given, as there is a tendency to breed tabby cats which are barred only on head and legs, the body markings being blurred and indistinct. It is not unlikely that in due time the any other colour class will no longer form part of the classification at our large shows. Formerly, this used to be the largest class of any, but nowadays the entries are becoming small and beautifully less. It is not worth while for a fancier to keep these specimens. They do not fetch any price. They are not valuable as breeders, and it is quite a toss-up whether they can win in such mixed company. I remember the time when blues were entered in the any other colour class, and when blue tabbies were more numerous than silvers or blues. It is really a most difficult task for a judge to give his awards at a local show where all sorts and conditions of cats are placed in one class. Such an arrangement is good for neither man nor beast. And then again, at our large shows, it behoves a judge to be very level-headed to cope with the numerous brace, team and novice classes, for one cat may be entered in all these, besides being in the open cat and kitten class, and woe betide the unfortunate judge who makes a slip, for the wrath of the exhibitor and the sarcasm of the reporter will be poured out upon him. No doubt it is a grave mistake to reverse one's own awards, and yet judges are but mortal, and to err is human. It is hard when cat fanciers take to judging the judges and their judgments. A judge may be absolutely ignorant of the owners of the cats, and thus utterly unbiased, yet there will not be wanting those who will pick holes in their characters and see in their awards clear proof of personal spite and party favour. The intense suspiciousness of some fanciers and the readiness with which they impute low motives to others is greatly to be deplored. I will here quote from an article by Mr. C. A. House, the well-known editor and judge of livestock. Under the heading of The Judging of Cats, Mr. House says, "All my awards are based on the idea that each breed possesses a distinctive feature, and that distinctive feature must be the one to which most consideration is given. After the chief features come others, such as shape, coat, colour, etc., and the premier award should be given to cats possessing the best all-round properties. Selfs, above all things, should be pure in colour. For instance, a blue should be blue, a black, black, yet a little rustiness of colour should not be allowed to outweigh a host of other good properties. Colour, however, is hard to breed rich and pure, and should at all times be more highly valued than size, or even coat. The same with markings. Only those who have tried to breed markings know how difficult it is to get them anything approaching perfection. Nothing is more fleeting than marking, and nothing more tantalizing to the breeder. Summing up the matter, my own opinion is, and has been for years, that the cat fancy has been hindered and hampered by judges judging the exhibits because they belonged to so-and-so, or had won so-and-so under so-and-so. I was much amused at one incident at Westminster where a big champion had suffered defeat. The fair owner was heckling the judge, and he in reply to her remarks made this answer: "It makes no difference to me. Had the cat belonged to the Queen herself, I should then have done the same. I don't judge cats on what they have previously won, or because they belong to any particular person. I judge them on their form at the time, and it makes no difference to me if a cat has won 50 firsts or none at all." This reply was more than the exhibitor had bargained for, but all honest-minded fanciers must acknowledge the judge was right. What is sadly needed in the cat fancy today is more of this sturdy, unflinching determination to judge cats and not their owners. Cat exhibitors have much to learn yet, and the sooner the morale of the judging arena is raised, the more healthy will the fancy become, and the more quickly will it advance. Another of our well-known judges, Mr. T.B. Mason, writing on the same subject, says, "In my judging engagements I have very often come across exhibits with good-coloured eyes, but not the correct shape. A small eye, however good the colour may be, will give the cat a disagreeable, sour expression. With this shape of eye we generally see a narrow, long face which should keep any exhibit out of the prize list in good competitions. Let it, however, be clearly understood, I do not want eyes to have undue weight in the general conditions of cat judging, but they are important, and, as such, ought to have due and careful attention at the hands of breeders and judges alike. Two things in the judging of short hairs weigh heavily with me, namely pale colours and light-marked heads and white lips. These defects, in my opinion, ought to put out of the money those that possess them in good competition. I perfectly agree with Mr. House about the standards. They are useful both to the breeder and judge, but for the judge to take the standards and try to judge by them at any show would be foolish indeed. All judges are expected to know the varieties they are called upon to judge, and to have the faculty to weigh up the good points and defects of the specimens before them and place them accordingly. Management of shows. Now, to turn our attention to the management of shows, and upon this question I feel I am fairly competent to give an opinion, as I have acted as show manager and as show secretary to some of our largest exhibitions in London and at Brighton. The office is indeed no sinecure, and very few fanciers, exhibitors or visitors have any idea of the enormous amount of forethought required, to say nothing of physical and secretarial labours, to make a big show run smoothly. The responsibility also is great, for a conscientious manager feels he has valuable livestock in his temporary possession, of which he has, so to speak, to render up account. There are many mixed shows held throughout the country where a cat section is given, and it is to be regretted that in most, if not all cases, the poor pussies are badly provided for and generally go to the wall. At a dog and cat show, everything goes to the dogs. Secretaries wishing to promote successful cat sections at their mixed shows should secure some well-qualified person to have entire control of this department. It is certainly true that, of all livestock, cats require the most consideration and supervision, and yet, to the masculine mind of a show secretary, it would appear that the cats can look after themselves. There is no doubt that the first step towards making a show successful is to engage the services of a competent, energetic, and painstaking manager and secretary. It is also very desirable to appoint a really good working show committee, the members of which should each undertake some particular duty in connection with the show. For instance, one member might superintend the feeding, another could be responsible for obtaining promises of special prizes, another devote him or herself to verifying the prize tickets placed on the pens, and so on. A system of advertising a show must be decided upon by the show committee, and notices sent to the various journals which are circulated amongst fanciers. The class and prize tickets must be ordered in good time either by the secretary of the club or the manager of the show. The best time of the year for a show as regards the appearance of Persian cats is in December or January. Then, if ever, these particular cats should be in the best show condition. As regards kittens, the early summer or autumn is the best period, as spring kittens will then be ready to make their bow to the public. It is much to be regretted that the two principal shows of the National Cat Club, namely the Botanic Gardens and the Crystal Palace shows, should be held respectively in June and October, when Persian cats are in poor coat. Quite 3 months before the date of the show, a managing secretary will start work. Catalogues of previous shows must be collected together in order to ascertain the names and addresses of likely exhibitors. Special prizes are now a great feature at all cat shows, and a good deal of extra work is entailed by writing to obtain promises of these for the various breeds. If possible, it is well to appoint someone who is in touch with those who are likely to become donors, and to hand over this department. I would advise anyone undertaking this branch of the show to have a book, and to head each page with the respective classes of long and short-haired breeds, and then, when a special is received, say for the best black Persian cat, to place this on the page set apart for specials for this particular breed. Keep a separate list for kittens, and decline to accept specials given in the form of stud visits, or for cats bred from such and such a sire. These savour too much of self-advertisement. There are so many specialist societies nowadays, and as these provide their own specials, the show executive is considerably relieved of the duty of obtaining prizes. Of course, there are always a certain number of challenge cups, medals, and specials given by the club holding the show, and care should be taken to distribute these fairly amongst the various classes. It is usual and advisable to limit the competition of the majority of these special prizes to the members of the club. I do not approve of a special prize being offered for the best cat in this show, as it is almost impossible for the judges to arrive at a satisfactory decision, and considerable heartburnings are generally the result of such a competition. A very useful mode of assisting a show is by guaranteeing classes, and I would suggest yet another plan, namely to subscribe so much toward the expenses of the show. These are necessarily heavy, and it has been stated that no cat show can ever be made a paying affair. As regards the specialist societies, I think it seems the correct thing that the club intending to hold the show should instruct its secretary to write to the secretary of each specialist society to ask if he is willing to support the show by prizes or by guaranteeing classes, and to name the latest date for receiving particulars of the support to be given. The specialist societies have their own judges, and it is only natural when they are offering handsome prizes that a claim should be made for first-class judging in the interests of the breed. It is therefore essential, as matters at present stand, for one of the judges from the list of the specialist club to be selected to give awards in the classes connected with the society. It is important to obtain as full a list as possible of special prizes from societies and outside donors in good time for insertion in the schedule, as a tempting list will ensure a better entry. In the schedule, the exhibition rules of the club should be printed, and in addition, there should be a list of arrangements in a prominent position setting forth details as to the opening and closing of the show, the time to which exhibits are received, the earliest hour at which they may be removed, and the prices of admission. The names of the judges, with their respective classes, should be clearly set forth, and it should be mentioned whether classes will or will not be amalgamated or cancelled. A few advertisements of stud cats and trade notices should be obtained, as this means grist to the mill and helps pay for the printing of the schedules and catalogues. The question of classification is an all-important one, and needs the consideration of a careful show committee, well versed in the ways of cats and of fanciers. A list of the classification used by one or two big cat clubs has been given. Of course, at smaller shows it is often impossible to give separate classes for several breeds or to divide the sexes, but my remarks in this chapter will refer to the customs and arrangements of large shows, such as those held by the National Cat Club at the Crystal Palace and the Cat Club at Westminster. I do not think it is good policy on the part of a show committee or management to amalgamate classes. It is much better to advertise in schedules that when entries are fewer than, say, 4 or 5, then the judges are empowered to withhold any of the prizes, or, again, in the case of a very small class, half prize money might be awarded. Having decided on the classification, and given as liberal and attractive a one as is possible and practicable, it is well to consider the number of schedules likely to be required, and then start addressing the wrappers. In each schedule must be inserted 2 or 3 entry and registration forms. The entry forms with the fees are returned to the secretary, and the registration forms to the person who keeps the register of the club holding the show. And here I would remark on the mistake it is to have 2 registers for cats. It is very confusing for exhibitors and a double expense, as the National Cat Club and the Cat Club each charge $1. Then, again, as the National Cat Club has recently passed a rule disqualifying all cats exhibited at Cat Club shows, the confusion is worse confounded. Some fanciers, having large Catteries, divide their exhibits and send to both National Cat Club and Cat Club shows, but this new registration rule falls heavily on cat fanciers who are keen to exhibit their specimens and anxious for the pleasure of obtaining prizes, and desire to profit by showing their stud cats or having an opportunity of disposing of their stock. The National Cat Club shows, since the passing of this rule, have suffered considerably, both from lack of entries and by the absence of some of the fine champion cats that, having been exhibited at the Cat Club show in January, were thus debarred from appearing at the Botanic Gardens and Crystal Palace shows. how much simpler and better it would be if both clubs could and would agree to have one register kept by an independent person, not necessarily a catty individual, and that the fees should form the salary of such a person. A small fee might be charged when reference was desired by fanciers as to the pedigree of any cats. If the secretary of a show happens to be acquainted with the members of the cat fancy, he will be able to use his discretion as to the number of entry and registration forms needed. In some cases, where he is sending to a well-known breeder and possessor of a large cattery, more numerous forms will be required. Schedules should be sent out quite a clear month in advance, and the entries should close about 10 days before the date of the show. The secretary will have a book in which he will note down each entry as it is received, placing it under the correct class heading, and, of course, these can only be numbered up when entries close. The entry forms should be filed and kept for reference. Then comes the work of arranging and writing the labels and placing these with the tallies, entrance tickets and removal orders in envelopes and addressing them to exhibitors. These should be posted 4 clear days before the show. During this time, the secretary will be able to compile the catalogue for the printer and arrange to have an instalment of copies the night before the opening day of the show, also to draw up the judges' books. Letters should be written to the judges and veterinary surgeons acquainting them with the hour at which they are desired to present themselves at the hall, and a complimentary pass ticket should be enclosed. A pass should also be sent to the representatives of the press, to the veterinary surgeon, and to those who may be giving their services as stewards. Distant exhibitors will write requesting catalogues to be forwarded to them, and a list should be kept. A secretary will do well to provide himself with strong cord, scissors, brown paper, writing materials, labels, telegraph forms, stamps, and other useful articles. In these days of specialist clubs, it is necessary for the secretary to have a list of members of each society supporting the show. As the prizes being confined to members, the judge will have to refer to the secretary's office for information before making his awards. The day before the show will be fully occupied in superintending the arrangement and putting up of the benching and pens. A conveniently sized glass case should be ordered for the special prizes, and this must be placed in a prominent position. The prizes should all be distinctly labelled with the donor's name and the breed of cat for which each is offered. The case should be one which locks up, and then it is not necessary to have any supervision of the contents. It is best for some 2 members of the show committee to undertake the arrangement in the case of special prizes. 2 men should be engaged to take the tickets and money at the entrance gate, and in the sales office a clerk will be required to receive purchase money and give receipts. At a large show, it is necessary to employ 4 or 6 stewards to collect the judges' slips as they complete each class and take them to those in the office appointed to write out the tickets. These same stewards should also undertake to place them on the pens. And here let me say how much better it would be if some arrangement could be made for the prize tickets to be fixed in a rack at the top of the pen, instead of being thrust between the wires, where a large number almost hide the cat, and frequently they are torn down by the inmates of the pen. A good manager will have all in order well before the hour when the cats are received, and if the veterinary engaged is in attendance, the cats can be examined and, when passed, placed at once in their proper pens. It is very important to entrust the work of penning to those who are used to handling cats, and no better men can be found than those employed by Messrs. Spratt, who, as everyone knows, are the universal providers at cat shows, as at every other livestock exhibition. It is a question whether hay or straw is best for bedding. I incline towards the latter if it is fine wheaten straw, as hay, if it becomes at all damp, will stick to the long-coated cats. I also prefer dry earth at the back of the pens to sawdust for the same reason. I trust we may ere long be able to provide something better in the way of a cat pen than those at present in use. The doors should open the full height of the cage and 2/3 of the width, so that the cat can be more easily taken out. There is no doubt that, considering the peculiar nature of cats, some more adequate arrangement should be made in the sanitary accommodation. The earth scattered at the back of the pen amongst the bedding is not all that could be desired. What we want is a false bottom, and an earth pan or tray sunk in it about 2 inches deep on the plan of the bird cage, so that it can be drawn out and fresh earth supplied and replaced. Greater care should be paid as regards the security of fastenings of the pens, and the wires of some of them are too wide apart so that young kittens can easily make an exit. It is well known that cats have extraordinary powers of escaping whenever and wherever escape is possible. I disapprove as strongly as do the cats of any disinfectant being sprinkled or placed inside the pens. Each pen must, of course, bear a number, but instead of the different classes being numbered, it is much better to have them named and the large placards fixed high about the pens by means of split sticks of Japanese bamboo. Thus, anyone seeking the blue or the brown tabby class will have no difficulty in locating it, even without a catalogue. It is very important that all exhibits should be examined by a qualified veterinary surgeon before being penned, and if a cat is seriously ill, the owner should be at once communicated with and the specimen returned. If it is a doubtful case, perhaps a running eye or high temperature, then the cat should be placed apart in a properly arranged and, if possible, warmed hospital room to again be examined. Remember, it is always better to disappoint one exhibitor by refusing his cat than to disgust everybody by bringing their carefully trained and dearly loved pets into contact with disease. It is necessary to appoint an official to check off each exhibit as it is passed, and in the event of pronounced illness or some other objectionable feature, to make a note of this for future reference. As regards the feeding of exhibits, I am in favour of raw beef or cooked meat cut into small pieces, or else put through a mincing machine, and water to drink. For many reasons it is not desirable to provide milk. It is apt to turn sour, and it certainly more easily collects the germs of disease, and so may prove a fruitful source of evil. The Cat Club started the idea of having china saucers instead of the usual tins, and these are decidedly better in every way. A one-day show is no doubt best for the cats, but for the exhibitors and the executive, a 2-day show is really preferable. If the exhibits are allowed to be penned up till 11 o'clock on the morning of the show, the judging ought to be got through, and the tickets placed on the pens in 2 hours with a competent staff, and the show opened at 1 or 1:30. A smart secretary will arrange with his printer to have a list of awards printed with the utmost speed directly after the class judging is finished. This can either be given in the catalogues themselves or a separate sheet inserted into the catalogues. A large board ought to be hung in a conspicuous and convenient position, and the list of class winners and the winners of special prizes entered on it. This is better than having the slips pinned upon a board. They are often very indistinctly written and are apt to get torn down. Let the closing hour on the first night be 8 or 9 o'clock, when the hall should be cleared and the pens covered over. I consider 1 good feed of raw meat ought to suffice during the day, with fresh water continually supplied. The hour for opening on the second day may be 10 o'clock, and before then the pens ought to be cleaned out, fresh straw given where needed, and disinfectant sprinkled up and down the passages between the rows of pens, not in them. Careful attention to these points will ensure the show being free from disagreeable odours by the time the public are admitted. It is a wise plan to arrange and announce that the show closes, say at 5 p.m. on the second day, so that exhibitors can, in many cases, get home with their cats the same night. It is unreasonable to expect to be allowed to depart before the time fixed, even though in some cases half an hour would save a train. As regards a one-day show, it is almost impossible for a secretary and manager to get through the necessary work and to open in anything like time, there must be a scramble, and for the exhibitors to be obliged to present themselves and their cats at some unearthly hour in the morning is very trying and most inconvenient. Then a 2 days show is, of course, an advantage as regards the entrance money. The Cat Club used to have a stringent rule against exhibitors penning their own cats, but at the Westminster show this rule was amended, and cats could be penned by their owners or representatives on the night before the show, but not in the morning. No evil result followed this concession on the part of the authorities, and therefore I trust this very natural desire on the part of the exhibitors to see their precious pussies safely into their temporary quarters may always be permitted at Cat Club shows. In order to facilitate the work of the judges, it is well to have their books carefully and clearly arranged, and this especially applies to the list of special awards. I instituted a plan at Westminster Show in 1901, which gave great satisfaction, but which entailed a lot of extra work for the secretary. I am sure, however, this special arrangement lightened the labours of the judges and hastened the appearances of the special prize cards on the pens. I had separate books for the special awards and carefully cut out of the schedules the prizes pertaining to each judge. Thus, if Mr. A had black, white and blue long-haired classes, every challenge medal and special offered for these cats I arranged in order on one side of the page, with the numbering as it appeared with them in the schedule. So in the left-hand page would be, say, special number 10 for best long-haired black, and on the right-hand page, awarded to number, leaving a blank for the judge to fill in the number of the winner. Any prizes that had to be awarded in conjunction with other judges, such as for best long-haired cat in the show, I made a note of to this effect. Let me add that I gummed the printed portions relating to the prizes cut from the schedule into the judging books, so the judges needed neither schedule nor catalogue to refer to. In preparing judges' books, it is very helpful to place male and female, M and F, after each catalogue number in the mixed kitten classes, to avoid reference for the special awards, and this should also be done in the catalogue itself, as very often the name of the kitten does not indicate the sex, and would-be purchasers are obliged to make inquiries. I am always an advocate for having selling classes for cats and kittens at shows, where the price should be limited to £5 5s in the long-haired classes, and £3 3s in the short-haired classes. It would be an assistance if someone who understood cats, and was also a good salesman or saleswoman, undertook to preside over the selling classes. The 10% commission deducted by the show authorities is a material help, and often a little pressure and persuasion combined with useful information will decide a wavering purchaser. A class I should like to see introduced into our show is one for kittens bred by exhibitors. I am of opinion that more encouragement should be given to fanciers to keep the best of their litters for exhibition. Lady Marcus Beresford had the happy inspiration of starting breeders' cups for competition at cat club shows, and special prizes are often given for the best kitten bred by exhibitors, but these are tiresome awards for a judge to make. He is obliged to make inquiries from someone with a catalogue, and even this reference will not always suffice. It is always pleasant to win prizes, but an additional pride would naturally be felt if, in a large class of kittens bred by well-known exhibitors, the son or daughter of our own breeding should be awarded first and special. With respect to a ring class, which is often held at some of the National Cat Club shows, I cannot say that it is very interesting to see a collection of toms, females and neuters, long and short-haired, being dragged along by their anxious owners, whilst the puzzled judges try hard to decide which of the motley and mixed assembly is most worthy of honours. I think that for a ring class neuters alone should be eligible, or at any rate until we have trained our young cats to behave properly on a lead. There need be no necessity for the neuters to be entered and penned in the show, but they could be charged a higher fee for the ring class, and I believe that many owners of neuters would not object to their precious pets being on exhibition for 10 or 20 minutes, led by themselves into the ring, but who will not let them be cramped up in a pen for 2 days. Neuters are always at a disadvantage in the show pen. They are generally too large and too lazy to be properly seen, and a ring class for these specimens would be a very attractive feature at our cat shows. A row of chairs should be placed round and 6pence a seat charged. It is quite absurd to mix up the sexes and dangerous to allow tomcats to come within fighting distance of each other. At a recent show, great excitement was caused in the ring by the sudden attack of one famous stud cat on another, and it was lucky that nothing worse than a torn and bleeding ear was the result of this onslaught. Another class I should like to see at some of our large shows, and certainly at the summer NCC show, is a class for stud cats, which should be judged quite irrespective of coat, and special attention directed to form of limb, size of head, and massive build in awarding the prizes. This might not be an attractive class, but it would be an instructive one and give the veterans a chance of proving of what stuff they are made. A young, untried male will often take all the honours in his class, and the stud cat of a busy season is forced to take a back place, probably on account of services rendered. Anyhow, this idea might be carried out as regards the two largest classes, namely those for silver and blue Persians. In former days there used to be classes at some of the shows in which the cats were judged by weight, but these have wisely been done away with. The question of open judging at cat shows has frequently been discussed in catty circles, and several fanciers have given their opinions on this subject. Mrs. LynneT, a well-known fancier, writes thus in Fur and Feather: "It would indeed be a step in the right direction if cat shows were run on, as far as possible, the same lines as dog shows. Much of the absurd mystery that at present envelops our cat shows would vanish if exhibitors were permitted to be present during the judging, and I feel sure that the majority of cat fanciers would not be so wanting in etiquette and good taste as to hinder the judges or any of the officials in discharge of their onerous duties." No doubt there is much truth in these remarks, but at the same time I do not think fanciers take sufficiently into consideration the very timid, shrinking nature of the cat when they advocate open judging. It is often most difficult for a judge to properly examine a cat, even when he or she is quietly going round giving the awards. It would be still more trying to man and beast if a collection of strangers were pressing forward on all sides. What I consider as more practical than open judging for cats is that some arrangement should be made so that judges may be enabled to compare the points of the various exhibits, and for this purpose I consider that judging pens on movable tables should be provided at all shows, as were adopted by the Cat Club at Westminster. By these means the work of the judges would be much simplified and the cats more satisfactorily and quickly judged. Supposing a special prize or medal is offered for the best cat in the show, then I think it is interesting and instructive to have the first prize-winning cats placed, if possible, in pens, and to arrange for the award to be given in public during the show by the judges in conjunction with each other. Such a plan was adopted at the last Manchester Cat Show, and much satisfaction was expressed at this innovation. End of section 7. Section 8 of the Book of the Cat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of the Cat by Francis Simpson. Exhibiting. Having given some suggestions as to the classification, I would again refer to points of management in shows. At the closing hour on the second day, the hall should be cleared, and only exhibitors or their representatives allowed to remain. An efficient staff of attendants should at once set to work to assist in packing up the cats belonging to those exhibitors who intend taking them away. After these have all left, then the manager should direct his attention towards those exhibits that should be started by the night mails. The catalogue must be consulted, and a good way is to mark with a cross on the pen tickets those cats that must be packed up, and, having previously ordered the railway vans at a certain time, the precious packages should be sent off as speedily as possible. Those exhibits left over till the following morning should be fed again and started at daybreak. There is a sense of immense relief when this last hamper has been fastened down and seen off the premises, and here let me say how much exhibitors can contribute toward the speedy and safe dispatch of their pets, if only they will provide substantial and well-appointed travelling baskets or boxes. Amidst all the hurry and confusion of packing up, an immense amount of extra trouble is given by having to lace up a hamper with string or nail down a box that has no other means of being made secure. I speak from experience, and therefore I plead for more consideration to be extended to the show manager and his assistants, and above all the poor pussies themselves. At every show that is held, there are a number of exhibitors who try the patience and courtesy of the manager or secretary, or both, by requesting to be allowed to remove their cats before the advertised time. Of course, it is only natural that those fanciers residing at a distance should wish to make tracks home and catch early trains for their own comfort and convenience and the welfare of their pussies. But looking at the matter from a secretary's and a visitor's point of view, it is certainly hard that perhaps some of the best prize cats should be absent from their pen whilst the public are paying their money at the gate. But, having made a rule, it is best to stick to it, and no cat should be taken away till the fixed hour under any pretext whatever, unless a veterinary certificate of illness is obtained. It is always open to the management to advertise an earlier hour for the removal of exhibits on payment of a certain sum, but this should be made a substantial fine, especially in the case of a prize winner. A lower figure might be named for other exhibits. As regards cats or kittens purchased at the show, it is certainly an inducement and incentive to buyers if there is a rule that these exhibits may be removed at any time. According to the rules of the two leading clubs, a certain fixed time must elapse before the prizes are sent out. In some cases this is a most uncertain and unfixed time, and many complaints have been made through the cat papers of the long drawn-out period between the prize being won and the prize being received. No doubt, immediate distribution of prizes after the show would lead to complications, for objections might be lodged within the given time allowed by the rules, and such objections would have to be brought before the committee of the club. Therefore, it is obvious that successful competitors must allow, say, a month to elapse before showing signs of impatience. It is then the manager's business to send the money awards, and the secretary of the club is generally accountable for the distribution of the specials, which certainly call for a special acknowledgement from the recipient to the donor of those prizes. As regards the financial aspect of a cat show, the first important point is to make the entries pay for themselves. That is, supposing your prize money in each class is £1, 10 shillings, and 5 shillings, then you need 12 entries at 3 shillings to carry you through. And here, let me remark that, considering the character of our first-class shows and the value of the special prizes offered, I am inclined to think that entry fees are too low, and that they should be more in accordance with the fees charged at dog shows. It is always advisable to make a difference between the members of the club holding the show and outsiders. Thus, if 5 shillings is the entry fee for members, then 6 shillings or 7 shillings, 6pence, might be charged to non-members. New recruits to a club are often gained by this arrangement. The usual commission on sales is 10%, and then there is the gate money, which somehow is generally disappointing, for truly the outside public are not partial to cats, nor attracted to exhibitions of the feline race. I have always contended that exhibitors themselves ought to be charged an entrance fee, say half-price admission on presentation of their exhibitor's pass, which in many cases would only be 6pence, yet 100 or 200 of these small coins would materially assist the exchequer, And surely no cat fancier would grumble at this tax on their resources when they consider how much trouble and expense is entailed in providing them with a favourable opportunity of exhibiting their pets, and with the possibility of winning golden guineas and silver trophies. Another plan is to advertise in schedules that exhibitors of more than, say, 2 entries would be allowed a free pass. Fanciers will be tempted to send their additional cats and thus swell the entries in order to secure their free admission ticket. I do not think it would be a bad plan to have a contribution column on the entry forms for members and exhibitors' voluntary donations towards the expenses of a show which, if well managed, is worthy of the utmost support from the cat-loving community. Every mickle makes a muckle, and it should be the earnest desire of each individual member of a club to do something, however small, towards keeping a balance on the right side of their treasurer's accounts. Buying and selling. I believe that a Bow Street magistrate once asserted that anyone owning a stud dog or selling a dog was, in the point of law, a dealer. I do not know if the same decision would apply in the cat world. Anyhow, there are few fanciers who do not desire at some time or other to dispose of their cats and kits, and, again, there are many who keep stud cats, yet cannot be considered dealers in that sense of the term. The best way to set about trying to sell our surplus stock is to advertise in the cat papers, in which case it is advisable to fully and fairly describe our animals and to name the price required. If profit is to be considered, it is not advisable to keep kittens more than 8 weeks. Very soon after this period they begin to lose their fluffiness and grow leggy in appearance. There is also the risk of illness and death. It is better, therefore, to be willing to accept a moderate sum for kittens at 8 weeks old rather than to keep them and see how they turn out. It is a clear case of a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. I have always thought that there is a good opening for any enterprising person well versed in cat law and cat fanciers to start an agency in London where cats and kittens might be sent on approval for would-be purchasers to call and interview them. There might be a system of messengers who would meet cats and see them off at London stations. In connection with such a cat agency, a register might be kept of cats for sale or cats wanted, or arrangements made at the Army and Navy stores for having a certain number of animals on view. These could be boarded at so much per week and commission charged on the sale. A list of names and addresses of those willing to receive cats as boarders would be very useful, and many ladies who do not choose to advertise could, and would, I am sure, avail themselves of the means of letting fanciers know they could undertake the charge of pets during their owner's absence from home. Many and frequent are the letters I receive on this subject, especially as the summer vacation approaches. A day and hour for the visit of an experienced veterinary might be arranged, so that country fanciers could bring or send their sick cats for advice. All sorts of cat appliances might be on sale. It would be convenient to have a writing room for the use of fanciers, where correspondence on catty matters could be carried on. Perhaps a tea room could be added, and bedrooms if space was available for fanciers coming up to attend London shows. Anyhow, a list of suitable rooms might be kept which could be personally recommended. In these days, when competition is so keen and occupation so difficult to obtain, the idea of starting a cat agency should commend itself to some who, being in touch with members of the cat fancy and wishing for lucrative employment, might embark on this novel undertaking. Needless to say, it would be most desirable to have the cat agency in a central part of London, and in close proximity, if possible, to some of the main railway stations. I think that, if only as a means of assisting fanciers in the purchase and disposal of their cats and kittens, this idea of an agency might be successfully worked. Many breeders become very disheartened at the inability to find purchasers for their kittens. A complaint was recently made by a lady living in the Isle of Wight. She writes, "No one seems to care for breeding in this island, and people are not willing to give more than about 5 shillings for pedigree kittens. No doubt fanciers living in the country and away from any catty centre have but little opportunity in the finding of a sale for their surplus stock. I would suggest photography as one means of making known the perfections of their pussies. A start in the right direction has been made by Mr. Landor of Ealing, whose clever pictures of kittens are so well known. He is willing to take portraits of pretty, fluffy kits and good cats on special terms, provided he retains the copyright of such photographs. It is always handy to have a good photograph to send by post when endeavouring to dispose of our pets, and by such means fanciers may be spared the trouble and risk of sending their valuable kittens on approval. Naturally, for unknown cat fanciers it is more difficult to effect sales through advertisement, and in their case it is necessary to offer to send on approval at buyer's risk and cost, and if an application is made from an entire stranger, then the purchase money should be deposited in the hands of some reliable and independent third person. Some fanciers entirely decline to send their cats on approval, and then it is very requisite to enter fully into particulars, and, if possible, to send a photograph. It is best to give the faults and failings as well as the good points, so that disappointment and disagreement may not follow between the purchaser and seller. Buyers should endeavour to learn something about the person from whom they purchase their cats, and it is well to ask not only for age and full pedigree, but whether the cat has been exhibited, and if it has taken any honours, and at which shows. It sometimes happens that valuable animals may be picked up for low prices at shows, but there is always a risk, and this is especially the case with young kittens, who more easily contract any disease. In buying a cat or kitten, it is always advisable to make inquiries as to the way in which it has been fed, so as to continue the same regimen for at least a few days. The pedigree of a cat or kitten should be sent at the time of purchase, and it is much easier to fill this in on a properly drawn-out form, and certainly it is much pleasanter to receive the particulars thus intelligently written out. I give a copy of the forms I drew out for the use of Blue Persian members, but these can, of course, be used for cats of any breed. Here let me quote from an article in that excellent American paper, the Cat Journal, headed Unreasonable Buyers. The writer says, "One of the most difficult things with which the cat seller has to contend is the unreasonable buyer. There are buyers who, finding a cat to suit them, pay the price and are satisfied. There is, however, another class that it is best to let alone. They are never satisfied and blame the seller for everything that happens either on the road or after the kitten is received, and many of them also think that if they are sharp, they will be able to buy $100 kitten for $10 or $15, and when they get such a kitten and they discover it is not worth $100, they are disgusted and have a lot to say about unfair dealing, etc. If a kitten that has been a pet is taken from its surroundings and sent on a long journey, the rattle and the unusual conditions of such a trip places her in a state of nervous terror, so that she very rarely shows off to good advantage in her new home. The purchaser, if a true cat lover, will appreciate all the trouble of poor little pussy, and give her the tenderest treatment and coax her to make the best of her new surroundings. It is a very rare thing for a kitten to come from the box after a long journey looking just as the new owner expected. Tired, homesick, and frightened, she will not eat, and is altogether a pitiable-looking object. It is always advisable to put a new arrival in a room by herself, with a comfortable bed and conveniences, entirely away from the rest of the cats and kittens, and allow her to become acquainted with the members of the family gradually. Do not allow other cats to come bothering around till the new member of the family is entirely acquainted with its surroundings. Especially be very cautious in introducing 2 male cats. Sellers must be very cautious in sending out their stock, and buyers must not expect too much. Give the new member of the family a little time to know things before you write your letter of complaint. Be sure you're not expecting too much for the price you've paid. The question has often been asked, can cats be made to pay? And naturally novices in the fancy wish to know the best way in which to make a good start. Here I would say how much may be done by well-known and influential members of any fancy if they will give themselves a little trouble in helping the novice, who, after all, is the backbone, so to speak, of every fancy, and hence it is very essential that beginners should start on the right lines and with reliable and therefore profitable stock. Speaking from experience in the cat fancy, I can say that several persons have come into the ranks and gone out of it again, in many cases through sheer disgust because of the deceptions practised and of which they, as novices, have been made the victims. I hold that if beginners are to be retained as members of a fancy, they should be treated kindly and liberally by the experienced fancier, especially when it is a question of purchasing stock. It is much to be lamented that novices are frequently treated in a reverse manner, and fanciers, so called, seize upon an opportunity of getting rid of superfluous and often inferior specimens to those who are unable to discover good from bad in the cats offered to them. At the same time, it is a pleasing fact that there are many true fanciers in the feline world who, having made their names as breeders, prize winners, and perhaps judges, put themselves out to give valuable advice, and often spare no pains in endeavouring to obtain good stock for the novice at reasonable prices. Another question often asked is, does showing pay? In answer to this query, I give an extract from the pen of the clever weekly correspondent of Fur and Feather, Zada, who says, "To those who keep their cats for pleasure, who really love them and can afford to despise the small takings available, keep your cats at home and do not show. Expense does not count with this class of exhibitor, but risk to the welfare of their best beloved pussies undoubtedly does. To those who are trying to make money by their cats, we would urge, harden your hearts, learn how to show, where to show, and when to show, and recognize the expense, risk, and trouble involved as part of the unavoidable outlay which is to bring in a certain return. Undoubtedly a show is a heavy expense and will always leave you out of pocket, even if you conduct it on the most selfish terms, the give nothing and take all you can system. You will be exceptionally lucky if you clear your expenses. You cannot expect to sell your kittens well if you do not exhibit. If you possess a stud cat, he must be seen and known before you can hope to have a demand for his services. Your own eye must be continually trained by comparison of your own stock with the prize specimens of others. In short, if you wish to make money, you must spend money. On the other hand, never exhibit except at first-rate shows, and never be tempted to show an animal out of condition. If you can afford to buy animals already well known in the show world, cats of renown, for whose offspring there will always be a keen demand, you may possibly abstain from exhibition. This plan, however, involves a very large initial outlay. Then again, the happy people who have won their laurels, whose names are always associated with first-rate animals of a particular breed, they indeed can afford to rest in peace, and show no more. Other people will buy their kittens, and do their exhibiting for them, and also do that mournful nursing and burying that too often follows a show. Undoubtedly it is fascinating to show successfully, but on the whole we think the most enjoyable shows are those where one goes to look at other people's exhibits and leaves one's own at home. A few words as to the stud fees and arrangements for visiting queens will not here be out of place. The usual fee for the services of a stud cat is fixed at £1 1s, but some fanciers are willing to accept less, especially if their cat is not a well-known prize winner. A higher charge is often made if the railway journey has to be followed by a cab fare, or if the owner, having a valuable stud cat, does not wish to encourage many visitors. The carriage of the queen should always be defrayed by the sender, and if a telegram and return insurance is desired, then these sums expended should be refunded to the owner of the stud cat. It is desirable to announce the dispatch or intended dispatch of a queen, as it may not be convenient to receive her. The usual time to keep a visitor is from 3 to 6 days, and then the owner of the stud cat should give notice of the return. In case the first visit proves unsuccessful, a second visit is usually allowed by courtesy without any extra payment, but this must not be taken as a matter of course, and it is best for the owner of the queen to ask permission to send again. If, through a mistake, in the time of sending a cat apparently fails to mate during 2 visits, it can only be by the kindness of the stud cat's owner that a third visit is permitted for the 1 fee. If, however, the queen has been known to have mated on each occasion, a third visit gratis cannot be expected even if there is no result. A fee, once paid for a visit, is not returnable. It is sometimes a matter of arrangement between fanciers to have the choice of a kitten instead of the mating fee, but this transaction does not commend itself unless the parties are on very friendly terms. A clear understanding should be arrived at on all occasions between the sender and the receiver, and thus any after unpleasantness may be avoided. It is catty etiquette to forward the fee when sending the queen, or, at latest, immediately on her return. A label for the return journey should be fixed inside the lid of the hamper. This is a saving of trouble to the owner of the stud, and is also a means of identification. In selecting a young kitten for purchase out of a litter, take note of the size of head and width between the ears. In self-coloured kits, look out for white spots and avoid those with long tails. Fanciers should strive to resist the temptation of buying too many cats and kittens of different breeds. To the novice and the beginner I would say, buy 2 or 3 good specimens, carefully selected. These will be worth quantities of doubtful ones, which, as a matter of fact, have, as a rule, no value at all. Seize every opportunity which comes across your path of seeing and examining well-bred, prize-winning cats and attending shows. The cleverest fancier and most successful breeder can improve himself by observation and education. Do not be offended if you are told by those who have had a larger and longer experience in the fancy, and who are really experts, that you have made a mistake in any purchase. If you resent their criticisms, you may and probably will accumulate much rubbish as a monument of your own conceit. A great deal may be learnt from books, but more from observation. Above all, do not, when you have acquired some knowledge, form too high an estimate of your own powers and of your own cats. A true fancier is always ready, nay, anxious to learn, well recognizing that ignorance alone claims to be omniscient. Local shows. As an example of the ever-increasing interest shown in cat sections at local shows, the following account, kindly supplied to me by Mr. F. W. Weston, the Secretary, will be of interest. Sandy Show has long since outgrown in size and importance the title it bears, viz. the exhibition of the Sandy and District Floral and Horticultural Society. The first schedule, issued in 1869, catered for plants, flowers, fruit, vegetables, poultry, and cage birds. In 1880, pigeons were introduced, and in 1883, rabbits were added. Later, in 1899, dogs put in an appearance with 4 classes. It was not, however, until 1894 that our friend Pussy, in whom we are especially interested, made her debut at Sandy, and as we look at the schedule for that year, we are driven to the conclusion that none but a philosopher could have drawn up such a classification for our pets. The trouble which we now frequently experience at a cat show of being wrong classed could not well arise on that happy day in August 1894, when 8 Catteries were represented in the one and only class, viz. Any variety, any age, male or female. But if our pets made a modest bow to the public in that year, they have lived to be proud of their position. In the succeeding year, 3 classes were provided, bringing together 31 cats. From this date, the cat classes have shown substantial improvement. The year 1900 found Sandy with 5 classes and 41 entries. By this time, the cat fancy throughout the country had come into prominence. Clubs had been established and specialist societies were springing into existence. With a leap forward, the cat section of the 1901 show numbered 20 classes. This was far too bold a bid for popularity to be lightly esteemed. The support was obtained of the Cat Club, the Silver Society, today the Silver and Smoke Persian Cat Society, the Short-Haired Cat Society, and the Siamese Club. Generous aid was given by many individual lovers of cats, and 50 special prizes in addition to the class prize money were offered. The show was attended with success, both regards the number, about 150, and the quality of the exhibits. From a public point of view, moreover, the result was most gratifying. The cat tent was crowded throughout the day, and this section was acknowledged on every hand to have been one of the best features of the show. With such success attending their first earnest venture in cats, it is not surprising to find that the committee resolved still further to increase the classification. In August 1902, therefore, 32 classes were arranged, of which 21 were guaranteed. Special prizes numbered 85, and the cat section had the support of all the specialist societies. With such attractions, the splendid entry of 1901 was eclipsed, and at the very worst time of the year for cats, as many as 266 entries were made. Long-haired cats were decidedly well represented, and in the blue kitten class 21 specimens were penned. In the short-haired classes some noted winners appeared. Ring classes were provided and proved a great attraction to the public. The local classes were proof that Mrs. F. W. Weston has succeeded in interesting some of her friends in the hobby, and the specimens to which the honours fell would have done well in the keenest competition. Mention was made in the list of clubs on a previous page of the Northern Counties Cat Club, which was founded in 1900. The committee decided on holding a one-day kitten show in September of that year, and the judges selected were Miss D. Champion, Miss Frances Simpson, Mr. T.B. Mason, and Mr. L.P. Astley. Entries came up well, numbering 154, and this novel undertaking was in every way a great success. The Northern Counties Cat Club Kitten Show is now an annual fixture, and on October 1st of 1902 a really splendid exhibition of promising youngsters was held at Bellevue, Manchester. 22 classes were arranged, and over 50 specials offered. Entries were 20 in excess of the previous year, and would have been still higher in number had not sickness prevented several well-known silver breeders from exhibiting. The litter class numbered 17, and these, with the splendid blue classes, were the chief glory of the show. There were 18 pairs of blue kittens, and 40 entries in single blue kittens, and it was most noticeable how few of these specimens failed in eyes. There were rows of gleaming orange orbs that rejoiced the heart of the Honourable Secretary of the Blue Persian Cat Society. The Kitten Show of 1902 may be fairly classed as another success for the Northern Club. A similar show for cats and kittens is held annually in December in Manchester by this enterprising club. I am indebted to Mrs. G. H. Walker for the group of officials and members of the Northern Club. The photo was taken by Mrs. Walker at the Manchester Kitten Show of 1902. In connection with the dog show of the Ladies' Kennel Association, an exhibition of cats is now held annually at Harrogate, under the rules and patronage of the National Cat Club. The first venture in this popular and fashionable water resort was made by Mrs. Stannard Robinson in 1901, when entries came in splendidly, but rain descended most disastrously, and seriously interfered with the success of the show and the attendance of visitors. In 1902, the weather proved most favourable, but the cats section suffered considerably as regards numbers of exhibits, in consequence of the date clashing with that of the Sandy Show, held also on August 28th. On this occasion, the Honourable Mrs. McLaren Morrison was advertised as judge, but owing to ill health her place was taken by Mrs. Stannard Robinson, and Mr. J.B. Townend of the National Cat Club undertook the management. The Midland Counties Cat Club held its first show in Birmingham. The classification was on a liberal scale, and several of the classes were guaranteed. Several of the specialist clubs supported this first venture of the Midland Counties Cat Club. A new departure in the matter of shows may shortly be attempted, and a scheme has been submitted to the cat world by the Honourable Secretary of the Silver and Smoke Persian Cat Society that the specialist societies should combine and hold a show in the west of England. Each society is to be asked to bear a part in the expenses, and secretaries will probably hold a meeting to consider the best ways and means of carrying out such an undertaking. It is not intended that such a show should be in any opposition to those held by the parent clubs, and registration in either of these clubs will be enforced, but, to quote the words of a well-known fancier and supporter of the specialist societies, it is simply a way of escape from the enforced division of interests, and a means for permitting the cats of all club persuasions to meet on equal ground. As matters now stand, open competition is a thing of the past, and the sooner it becomes a possibility again, the better for the cat fancy. On this ground, therefore, we think all unbiased minds will accept with pleasure the scheme submitted to the public by the Secretary of the SSPCS. The Scottish Cat Club, which has Lady Marcus Beresford for its president, holds its annual show during the winter months, and its exhibition follows closely on that of the Midland counties. Under the list of winter shows, mention may be made of the following, where, in connection with other livestock, cats play a more or less important part: Peterborough, Sheffield, Hounslow, Kendal, Bedford, Caterham, Hinckley, Hamilton, Doncaster, Yarmouth, Stratford-on-Avon, Bristol, Haverfordwest, Stockton, Cheltenham, Taunton, Epsom, Hexham, Larkhill, Stirling. In this list I've made no mention of the great championship show of the National Cat Club, held annually at the Crystal Palace in October, to which the whole of cat creation looks forward with awe and longing. This is one of the greatest events in the cat world, and is always eagerly looked forward to by fanciers in all parts of the British Isles. In the schedule for the exhibition in 1902, no fewer than 216 special prizes were offered. Many of these were given by the following specialist clubs who generously supported this annual fixture: the Blue Persian Cat Society, the Silver and Smoke Persian Cat Society, the Chinchilla Cat Club, the Orange, Cream and Tortoiseshell Society, the Siamese Cat Club, the Manx Cat Club, and the British Cat Club. The names of the judges acting on this occasion were as follow: Mrs. Greenwood, Mrs. Forestier Walker, Mrs. G. J., Miss Cochrane, Miss F. Simpson, Mr. Lewis Wayne, Mr. Sam Woodowis, Mr. C. A. House, and Mr. Leung. In our latter-day shows, the work of the judges is considerably augmented by the numerous specials that have to be awarded amongst the winners in the well-filled classes, and as regards the Crystal Palace show of 1902, the patience and skill of the judges making these awards were taxed to the uttermost. The Cat Club's show has been held for 3 years in succession at St. Stephen's Hall, Westminster Aquarium, about the beginning of January, and it is at this season that the really finest exhibition of Persian cats is witnessed, for at no other time are long-haired cats in such grand coat and good condition as in the middle of winter. It is no wonder, therefore, with so many shows held throughout the length and breadth of the land, that the cult of the cat is becoming more and more widely known and appreciated, and that the fancy is really assuming such proportions that there can be no doubt of its permanent position amongst us. End of Section 8.
Section 9 of the Book of the Cat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Stacey M. The Book of the Cat by Francis Simpson. The Points of a Cat. Before entering upon the distinctive breeds of cats, of which I propose to treat fully In the ensuing chapters, I would draw attention to the accompanying diagram of a cat, and will proceed to point out the general contour of the animal, whether long or short-haired. Having given a table of reference, I will take the points of the cat, as arranged in order. Number 1. Ears. These should be small and rounded at the tops, carried somewhat forward, and not wide open at the base. In the Persian varieties, especially the inner surface should be hidden by a growth of fur extending from the face, termed ear tufts. It is a beauty in the cat to have the ears set well apart, giving an appearance of a greater width to the head. The outer portion of the ears should be evenly covered with soft, short, downy fur. Number 2. Eyes. These ought to be round, large, and full. A small beady eye is a great disfigurement in a cat. The eyes should be set straight in the head, not slanting like those of a Chinese. In the Persian varieties, a fringe of overhanging fur greatly improves and softens the expression. The color varies in different breeds, but in green, orange, or blue eyes, purity and depth of color should prevail. Very often an orange eye is spoilt by an inner rim of green, and a blue eye is weakened by a paler shade of blue, giving the appearance of an opal. Number 3. Skull. Should be broad, with width between the eyes and ears. Number 4. Cheeks. Well developed. Number 5. Face and nose. These should be short. If the contrary, a snipey appearance is given to the cat, which quite spoils the expression. Number 6. Chest. Should be full and broad. Number 7. Neck. Short and full. Numbers 8 and 9. Shoulder and forearm. These call for no special remarks, but in male cats, especially firm and massive limbs are most desirable. Number 10. Paw. A large, broad paw with short but not stumpy feet. In the Persian varieties, the tufts are an additional beauty. Numbers 11 and 12. Body and back. There is a diversity of opinion as to whether a cat should be long in the body or of cobby build. I incline to the latter as regards beauty of form, but I am of opinion that female cats with long bodies are the best breeders. All cats should be low in the legs. Number 13. Tail or brush. In both breeds, this should be short rather than long, and in the Persian varieties, broad and spreading. The tail should be carried almost on a level with the body and slightly curving upwards towards the end. A too tapering tail is a defect. Numbers 14, 15, and 16 call for no further remark beyond the desirability of symmetry in form. The foregoing list of points in a cat may be of some service to novices in the fancy, but it is necessary to add that, as in all animals, condition is a very important factor. A cat may be perfect in all points, and yet, if in either the long or short-haired varieties the coat lacks softness of texture, and in Persians the fur is matted or draggled, such specimens cannot expect to find favor in the eyes of a critical judge, or even an ordinary lover of cats. In short-haired breeds, there is an unmistakable gloss on the coat of a cat that is in good health. A spiky appearance of the fur always denotes poor condition, and greatly detracts from the charms and chances of our pets or show cats. A great deal depends in keen competition upon condition. It turns the scale in a vast majority of instances. Therefore, as great attention should be paid to this point as to those set forth in the list I have given. A small yet distinctive feature in a cat is the whiskers, and these vary in color according to the breed. They should be strong and yet sensitive, and curving slightly inwards. It is supposed to be a sign of strength if a cat's whiskers attain a great length. End of section 9.
Section 10 of the Book of the Cat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by KatDC. The Book of the Cat by Francis Simpson. Long-haired or Persian cats. In classing all long-haired cats as Persians, I may be wrong, but the distinctions, apparently with hardly any difference, between Angoras and Persians are of so fine a nature that I must be pardoned if I ignore the class of cat commonly called Angora, which seems gradually to have disappeared from our midst. Certainly, at our large shows, there is no special classification given for Angoras, and in response to many inquiries from animal fanciers, I have never been able to obtain any definite information as to the difference between a Persian and an Angora cat. Mr. Harrison Weir, in his book on cats, states that the Angora differs somewhat from the Persian in that the head is rather smaller and ears larger, fur more silky with a tendency to woolliness. It is, however, my intention to confine my division of cats to long-haired or Persian cats and short-haired or English and foreign cats. In both these breeds there are self-colored, broken-colored, and any other colored varieties. In the foregoing references to the diagram of the cat, I have touched upon the points of the animal, which are practically the same as regards the form of body and limb in both long and short-haired breeds of cats. In comparing the dispositions of these two breeds, I think it is generally allowed that Persian cats are not so amiable or so reliable in their temper as the short-haired varieties. I am inclined to think, however, that they are more intelligent and have a greater instinctive desire to make themselves at home in their surroundings. They are apparently as keen hunters of prey as the short-haired cats. When we come to the question of stamina and general health, I certainly think that the Persian must, so to speak, go to the wall. It is a common belief that, in human beings, if the hair grows long and thick, it is a sign of great strength and a good constitution. But as regards cats, the longer the coat, the weaker the animal. This I have specially noticed in Persian kittens, and have remarked that little mites with unusually long fur are the most difficult to rear, and suffer from extreme delicacy. Perhaps inbreeding amongst Persian varieties has been more carried on than with the short-haired breeds, which are allowed a greater freedom of choice, and therefore are the result of natural selection. Apart from the question of health and strength, Persian cats require a great deal more care and attention on account of the long fur. In the spring, Persian cats begin to shed their coats, and this process continues through the summer months, and it is not until about October that the new fur begins to grow again. Persian cats may be considered in their finest condition during the months of December and January. It is a wise provision of nature that during the coldest months these somewhat delicate cats should have their warmest clothing. It has often been a matter of surprise that cat shows should ever be held in the summer, when long-haired pussies present a most unkempt and moth-eaten appearance. In this condition they are not likely to win converts to the cult of the cat. But from an educational point of view, these unclothed specimens give the judge an opportunity of displaying his ability, for it needs a really capable judge with experience, knowledge, and good common sense to allow for absence of coat, and to place the awards accordingly. Under summer skies, shape and bone will have their innings, whereas a grand winter coat may hide a multitude of sins that even the eagle eye of the most astute judge may fail to discover. At the same time, for a breed of cats called long-haired, the coat ought to demand the greatest consideration. For what is the good of the most perfect shape in a Persian cat if it is exhibited out of coat and almost like an English short-hair in a class set apart for long-haired specimens? No doubt many breeders of Persians have been led through disappointment to join the ranks of short-haired breeders, for it is indeed very vexatious and tantalizing, after having entered a grand-coated cat a month before a show, to find your precious pet persistently scratching out her fluffy frill and shedding the chief glory of her breed before the eventful day when you had hoped to reap golden awards. As regards Persian kittens, the change of coat takes place between the ages of 3 and 6 months. In some cases, long-haired kittens will cast their fur to such an extent as to present the appearance of an uneven short-haired specimen, whereas in others the shedding process is so gradual that the transition stage from a kitten to a cat is hardly more discernible in the long than in the short-haired breeds. Any severe illness may cause the fur to come out of Persian cats at any season of the year, and the growth of the new coat will be retarded by poor condition of the skin. In both long and short-haired cats, as in other animals, the teeth are the chief guide in deciding the age, and a kitten may be said to become a cat after 6 months, when the adult dental process is completed and the second set of teeth has become established. And here I would quote from Mr. John Jennings' interesting book on domestic or fancy cats in support of my twofold classification. Quote, "Of the many varieties or breeds of the cat with which we are now familiar, it must be remembered that, however crossed, selected, recrossed, domesticated, or what not, we have but 2 breeds on which the superstructure of what is known today as the classification of varieties has been reared, viz., the long hair or Eastern cat and the short hair or European. The term breed is even here used advisedly, for whatever the outer covering or coat, color, or length of fur, the contour of each and all is practically the same. Nor is this confined to mere outline. Take the skull, for example, which, measured in the usual manner with shot, making due allowance for difference in size, is not only similar in the different varieties of either long or short hair, but even in the wild cat the anatomy is similar, the slight variation being in a great measure explained by its different conditions of life and diet, and is in unison with the fact of how even the ordinary domestic cat will undergo a change in taking up a semi-wild, outdoor existence." End quote. At the present time, there is no doubt that long-haired cats are the more popular, and, judging by the entries at our large shows, the numbers may be taken as 4 to 1. A slight reaction has set in since short-haired societies have been formed, but the fascination for fluffy pets and pretty pussies will, I think, always predominate, for the less attractive points of the English domestic cat do not appeal so strongly to the heart and the eye of the general public. It may be remarked by the readers of The Book of the Cat that very few pictures of short-haired cats are reproduced, and it is just because the long-haired pussies are so much more attractive that they are brought into greater prominence in this work. It is more difficult to obtain nice photographs of short-haired cats, probably because the owners of these less expensive pets do not think it is worth while to spend their money or to go to any trouble over having a good picture taken. As regards the colored plates appearing in this work, care has been taken to instruct the artists to bring out as prominently as possible the special points of the cats, long and short-haired. It is the first time that colored plates of the different kinds of cats have been attempted, and it is hoped that, as types of each breed, these will prove useful to fanciers and instructive to the cat-loving public. End of Section 10.
Section 11 from left-hand column of The Book of the Cat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Grass. The Book of the Cat by Francis Simpson. Some Notable Catteries. Chapter 8. Some Notable Catteries. Before entering upon a description of the various breeds, it may be interesting to my readers to give a short account, with illustrations, photographs for which have been specially taken for this chapter, of the catteries of some well-known fanciers who have not confined themselves to any special breed or variety. Lady Decease's Catteries at her pretty summer residence at Birchington-on-Sea are indeed most perfect in their arrangements, and every detail for the comfort and well-being of the inmates is considered. The stud cats have separate single houses with good-sized wired-in runs and luxurious and cozy sleeping apartments in the rear. The main cattery is in a sheltered portion of the grounds and will accommodate a large number of cats. The runs are arranged with boxes, benches, chairs, and ladders, and the sleeping places, built with brick, are most comfortably fitted up. By a system of wooden blinds, the strong sea breezes and the bright rays of the summer sun can be regulated. There are side blinds and top blinds. The floors of the spacious catteries are wood, covered with cork carpet, and they are raised about a foot from the ground, so that there is a free current of air passing under the boards, thus securing absolute freedom from any damp. In the house there are 3 rooms set apart by Lady Decease for her pussies. In 2 of these the queen mothers have their families, and the other is used as the cat's kitchen. The beds for the cats are specially designed by Lady Decease. The walls of the cats' rooms are adorned with pictures of Louis Wain, and there is a display of prize cards won by Lady Decease's famous cats. Zayda, so well known as the winning silver female, is the privileged occupant of Lady Decease's boudoir, and here the aristocratic little lady makes herself at home on the soft cushions and couches. The famous Lord de Southampton is now in the possession of Lady Decease, and resides in one of the up-to-date catteries at Beresford Lodge. He was purchased at a very high price. Since his change of ownership he has not frequently appeared in public, but in the past he was a noted winner. It is, however, as a silver sire that he attained his success and made his name. It is well nigh impossible to mention his numerous winning children. His name in a pedigree is a safe guarantee for quality and color. The 2 Siamese cats have warm quarters in the stable cottage. Lady Decease's pets comprise both long and short-haired cats. Among the latter, Xenophon is generally considered as the best specimen of a brown tabby, and has a long prize-winning record. A woman and a boy are kept to attend to the wants of these aristocratic animals. The Bishopsgate cattery may be said to have won a world-wide renown, and those who have been privileged to visit the ideal residence of Lady Marcus Beresford will agree with me that it is impossible to give any idea, either by photography or description, of the delightful dwelling places set apart for the pussies belonging to this true lover and fancier of the feline race. There is the cat cottage where the attendant has her rooms, and where the other apartments are especially fitted up for the cats. Here the Siamese have their quarters, and the sun streams in at the windows, which face due south. Opposite to the cottage, as may be seen in the illustration, are some of the cat houses, and in the center is the kitchen. The cat attendant stands at the door, and some of the pussies are having their midday meal. The celebrated Blue Boy II occupies a house, and in the background is a grass run, securely wired in, which is used as a playground for the pussies. In the hot summer weather, this is shaded by the lovely spreading beech trees of Windsor Park. The stud cats' homes are splendidly arranged with sleeping places and nice large runs. The space in the center, in front of these runs, is used as an exercise ground for the females and kittens. The garden house cattery is indeed an ideal one, being a bower of roses in the summer time, and in winter an ivy-clad retreat. This house is divided into 2 apartments, and these are generally used for the queen mothers and their families. On the shelves along the windows the pussies sit and sun themselves. Truly the lives of the Bishopsgate Catteries are spent in peace and plenty, and when their little span of life is over, they find a resting place under the shadow of the grand old trees, and a little white tombstone with a loving inscription marks the spot of Pussy's last long sleep. Lady Marcus Beresford has had almost every breed of cat under the sun at her catteries, but of recent years she has especially taken up silvers, blues, and Siamese, and a grand specimen of each of these varieties is in the stud at Bishopsgate. Amongst some of the celebrated cats owned by Lady Marcus Beresford, I may mention Lifeguard, a grand orange of massive build, Tachin and Cambodia, 2 imported Siamese with perfect points, Cora, a tortoise shell and white of great beauty, and Kismet, a brown tabby of exquisite shape, both imported, and Cossie, a smoke that has found a home in America. At the present time, 3 of the most notable inmates of the Bishopsgate Cattery, representing blues, silvers, and Siamese, are Blue Boy II, Beetle, and King of Siam. One of the largest catteries in Scotland, where the fancy grows apace, is owned by Miss Mackenzie Stewart of Segate House, Irvine. Miss Stewart has possessed several notable cats of different breeds. Her blue stud cat, Ronald, has made himself a name in the south of England as well as in the north. Miss Stewart has had several silvers, creams, brown tabbies, and is now the owner of the celebrated black stud cat, Dick Faw, who has sired many winning kittens. The severe weather of this part of Scotland seems to suit these Persian cats, for a healthier, hardier set of pussies one could not wish to see than those disporting themselves in the pleasantly situated catteries of Segate House. Miss Mackenzie Stewart is a most enthusiastic fancier, and often takes the long journey down south to bring her pets to the London shows. She has acted as judge in Scotland and England, and a contingent from the Segate Cattery is generally to be seen and admired at most of our large shows. To old fanciers and exhibitors the name of Miss H. Warner is familiar. It is as Miss Warner in 1889 that the Hon. Miss Maclaren Morrison first exhibited a black cat called Imp at the Crystal Palace show, and as black cats are said to bring luck, this puss took a first, and thus encouraged, his owner commenced her catty career. In the following year, I note by the catalogue that Miss H. Warner has 14 entries, and amongst these were 2 imported cats and the celebrated black Persian Satan, who departed this life in 1902. As late as 1897, this superb fellow, with glorious orange eyes, won everything he could, in spite of his age, at the Crystal Palace. There remains a worthy son of this worthy sire at the Kepwick Cattery named Lucifer. It was in 1890 that Miss Maclaren Morrison, then Miss H. Warner, made her name as an exhibitor of white Persians, for no less than 6 of this breed put in an appearance and gained prizes at Sydenham. Miss Maclaren Morrison writes, "I have always been lucky with black cats, both long and short-haired, but I especially love white Persians, and in fact at one time I owned a white cattery. I may say I still have some good specimens, namely Musfur, Queen of the Pearls, and Lily. I love the imported cats, and always get them when I can. I have 9 at Kepwick. One of these hails from Patagonia, and one from Afghanistan. My cattery at one time was twice again as full as now, but my losses have been great, and I have reduced the numbers so that I may give more attention to the young stock. It is only recently I have really gone in for orange Persians, encouraged by the winds of Puck at the Botanical. I love this beautiful variety, but consider the queens of this breed very delicate. I have owned some fine blues at different times, and purchased for £25 a beautiful fellow, bred from Beauty Boy at the Crystal Palace many years ago. But alas, he came home only to die. Foremost amongst my blues ranked my late champion Monarch, who held the Beresford Cup. Of late years I have taken up silvers. My first Chinchilla was champion Nizam, ancestor of such cats as Saint Anthony and Amir. I bought Nizam at the Crystal Palace in the early days of silvers, and he only took second place, because I was assured it was too light for first. I have a few Russians. I am most devoted to my pussies, and have tried to persevere in breeding good stock in the face of very great difficulties. I do not much care about running the risk of showing, but a true fancier likes to support all well-arranged cat shows. Miss Collingwood of Leagington Buzzard is a most ardent lover of cats, but it is only of recent years that she has been before the public as a fancier and exhibitor. During this time, however, many have been the honours showed at the lucky inmates of the Bossington Cattery. Miss Collingwood has great difficulty, so she tells me, in keeping her number of cats down to about 30. She likes these to be equally divided between long and short-haired pussies, so there are all sorts and varieties. Blues have been great favourites, and Miss Collingwood is on the Blue Persian Cat Society Committee. Royal Bobs, a big, massive blue male, has done a lot of winning. He was bred by the Princess Victoria of Schleswig-Holstein. His sister Jill also inhabits one of the 12 cat houses distributed over 5 acres of the Bossington grounds. These smaller houses are mostly on wheels. The larger houses are kept for females and their families, and sometimes a corner of the hayloft is set apart for a nursing mother. The male cats have their liberty during the morning, and then the females enjoy their afternoons out. Miss Collingwood does not keep a stud cat, but there are neuter pets that have their run about the house, and have their meals in a corner of the dining room. Miss Collingwood intends going in strongly for smokes in the future, and although possessed of extremely good short-haired cats, this ambitious fancier is desirous of breeding a perfect silver tabby, and a likewise equally perfect orange tabby. James is a beautiful specimen of a silver tabby, and during this year alone has won 8 first prizes. At Arencham he had the honour of claiming championship and silver medal for the best cat in the show, beating all the long-haired cats that generally carry off this coveted prize, and at the Crystal Palace he was the admired of all admirers, with a number of prize tickets covering his pen. I know many cat-loving people, but I do not think I have ever seen greater devotion shown to the feline race than is displayed at Bossington. Miss Collingwood is ever ready to support cats. Miss Collingwood is ever ready to support cat shows for entries, by guaranteeing classes and by giving handsome prizes. Her cats are always shown to be in the peak of condition, and it is seldom they appear in the pens unless their devoted mistress is in attendance. Miss Collingwood kindly had the accompanying photographs specially taken for this chapter. Perhaps no name is better known in the cat world than that of Miss Herring, of Lestock House, Lee, who has for nearly 20 years been a prominent fancier and breeder of both long and short-haired cats. Miss Herring is a member of the National Cat Club Committee and also belongs to several of the specialist clubs, and is a member of the Cat Club and the Northern Counties Cat Club. At all the principal shows this enthusiastic lady is a prominent figure, and in the quantity and quality of her exhibits she generally leads the way. At some of our large shows Miss Herring has entered from 25 to 30 cats, and I have known and seen these arrive with their mistress in a large omnibus or van. It is no light undertaking to prepare such a number of pussies for show, and then to convey them carefully to the place of exhibition. Miss Herring started with a short-haired silver tabby called Chin, and then turned her attention to long-haired brown tabbies, and although every variety of cat, both long and short-haired, may be said to have existed from time to time in the Lestock Catteries, yet it is with tabbies, perhaps, that Miss Herring has chiefly made her name and fame. Champion Jimmy was a superb specimen of a well-marked silver tabby, and he carried everything before him in the show pen. He passed away in 1900, and I do not think we shall see his like again. Amongst many celebrities in the feline world which have been born or bred or have found their habitation at the Lestock Cattery, I may mention King Sal, the noted tortoise-shell tom who still holds a unique position at our shows, and won the Coronation Cup at the Botanical Show, King Alfred, a long-haired silver tabby, and King David, a massive blue, are also well-known winners of the present day. Miss Herring bred some sensational silver tabby, long-haired kittens, and two of these, the Duchess and Princess Lestock, were exhibited respectively at the Westminster and Crystal Palace shows, and both were speedily claimed at the high catalogue price. Floriana, a huge, handsome, long-haired brown tabby, who formerly belonged to Miss Herring, has recently found a home in America. Siamese and Russian cats have not been strangers to this cattery, where sometimes the number of inmates has been over 40. Within the last few years, Miss Herring has had to reduce her stock, owing to the complaints of neighbors, who showed no sympathy with the feline race, and some excellent well-arranged cat houses had to be removed, as they somewhat encroached on a neighboring garden wall. It must have been a trying time, and the weeding out process a most difficult one, for such a really warm-hearted and devoted fancier as Miss Herring, whose pussies are all pets, and who personally supervises her cattery at Lestock House. It is not given to all, particularly in large towns, to have at their disposal such an amount of waste space as their more fortunate brethren of the country. I have therefore asked Miss S. F. Clark, whose cat photographs have been a delight to all our readers, to tell us how she manages in her town residence at Louth. Here are her notes. Breeding blue Persians in limited space. The successful breeding of blue Persian cats in a space so limited that a grass run or green trees are things to be desired rather than attained, requires nice judgment and great care. The space at my command for cat keeping and breeding purposes is only a backyard, some 14 yards long by 6 yards wide. This very limited space is further curtailed on one side by my husband's laboratory, while the cattery and its covered run cut off another strip at the end of 7 yards by 2 yards, reduce the ground available for open-air exercise, and run to a patch about 18 feet by 12 feet, and a flagged portion some 21 feet by 6 feet. The space between the front of the laboratory and the flagged path being occupied by a small independent house and covered run is very useful either for isolation or as a separate home for growing kittens. The boundary wall is supported by 4-foot wire netting supported by 3-foot iron stanchions, thus allowing a free edge at the top of about 12 inches to be bent inwards and left loose. This I find a sufficient safeguard against my own cats getting out or strange cats getting in, a very important matter at all times, but especially so at certain periods, if breeds are to be kept pure, and pussy not allowed to make her own arrangements. If I were asked for the very best design for building, fitting up, and furnishing a small cattery, I fear I could only answer that requirements differ so in individual cases that it is impossible to draw a hard and fast line that will meet all circumstances. Here is a photo of my own, page 107. It is the outcome of my personal experience and answers my requirements fairly well. It is a lean-to structure, about 7 yards long by 2 yards wide. The back and one end is formed by the north and west boundary walls, while the east end joins the dwelling house, thus giving it a south aspect and complete shelter from north and east winds. It is divided into 2 unequal portions, the small east portion, 6 feet by 6 feet, forming the cat house proper. The longer portion is the covered run. The front of the house is built of 1-inch wood, with a lining of wood, leaving an air space of about 3 inches between the outer and inner surface of the front and dividing partition. The roof is of corrugated iron, with a ceiling of wood about 4 inches below. This arrangement of double walls and roof secures reasonable warmth in the winter, but not quite sufficient coolness for mothers and kittens during the height of the summer. So the roof is then covered with a large white sheet hooked to the wall about 12 inches above the roof, and carried over a rail in front about the same height, and there securely fastened. This arrangement ensures not only a reasonable temperature, but also a never-ending source of exercise and amusement for both cats and kittens. Some gambolling above, while others hide beneath the sheet. An ordinary sun blind along the front completes the summer arrangements. The front of the covered run is closed in with inch mesh wire netting from ground to roof, fitted on the inside with removable shutters, 18 inches high, and above these, removable window sashes, closing in as desired. These are held in place with turn buttons, so they are easily removed or replaced in a couple of minutes, a great convenience in wet or changeable weather, and proving very cozy in the winter. The run is fitted with shelves for the cats to lie upon, a table, sleeping boxes, earth pans, 2 chairs, and an artificial tree covered with cork, which is a source of great pleasure when the cats are confined by bad weather to the run. The open run consists, as before mentioned, of a space about 18 feet by 12 feet. This is covered with gravel, which in such limited space should be renewed at least once a year, with the exception of a strip some 18 inches wide by 6 feet long on the west side, and 2 small corners on the east side, reserved for grass. This grass reserve, which is most important for the keeping of Persian cats in good health, is renovated every spring with fresh lawn seed, and should either of the patches suffer unduly from special attentions from the pets, it is wired in so as to protect it until it recovers. By this plan, my cats secure a supply of fresh grass all the year round. In the center of the gravel space, I have another artificial tree, see photo, about 8 feet high. It is as great a favorite as the one in the run, and as it is hung with a loose cord, a few ping-pong balls, etc., it is a never-ending source of fun and frolic. To supplement the ground space, I place ladders leading to the tops of the roofs of the outbuildings and cattery, which afford extra space for exercise and a charming, interesting, and envious outlook for the cats into my neighbor's garden. It is surprising how soon the kittens learn to climb up and enjoy the roofs. The sleeping house contains 2 wired-in runs, going round 2 sides about 2 feet by 12 feet long, containing nest box, earth pan, etc. These are very useful for keeping a queen and litter of small kittens in. There are also 2 smaller wired-in runs, 2 feet by 6 feet, fitted like the larger ones, so that a cat may be shut up at any time if necessary. The queens sleep in the smaller runs in the winter. Beneath the runs a small cupboard is very useful for odds and ends of any kinds. In so limited a space, cleanliness is of the utmost importance. The house and runs should be swept out, and the earth pans should be changed, washed, and disinfected every day. The question of supplying dust for the pans may prove a source of anxiety to the reader confined in a limited space. In winter, the dwelling house fires supply about sufficient ashes daily. In summer, I am compelled to fall back upon sawdust, which answers the purpose very well, only entailing a little extra litter in the runs and more grooming of the coats. Whatever the difficulty in this direction, it must be overcome, and the pans daily changed. The floors and shelves, both in cat house and covered run, should be washed with hot water containing some disinfectant at least once a week, and the wired-in runs for cats and kittens thoroughly done out with hot sanitized distemper every time they are required for fresh occupants. All bedding should be changed at least once a week, and as little of it used as possible in summer. All plates, etc., used for food must be thoroughly washed after each meal. In a space such as I have described, my cats have to be kept, for they are allowed into the dwelling house by special invitation only, but they each receive this treat at least once during the day. As to the number of queens, 2 or 3 are ample where space is so limited. Where the fresh air run is a backyard, blues are the very best of all colors. As with the daily grooming, they always look clean and presentable. In a space such as we are considering, I would not on any account recommend the keeping of a stud cat. The want of necessary exercise would be cruelty to it, and the very limited surroundings unfair to those who might wish for his services. It is of imperative importance that the queens you commence with be of pure blue pedigree. If prize winners, so much the better, as their kittens will sell more readily. When mating, be sure that your queen is in perfect health, and do not mate her too young. In my opinion, 12 months is young enough in the interest of mother and family. See that the stud cat chosen be also of the best possible strain. That he be a noted prize winner is of less importance than that he should be able to produce kittens that will win. He must have size, bone, strength, soundness of color, length of coat, and good eyes. These are indispensable requirements if good blues are to be produced. He should especially be strong in those points where your queen may be somewhat weak. Thus, if the queen be deficient in length of coat or frill, or in color, shape, or boldness of eye, see that the selected stud cat excels in those points, and so, as far as possible, correct and balance the points required between the parents. One must not expect to find perfection in any one cat. By using care, judgment, and forethought in mating our pets, we shall go a good way towards establishing in our strain the points necessary to build up the perfect blue Persian. All my kittens have been born in a Japanese dress basket, with the lid standing on its side and the bottom half thrust into it cradle-wise. The outside of the basket proper is trimmed with a flounce, which helps to keep out draughts. Over the top is thrown a small cloth table cover, which covers, at will, the whole or part of the opening, thus making the little one's house a pretty thing to look at. When any one of my queens is about to have a family, I flay her, which I consider most essential for the future comfort of both mother and kittens. Then I bring her into the house 3 or 4 days before the expected event. For the time being the expectant mother becomes the house cat. I let her find her own bed, which has already been prepared for her, by carefully closing all other places she might be likely otherwise to choose. When her time comes, I stay with her during her trouble, but never interfere, unless it is absolutely necessary. A few encouraging words and the fact that one is near seems to give her comfort. If a queen shows much exhaustion, I give a little brand's essence with a few drops of brandy in a spoon, but if all goes smoothly, I let well alone. There is no need to press food upon the mother. She will not require it until some time after the births are complete. A little warm milk or gruel offered between the births may sometimes prove a comfort, but many queens will not touch it for about 3 weeks, that is to say until the little ones creep out of their beds. I keep the queen and her family in the dwelling house with me, changing her bed every other day. After the first week, I make it a rule to handle the kittens at least once a day, and if the queen has more than 3 to bring up, I begin, at 2 weeks old, feeding them 3 times a day, with a few drops of warm sweetened milk with a spoon, increasing the quantity very gradually as they grow. I never wake the kittens to feed them. Sleep is as necessary as food, but always arrange to feed them just after the little ones wake. They are then hungry, and that is the best time to assist and relieve the mother. It is surprising how soon the kids enjoy being fed and look out for the friendly spoon. As soon as the little ones can get out of their bed, they must be introduced to a shallow tin filled with ashes or earth. I prefer ashes to sawdust for very little kittens, and I find at a month old they will regularly use it. This early lesson in cleanliness is invaluable, as later on, with reasonable care, they never forget it. When the kittens are from 3 weeks to a month old, I remove them, with the mother or foster mother, to their own little run in the cattery, where I visit them 3 or 4 times a day. When they grow stronger, and as early as the weather will permit, they are introduced to the open air run, the sunshine, and the other cats. I begin the grooming as early as possible, daily brushing the little things in their bed or on my lap. It improves the fur, and the more they are groomed, the sooner they get to like and enjoy it. When grooming kittens 2 or 3 months old, I generally have 3 or 4 trying to get under the brush at the same time, endeavoring to push the favored one out of the way. I am strongly of opinion that the frequent handling of kittens does not do them any harm, but does tend to improve their temper and increase their gentleness. When I have collars, the kittens are invariably fetched, introduced to, and fondled by the visitors, so that they become not the least afraid of strangers. As a result, when they go to new homes, they come out of their basket without fear, making themselves immediately at home, much to the comfort of themselves and their new owners. The best time to dispose of kittens is at about 8 weeks old. Breeders with limited space must sell young and quickly, keeping only the 1 or 2 of the season they may either wish to show or turn into next year's brood queens. To get overcrowded is to court disease and disappointment. So sell early for the best price you can get, but sell you must, even if the price does not seem anything approaching the true value of the kittens. The first loss will be the known loss, most certainly far less than that involved in the risk of keeping 1 or 2 more kittens than your space should accommodate. End of section 11.
Section 12 of the Book of the Cat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by KatDC. The Book of the Cat by Francis Simpson. Black Persians. Never have these truly handsome cats received the amount of admiration and attention which they deserve. There are fewer breeders of black Persians than of any other variety, the 2 most noted fanciers being Dr. Roper and Mr. Robert Little. Both of these gentlemen have owned and exhibited very handsome specimens. Miss Kirkpatrick has also bred some lovely black kittens. The entries in the black classes at our shows are almost invariably the smallest, but as a specialist club for black and white Persians has been started, it is hoped more encouragement will be given to the breeders of these handsome self-colored cats. As in the other self-colored cats, the chief point is absolute uniformity of color throughout. It is fatal for a black cat to have a brown, rusty tinge. It should be a glossy jet black, betraying no bands or bars in the full light, and having no undercoat of a lighter shade, and, above all, no spot or tuft of white hairs on the throat. This latter is a very common fault amongst black cats, and it is one which takes away enormously from the value of the specimen, for either show or breeding purposes. In some other varieties of Persian cats, 2 or even 3 colors for eyes are permissible, but a really good black cat must have full, round eyes of deep orange, and very attractive are these gleaming orbs shining forth from their dense black surroundings. When black cats are changing their coats, they often present a very rusty appearance, and newly born kittens are sometimes like balls of brown fluff. These, however, frequently grow up the very best-colored blacks. This breed is very strong and healthy, and often grow into large, massive cats. A tortoise-shell female is a splendid mate for a black male, and some of the most noted blacks have been bred in this way. 2 brown tabbies will generally produce 1, if not more, good blacks in a litter. Black cats have been found very useful to breeders of silver tabbies and smokes for this reason, that these 2 breeds require to have their markings and colorings intensified. That is, a silver tabby with dark gray markings is not a true type, and a smoke with an upper coat of cinder color does not represent the true smoke. Therefore, the introduction of a black cross is often a great advantage to these breeds. There is certainly not much demand for black kittens, and we never hear of very high prices being asked or given for these, or indeed for full-grown cats. But as every dog has his day, so perhaps there is a good time coming for blacks, and certainly beginners in the fancy might do worse than to provide themselves with a thoroughly good black queen, for anyhow, in exhibiting, the chance of honors is very much greater than when competing in classes in which there are so many entries, as in the case of blues and silvers. For very obvious reasons, black cats are the very best animals for those living in London or near large towns. They can never present a dirty appearance, and therefore, in this particular, they will always score over the whites, creams, and silvers. To keep their coats glossy and bright, black cats should be well brushed and groomed. They will repay for this care and attention. Our American cousins call self-colored cats solid, and as applied to blacks, this is especially expressive, for a black should not have a suspicion of any other color than a dense black. If, when the coat is blown apart, a shading of gray or blue is seen, it is a great defect. The nose should be black, and the pads of the feet also. I do not remember having seen or heard of an imported Persian black cat. In an article on imported cats in Our Cats, the writer, whose name was not given, says, quote, "White cats with blue eyes are not often to be obtained from abroad, neither are the blacks warranted to possess the amber eyes voted correct by up-to-date catists. I know of a black queen, straight from the land of cats and the place of the Shah himself. It had the most glorious emerald eyes it is possible to imagine, as different from the ordinary run of green as flaming amber is from faded yellow. This cat, a Persian among Persians, had a coat as black as proverbial jet, perfectly black throughout, long and straight, of fine, silky texture, but not giving one the impression of massiveness that is such a prominent feature of the type of imported cat. Moderate in size, slightly built, with an expression so foreign that it amounted to weirdness, this cat could, with a dash of imagination, have been worked up into the incarnation of a spirit, a soothsayer, the veiled beauty of a harem, a witch, snake charmer, what you choose, but always remain something far apart from prosaic England, something tinged with romance and the picturesqueness of the mystical East. This black cat was undoubtedly a typical Persian." End quote. As there is such a dearth of good black cats in England, it is a pity some enterprising breeder does not try to import a really splendid specimen, which might bring luck to himself and the fancy. In looking back to the old catalogues of Crystal Palace shows, I find the same scarcity of blacks exhibited as at the present day. In 1886, the black male class is marked no entry, and in 1889, Mrs. H. Warner, now the Honorable Mrs. McLaren Morrison, makes the sole and only entry of imp in the black class. It was in the following year, however, that this same well-known lady fancier exhibited Satan, a black that was never beaten whilst it lived. It was the most remarkable of unapproachable excellence I can remember, a veritable Triton among minnows. In many of the accounts of our largest shows I remark such paragraphs as these, quote, "Good blacks with orange eyes were conspicuous by their absence," end quote. Or again, quote, "The black classes, as usual, were poorly filled," end quote. It is, therefore, high time that this beautiful breed should receive more attention at the hands of fanciers, and that not only beginners, but those who are well known in the cat world, should take up blacks and, as the expression goes, run them for all they are worth. At present, Dr. Roper's and Mr. R. Little's black Persians have it all their own way. Mrs. LynneT Collins frequently has a look-in with her wonderful big-eyed forest beauty, and Mrs. Crowther, in the north, is faithful to this, her favorite breed of cats. But we want some more dusky beauties to swell the ranks of black Persians. As everyone knows, a vast deal of superstition is connected with the black cat. This is what Harrison Weir has to say on the subject. Quote, "It is often said, 'What's in a name?' The object, whatever it is, by any other would be the same. And yet there is much in a name. But this is not the question at issue, which is that of color. Why should a black cat be thought so widely different from all the others by the foolish, unthinking, and ignorant? Why, simply on account of its color being black, should it have ascribed to it a numberless variety of bad omens, besides having certain necromantic power? In Germany, for instance, black cats are kept away from children as omens of evil, and if a black cat appeared in the room of one lying ill, it was said to portend death. To meet a black cat in the twilight was held unlucky. In the good old times, a black cat was generally the only color that was favored by men reported to be wizards, and black cats were said to be the constant companions of witches. And in such horror and detestation were they then held, that when the unfortunate creatures were ill-treated, drowned, or even burned, very frequently, we are told, their cats suffered martyrdom at the same time. It is possible that one of the reasons for such wild, savage superstition may have arisen from the fact of the larger amount of electricity to be found by friction in the coat of the black cat than of any other. Experiments prove there is but very little either in that of the white or the red tabby cat. Be this as it may, still the fact remains that, for some reason or other, the black cat is held by the prejudiced ignorant as an animal most foul and detestable, and wonderful stories are related of their actions in the dead of the night during thunderstorms. Yet, as far as I can discover, there appears little difference either of temper or habit in the black cat distinct from that of any other color, though it is maintained by many even to this day that black cats are far more vicious and spiteful, and of higher courage, and this last I admit. Still, when a black cat is enraged and its coat and tail are well set up, its form distended, its round, bright orange eye all aglow with anger, it certainly presents to even the most impartial observer, to say the least of it, a most uncanny appearance. But, for all this, their admirers are by no means few, and, to my thinking, a jet-black cat, fine and glossy in fur and elegantly formed, certainly has its attractions." End quote. But although black cats are supposed to be harbingers of evil under some conditions, yet in others they are credited with miraculous healing powers. In Cornwall, sore eyes in children are said to be cured by passing the tail of a black cat 9 times over the part affected, and in some parts of the country the presence in the house of a black cat is both an antidote and a cure for epilepsy. I think that most cat fanciers are inclined to believe in the possible luck that a stray black cat may bring them, and perhaps be more inclined to take in a stranger of this particular breed than one of another colour. There is an old Scotch proverb that says, quote, "Whenever the cat of the house is black, the lasses o' lovers will have no lack." End quote. The celebrated Faw strain of black Persians is well known in the fancy. Dr. Roper has sent me some notes on his famous prize-winning cats, together with some useful information regarding the breed with which his name has become associated. Quote, "For many years black Persians were a most popular breed, but, like fashions, for the time being other colours, I regret to see, are obtaining more notice from fanciers. For years I plodded away to breed what I considered a perfect black Persian. At last my labours were crowned with success. What can equal a richly coloured, heavily coated, deep orange-eyed black? In breeding blacks, like any other colour, it is essential you should procure the best of stock, and be prepared to give a fair sum for such, otherwise you are almost sure to be disappointed in your results, and, maybe, retire as a fancier of this colour and try some other. But you will meet with the same fate if you hold the same views as to expense. A black Persian should be perfect in colour, with absence of white hairs, cobby in shape, short in leg, tail bushy and not too long, eyes large and deep orange, a good broad head, ears short with tufts and well set apart, short face, coat long and silky. Having stated the points, I will now give my experience of breeding. In my opinion, it is most important the sire should be a black, and one of his parents a black, whatever colour the queen is. I have had greatest success in breeding from a black sire and a tortoise-shell queen. Through this cross you may get either blacks or tortoise-shells. As an instance, I quote Johnny Faw, black, and Champion Dainty Diana, tortoise-shell. From these I have bred many good blacks, amongst them Dick Faw, Lady Victoria, and other good ones. Also good tortoise-shells, 3 of them having taken championships. Blacks may also be bred from a black and a blue, or 2 blacks. In this case, cross the sire with one of his progeny, which I have found very successful. I admit there are other ways of breeding blacks, but in my experience the 3 ways I have suggested have proved to be the most satisfactory. In breeding, to be sure of success so far as the eyes are concerned, if possible it is better that both parents should have orange eyes, the deeper the better. But it is most essential the sire should have good orange eyes. Notwithstanding the queen's eyes being light amber, by crossing with a good orange-eyed sire, the kittens are very likely to have good-coloured eyes, but not vice versa. As an instance, I once purchased a very handsome black queen, perfect in all points with the exception of the eyes, which were very light amber. I mated her to Dick Faw, who had the deepest orange eyes I have yet seen in a black. The kittens developed orange eyes. I have mated in the opposite way, and the result has been unsatisfactory so far as the eyes have been concerned, and if breeding for show, the colour of the eyes is most important. The late Mr. Welburn, a well-known judge, once said in one of his reviews of blacks at a large show, I think it was the Crystal Palace, quote, "I scarcely think that eyes alone should carry an award, yet it is always best to uphold the desired properties so hard to obtain." End quote. Having bred a litter of black kittens, it is unwise to make up your mind what color they are going to be until they have attained the age of 6 months. I remember once giving away a kitten at 3 months old, which I called iron gray, and thought would or could never be black. 6 months after, I saw my friend, who thanked me very much for the lovely black kitten. 2 months after seeing him, I saw the cat. There were no white hairs, and the color was a perfect black. This last Richmond show I showed a black kitten aged 7 months. It took a first, a second, and a special. At 3 months old I thought it was going to be a smoke. It was claimed by the Honorable Mrs. McLaren Morrison. I have a kitten now, aged 3 months, perfectly bronze in color and a gray frill. I have no doubt at 7 months old it will be a perfect black. I have given these illustrations in order that those who are thinking of going in for blacks should not give up all hope of the kittens becoming black until the age I have stated. I breed my kittens from January to July, and find they do much better in the Catteries, all of mine being separate, and I find Sprat's movable runs most useful. In showing blocks they should be brushed and rubbed with a selvit cloth daily 1 month previously, and kept free of matted hair. The application of brilliantine or American Bay rum in small quantity, brushed on, gives a perfect gloss to their coats. End quote. End of section 12.
Section 13 of the Book of the Cat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Grass. The Book of the Cat by Francis Simpson. White Persians. A great change has taken place of late years in the quantity and quality of these beautiful cats, for whereas formerly blue eyes were considered quite a rarity, now it is seldom we see any yellow-eyed white cats exhibited at our principal shows. The most perfect type of a white Persian is assuredly to be found amongst the imported cats. There is a certain beauty of form and silkiness of fur which is not possessed by the specimens bred in this country. They are also generally distinguished by unusually long coats, round heads, tiny ears, and wonderful toe tufts. One of the most lovely white imported cats was exhibited by Lady Marcus Beresford at the Westminster Cat Club show in 1900. The best judges declared that there was not a fault to find with Normalhalm, but her career was a short one. These imported cats are often of a rather savage disposition, and although they can be sweet-tempered enough with human beings, they are extremely fiery with their fellows. There are 2 points peculiar to white cats. They are frequently stone-deaf, and they very often have odd-colored eyes. Certainly the deafness is a drawback, and in selecting a white cat care should be taken to ascertain if the specimen is possessed of sound hearing. Needless to say, there are many ways of arriving at the solution of what is really a mysterious dispensation of Providence. For why should one particular breed of the feline race be so constantly minus this useful sense? Then, again, as regards the quaint arrangement of different colored eyes, one might not be so surprised if the eyes of white cats are sometimes pink, for their noses are pink, and the cushions of their feet, and as in human beings, we might expect to have albinos amongst cats, namely white with pink eyes. But Harrison Weir states he has never seen pink-eyed whites, although it has been asserted that they exist. This peculiarity, however, of odd eyes seems only to be found in white cats, the 2 colors being blue and yellow. Occasionally white cats have wonderful sea-green eyes, and although these are decidedly very uncommon, no color is so completely in accord with the purity of the coat as eyes of heavenly blue. The tone should be not so much of a sapphire as of the deep forget-me-not blue. One of the drawbacks to white Persians One of the drawbacks to white Persians is the difficulty of keeping them in spotlessly clean condition. This is absolutely impossible if they are living in or near a town, and certainly a white cat soiled is a white cat spoiled. As regards the mating of blue-eyed white cats, I have been told by experienced breeders of this variety that kittens with blue eyes are just as frequently bred from odd-eyed parents, or at least when one of the parents has different colored eyes, it is easy to tell whether the baby blue eyes are likely to retain their color or turn yellow. If at about 3 weeks or a month old the blue becomes tinted with green, then surely but sadly may we make up our minds that these kittens have not a distinguished career before them, for they will see and be seen with yellow eyes. It is a pity to try mating white cats with any other variety, as broken-colored cats will probably be the result. It frequently happens that white kittens, when quite young, have smudges of gray on their heads. These gradually disappear. In American, white cats seem prime favorites, and the demand exceeds the supply for importation of white Persians with blue eyes. At the last Beresford Cat Club show, the entries of the white classes were very large. The classification included and provided for golden and blue-eyed whites, and these were subdivided according to sex, and all the classes were well filled. Miss Clinton Locke's Gold Gwyn is a noted white stud cat on the other side of the water, as is also Miss Colborne's Paris. The devotees of the white cat in our own country are not many in number. I may mention Miss Finney Young and Miss Hunt, who are perhaps the most successful breeders of whites in Scotland, and in the south we have Miss Pettit, whose tribe of blue-eyed whites I had recently the pleasure of seeing. No more lovely specimens could be imagined, and I counted more than a dozen long-coated, full-grown, bunny blue-eyed beauties walking about in the woods surrounding Miss Pettit's dwelling place near St. Leonard's on Sea. The illustration shows Miss Pettit surrounded by 8 of her pretty white pussies. Miss Westlake, Miss Knott, Miss White Atkins, and Miss Kurzweil are all successful and enthusiastic breeders of white Persians. Several well-known fanciers keep one white cat amongst their flock. I may mention the Hon. Miss McLaren Morrison, the owner of Musafer, a famous imported puss, and Lady Decease, the former possessor of Powder Puff, who has recently been presented to H.H. Princess Victoria of Schleswig-Holstein. There is always a keen demand for white kittens, either as pretty pets or, if with correct colored eyes, for breeding purposes, and doubtless, when more encouragement is given to this beautiful variety, there will be an increase of fanciers of the white cat, whose praises have been sung in fairy tales, nursery rhymes, and by novelists who have a weakness for describing interiors with a beautiful white Persian cat reclining on the hearth rug. I am indebted for the following notes on white Persians to Miss M. Hunt, whose beautiful white cat, Crystal, appeared on an earlier page, and by an unfortunate mistake was stated to be the property of Miss Finney Young. The blue-eyed white Persian is, I consider, one of the most interesting to breed, and, in my experience, no more delicate or difficult to rear than any other Persian. I have had them now for nearly 4 years, and I think I may say, with a good deal of success, I bought Crystal in 1898, when 4 months old, and she certainly has been a good investment. Out of the 16 white kittens she has had, 10 of them have been blue-eyed. The very best kitten I owned was never exhibited. He went to Miss Champion, who considered him the best and healthiest kitten for his age she had ever seen. Unfortunately, he died suddenly shortly after she had him. He was by Champion White Freer, ex-Crystal, and was one of the same litter as Jovial Monk, which did so much winning for Miss Ward, who purchased him from me at the Crystal Palace, where he took first. Crystal herself has only once been beaten by a white cat, and that had not even blue eyes, but she was in splendid coat, and Crystal was quite out of coat. Us judges are agreed. I think that Crystal is the best blue-eyed white female in the country. The color of the eyes of white kits can be told much earlier than in any other color. Some I can tell as soon as they are open, others I am not quite sure of till they are about a fortnight old. The eyes are generally bright blue from the beginning, with a shade of kitten gray in them. I do not think that both parents having blue eyes makes much difference to the number of blue-eyed kits in the litter. If one parent is blue-eyed and the other odd-eyed, the result is often just as good. I know of a green-eyed queen which had a litter of 3 by champion white Freer. All were blue-eyed. As to deafness, I cannot account for it at all, as it often appears, though both parents have perfect hearing. Since Miss Finney Young and I purchased white Freer in 1900, whites have become much more plentiful in Scotland, and the competition is now very keen indeed up north. White Freer has had a very successful career since he came into our hands, much as a sire and on the both as sire and on the show bench, and can still hold his own against all comers. He has won 16 first prizes since 1900, besides championships and numerous specials. Miss Champion, whose name is well known in catty circles, and who has now left these shores for America, did a great deal to establish a thoroughly good strain of white blue-eyed Persians. Her celebrated white Freer, now in the possession of Miss Finney Young and Miss Hunt, is justly considered the finest male specimen in the fancy. Certainly he could only have been beaten by his own son, White Tizar, bred by Miss Champion from her white witch. This cat, which assuredly would have had a notable career, was sold by Miss Champion for £20 to Miss Colborne in America. He arrived in poor condition and died shortly afterwards. I remember seeing an absolutely perfect white Persian kitten at Miss Champion's. It was by White Freer ex Crystal. He had startlingly deep blue eyes, tiny ears, and broad round head, and at 9 weeks old his coat measured nearly 3 inches across. Alas, though healthy and strong, this proved too perfect a specimen for this world, and Crystal Freer succumbed to the epidemic of gastritis, then raging amongst our feline pets. Referring back to celebrated white Persian cats of the past, I will recollect the marvelous size and splendid coat of Miss Lee's Masher, who took the cat world by storm when exhibited at the Crystal Palace in 1890. This enthusiastic Freer paid £21 for a Masher, whose show career was shortened by an accident. This cat was remarkable in those days, if only for his grand blue eyes. The well-known breeder and judge, Mr. A. Clark, whose name is more closely connected with blue Persians, once owned a famous female called Miss Whitey. I remember that this really remarkable cat was exhibited in 1887 at the Crystal Palace, and again in the following year, when at 4 years old she took first prize and silver medal in a strong class of 9 females. It seemed to me that these cats, as I recollect them, appeared half as large again as the present-day champion winning whites, but whether this was in consequence of more profuse coat, or a generally bigger build of animal, I cannot at this distance of time pretend to determine. Amongst the well-known prize winners and stud white Persian cats of the present day, I may mention Miss White Atkins's massive-limbed white knight, whose broad skull is especially remarkable in a show pen, and commends itself to the notice of the judge. Miss Harper's blue-eyed wanderer has great quality and lovely texture of coat. He was in truth a wanderer in the streets of a London suburb, and although labeled breeder and pedigree unknown, he has almost always held his own in the white classes at our largest shows. Miss Westlake, Miss Pettit, Miss Finney, and Miss Hunt are all possessed of imported white cats, which have proved worthy ancestors of many prize-winning kittens. There have not been any very notable female white cats exhibited since the appearance of Lady Marcus Beresford's Nirmahal, with the exception of Miss M. Hunt's Crystal and Miss Petit's most lovely piquant Pearl, bred by her from her stud cat King of the Pearls and Beautiful Pearl. This cat is as near perfection as possible, and has carried off highest honors whenever exhibited. Miss Pettit began breeding white Persians in 1896, and has kept faithful to this breed ever since. This enthusiastic breeder always accompanies her exhibits, and her precious pearls are never seen at the smaller mixed shows. I have always heard that white kittens are difficult to rear, and Miss Pettit, who should be well qualified to give her testimony on this point, says, "Without a doubt blue-eyed white Persians are the most delicate cats in existence." A well-known authority on cats, writing to one of the cat papers, says, "What a change has taken place in our white classes, long and short-haired. A few years ago, white cats with green or yellow eyes frequently were prize winners, and a blue-eyed white was looked upon as a rarity. Now blue eyes have it all their own way, and judges are becoming more and more exacting as to the depth of tone and quality of the blue tint. If we could obtain a white Persian with the glorious eyes of the Siamese, it would be a treasure indeed." A gentleman who has lived for 10 years in Assam says that he never saw in that part of India any long-haired cats except blue-eyed whites. He also gives an amusing account of obtaining a cat of this variety for a pet. It is as follows. You give instructions to a native who offers to procure you one at a certain price, but gives you no idea where or how he means to procure it. In about a week's time, he appears with the cat and claims the money. Things progress favorably with your new possession for a time, but suddenly and unaccountably your puss disappears. You are calling on some friend or acquaintance, and to your surprise and astonishment, there on the armchair lies curled up your cat. Thus it will be seen that the wily native makes a small income out of one cat by stealing or enticing it away from the original purchaser, and calmly reselling it to one of the neighbors. Miss Clinton Locke, the president of the Beresford Cat Club, has owned some beautiful white Persians, which she has imported from time to time. This lady writes thus to our cats. "The first white Persian I ever owned was brought to me many years ago from Persia by a distinguished traveler, and its eyes were amber, showing that the white cats brought from their native land have not always blue eyes. The descendants of this cat, mated to both amber and blue-eyed cats, have thrown blue eyes. 2 odd-eyed cats have also given blue-eyed kittens, but a pair of blue-eyed cats has by no means always thrown blue eyes with every kitten in the litter." One of our most persistent and consistent breeders and fanciers of white Persians is Miss Westlake, and therefore I am glad to be able to put forward a few of her experiences as to the peculiarities of the breed. Miss Westlake, writing from Camden Town, says, "My acquaintance with white Persian cats began some years ago, when I imported a white female as a pet. I was so delighted with her that, although for a London resident white cats would seem the least desirable, I decided to import 2 blue-eyed whites for breeding purposes. It was a litter from these 2 cats that tempted me to take up exhibiting. This litter consisted of all blue-eyed kittens, the tone of the blue being exceptionally deep. Since then I have, of course, often had a different tale to tell, and odd-eyed kittens have sometimes predominated. This curious freak of nature, connected with white cats, seems unaccountable. The 2 colors are generally yellow and blue. but I have seen green and blue. I have also remarked on the very brilliant tone of the one blue eye. There is a popular belief that almost all blue-eyed cats are deaf. All I can say is that I have never had a blue-eyed white that was deaf. I have, however, often come across those that were stone deaf, and others with defective hearing. Again, an unaccountable freak. White Persian cats have been declared to be the most difficult to breed and delicate to rear. My opinion is that the delicacy is much more in their coats than their constitutions. That is, of course, in comparison with other foreign varieties, none of which are as hardy as the British. A few remarks as to the cleansing of white cats may be useful. As a dweller in London, I need scarcely say that unless I occasionally gave personal attention to my pussies, they would not always be in the show condition that I would desire. Some fanciers wash their white Persians, but I have come to the conclusion that this treatment tends to coarsen the soft silkiness of the fur, and therefore for this reason, and also because there is a risk of cats catching cold, especially in winter, I advocate dry cleaning and suggest the use of Pierre's white precipitated fuller's earth. One plan is to place the cat on a large sheet or towel, mix a little ammonia in warm water, dip your hands in this, and pass them over and over the fur, letting it become thoroughly moistened but not wet. Then well sprinkle the coat with the powder, and by keeping the animal in front of the fire, the fur will soon become quite dry. Then rub with a soft towel and finally brush thoroughly with a clean and not too hard brush. Your efforts will be rewarded with success, and though puss may be considerably bored during the process, she will not resent it so much as a tubbing. I find that white females are far more diligent as regards their toilet than the males, who seem always to have more of the eastern languor and indolence in their nature. I have remarked, and no doubt it is more noticeable in the white breed, that as soon as young kittens are beyond their mother's control, they exhibit a marked antipathy to keeping their coats in anything like decent condition. Sometimes they will make a feeble attempt at washing themselves, but something will excite their attention, and off they will go, or in sheer fatigue will fall asleep during the toilet. Thus white kittens will very soon present a most unkempt appearance, and the poor mother gazes sadly at them as though the cares of a family were too much for her, and she no longer wishes to own what was once her pride and joy, a spotless litter. It has been stated that white cats are wanting in expression, probably because of the lack of markings to give character to the face, but breeders of whites will nevertheless agree with me that they have even greater force of expression, not being assisted by any markings. I have found white cats to be most affectionate and very conservative in their tastes. I have owned some white Persians with light sea-green eyes, and although these are not correct, yet I must say they are strikingly beautiful and very uncommon. I have been offered high prices by Americans and others for my imported white female, but my blue-eyed darling will, I think, end her days with her devoted mistress in dear, dirty old London. End of section 13.
Section 14 of the Book of the Cat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ihan08. The Book of Cat by Francis Simpson. Blue Persians. Chapter 11. Blue Persians. A famous publisher once gave the following advice to a young author. Never take it for granted that your readers have any previous knowledge of your subject, but credit them with ordinary intelligence. To all feline fanciers, the headline of the chapter is a familiar household term, but to novices in the cat world and to outsiders, the term blue as applied to a cat might sound rather absurd. Truth to tell, the name is misleading, and yet the same is used in describing certain breeds of domestic animals, such as dogs, rabbits, etc. There is also a fur much used for trimmings of ladies' jackets, etc., called blue fox, and this is very much akin to the color and texture of the fur of the blue Persian cat, which, however, varies in tone from a dark slate to a pale lilac blue. It is over 20 years ago since I exhibited the first blues at the Crystal Palace Cat Show, and they created quite a sensation, for no one seemed to have seen any cats of this peculiar shade before. Some called them grey or lilac, and others London smoke or slate color. One of my pair of blue kittens was quickly claimed at a catalogue prize, and I brought in the other, fearing I should lose her also. She, in her turn, became the mother of many celebrated blues. In those early days of the fancy blue Persians were entered in any variety class, and most of the specimens exhibited were in reality blue tabbies. For some years, this state of things continued, but Mr. A. Clark, so well known as one of the pioneers of the National Cat Club, and as a breeder, exhibitor, and judge, agitated with other fanciers, myself, amongst the number to obtain a better classification for the self-colored blues. And in 1889, the schedule at the Crystal Palace show contains a class for blue, self-colored without white. For some time, this breed of cats was termed self-blues, in contradistinction to the many blues which tabby markings which were formerly so very common in the fancy. In 1890, it was decided to divide the sexes in the blue cat classes and let the kittens compete with black and white. The result was an entry of A in each class, my famous beauty boy taking first in the male, and Mrs. H.B. Thompson's celebrated Winks first in the female division. At Brighton, in the same year, the self-blue class was adopted with success. The famous blue stud cats of that period were Mr. A. Clark's Turco, Miss Bray's Glaucus, and my own beauty boy. Amongst other exhibitors of blues about this time, I may mention Mrs. Warner, now the Hahn, Mrs. McLaurin Morrison, Mrs. Valence, Mrs. Wells, Mrs. Hunt, Mrs. H.B. Thompson, Mrs. Ellerton, and Miss F. Moore. In 1891, blues came very much to the fore, and the entries at the Crystal Palace numbered 15 males and 17 females. At Crufts Show in the year 1894, a grand blue called Ulumulu was exhibited by Mrs. W.R. Hawkins, and this cat became one of the most famous of stud cats. Many of the finest blues of today are descended from this noted sire. Mrs. H.B. Thompson's Don Juan was for many years greatly in request as a stud cat, and many beautiful blues claim him as their ancestor. A little later, Moko became famous as the sire of a sensational kitten exhibited by Mr. C.W. Witt at the Westminster Show of 1900. Moko was sold at a high figure to Mrs. Barnett and is now in the possession of Mrs. Singleton of Yeovil. Mr. A. Clark was considered the best judge of this variety, and at the palace in Brighton, he did much to encourage the breed by offering handsome special prizes in the blue classes. It is true that the prize-winning cats of 10 and 15 years ago would have had but a poor chance in the present-day competitions, chiefly for the reason that cats of the past could look at a judge with bright green eyes and yet be awarded the highest honors. Nos Avons changed to Scylla, and now a blue cat without the much to be desired orange eyes fetches but a small price, and is at a great disadvantage in the show pen. An up-to-date judge may, however, be led into giving to a great prominence to this point, and thus sacrifice soundness of color, shape, and form. Then again, I remember when a white spot on the throat of a blue Persian was not considered a serious defect. Now a few straggling white hairs will cause anguish to the owner, and the judge will promptly put down the specimen for this blemish. Blue cats with white spots used to be relegated to the any other color class, but recently both the National Cat Club and the Cat Club have wisely decided that such cats should be judged in their own classes. However, I think that owners of these specimens would do well to keep them away from the show bench, where the competition in blues is now too keen to give any chance for defective cats to have a look in. I may mention that the nose of a blue Persian is a few shades darker than his fur, and the toe pads yet a little darker. As will be seen from the standard of points for blues, which will be found later on in this chapter, the highest marks are given for the soundness of color. There is a tendency to breed very light blues, and popular fancy favors this particular type. I am inclined, however, to prefer a good sound medium blue as being the best and safest for breeding purposes. The lovely pale blues are beautiful to look at, but are seldom absolutely sound in color. Blues, whether dark or light, should be the same tint throughout, so that when the coat is blown apart, the colors at the roots is the same as at the tips. A white undercoat is a serious blemish, and this often appears when silver blood may be traced in the ancestry of a blue cat. We have quite dropped the term of self-blue, and yet this well expresses the uniformity of color which is so desirable, as tiny kitten blues frequently exhibit tabby markings. But fanciers need not worry over these apparent defects, for as the coat grows, the bars and stripes are no longer visible. It also sometimes happens that a kitten exhibits quite a light ruff, but there is generally shed with the second coat and eventually disappears. There are some cats erroneously called blues by novices in the fancy, but which in reality are blue smokes. These have probably been bred from blues and smokes, and thus the type of each is seriously damaged. If it is desired to breed sound-colored blues, then it is undesirable to cross them with any other color save and except blacks. I have found good results from mating blues and blacks, more especially with a view of obtaining the deep amber eyes of the black Persians, which for some reason or other are generally larger, rounder, and deeper in color than what we can produce in blues. Certainly, all broken breeds and tabbies should be avoided when mating blues. I have heard of white cats being bred with blues to get a pale tint of blue, but white toes, chests, and spots have often been the results of such experiments. I have bred blue Persians ever since I took up the fancy, which is longer ago than I care to remember, and I have found them strong and hardy cats, requiring no special food and enjoying the best of health without any cossetting or coddling. I do not consider that blues usually obtain any great size or weight, nor are they generally massive in build or profuse in coat. 10 or 15 years ago, I used to have my blue kittens bespoken for about 5 pounds each before they were born, but nowadays, when blues are so plentiful, one must be content with lower prices, and the average sum for a good blue kitten is 3 guineas. Still, I am sure that for beginners in the fancy wishing to combine pleasure and profit, there is no better investment than the good, sound blue queen with orange eyes. The demand for blue kittens is really larger than for youngsters of any other breed. They make superb pets, but it is to be regretted that blue nurtures are generally spoilt with green eyes, doubtless for the reason that the possession of good orange eyes tempts the owner or purchaser to reserve the specimen for stud or breeding purposes. As one of the first breeders and exhibitors of blue Persians, I feel I am in a position to speak with authority, and I am of opinion that no breed has made such rapid strides, either in improvements or popularity, as blues. In this statement, I am supported by our best professional judge, Mr. T.B. Mason, who, writing to me on the subject, says, I find 10 good blues at the present time to one we came across 2 or 3 years ago. I am of opinion that in no color of cats have we seen more distinct progress than we see in blue Persians. Such a statement, coming from our most able and ubiquitous judge, is a valuable one. Mr. Mason has had a large experience in cat judging during the last few years, and his duties take him north and south, east and west. As regards the breeding of blues, I consider that to obtain the true sound color, blues should only be bred to blues. I have often, however, observed that a kitten of unsound color is to be found in litters bred from 2 sound-colored blues. The kitten may have a white undercoat or be full of white hairs or have a shaded ruff, but experienced breeders will soon discover that such blemishes are but temporary and that the ugly duckling of a family may develop into the flower of the flock. It is, therefore, very interesting to make experiments and to keep an apparently worthless specimen to see what it turns into when the first months of infancy are past and the kitten coat has been shed. I have known a young blue of sound color completely transformed in this particular by a severe illness. Her fur became a sort of pepper and salt mixture, a sprinkling of white and dark gray, but this same cat, contrary to the prophecy of an able judge, has again changed her coat and is now a perfectly sound blue, even from tip to root. It was evident that her illness had affected her coat, and that when she regained her usual health, she recovered her correct coat. As regards the eyes in blues, it is not possible to give any exact time for the change in color from the baby blue to the dreaded green or hoped for orange. This change takes place gradually, and sometimes the period extends till a kitten is almost a cat. There are many blue cats with what may be called indefinitely colored eyes, that is, neither orange nor yellow nor green. This is most unsatisfactory state of things may be generally accounted for by a circle of green around the pupil, which according to the time of day will be wide or narrow. Thus, it is that cats with this defect are sometimes described with good yellow eyes and advertised as such, and then, when received by the purchaser, a glint of green is plainly visible in the inner circle. The perfect eye in the blue should be absolutely unshaded, and there are 2 distinct types of eyes, namely the golden eye and the orange eye. The former resembles a golden coin in tint, and the latter has the dash of red, which is to be seen in copper. Both these colored eyes are correct and much to be admired in blue Persians, and no doubt as time goes on we shall find it will be the rule and not the exception to see these perfect eyes amongst the blues of the future. It must, however, be borne in mind that in the point of eyes, cats grow back, and 2 parents with good orange eyes may yet produce 1 or more kittens with pale eyes of yellow or greenish hue. Although I have dilated at length on the superiority of the orange eye in blues, I do not wish it to be the thought that a weedy, boneless cat, even with eyes of deepest hue, would find favor in my sight. For in blues, as in all breeds of Persians, what we ought to seek after most earnestly are good massive limbs, plenty of bone, and broad skulls. There are too many Persian cats of hair-like proportions, and we really want some of the type of a good old English tabby introduced into the more aristocratic long-haired breeds. It will be interesting to up-to-date breeders of blues to hear what the veteran cat lover and fancier Harrison Weir had to say about them 15 years ago. In his well-known book, Our Cats, he thus alludes to the breed. Blues in cats is one of the most extraordinary colors of any for the reason that it is a mixture of black, which is no color, and white, which is no color, and this is the most curious because black mated with white generally produces either one color or the other, or breaks black and white or white and black. The blue being, as it were, a weakened black or a withdrawal by white of some, if not all, of the brown or red, varying in tint according to the color of the black from which it was bred, dark gray, or from weakness in the stamina of the litter. When once the color or break from the black is acquired, it is then easy to go on multiplying the different shades and varieties of tint and tone, from the dark blue-black to the very light, almost gray-white. If whole-colored blues are in request, then party colors such as white and black or black and white are best excluded. Many of our leading cat fanciers go in exclusively for blues and keep faithful to this one breed alone. I give a list of these and trust I may be pardoned if I have left out the name of any enthusiastic breeder and lover of blues and blues alone. Mrs. Hill, Mrs. Wells, Mrs. P. Hardy, Mrs. H. Ransom, Mrs. Bennett, Mrs. Mukata, Mrs. S. F. Clark, Luth, Mrs. Cartwright, Mrs. Gregory, Lincoln, Mrs. H. B. Thompson, Mrs. O'Brien Clark, Miss J., Miss Bennett, Miss Messer, Miss Patterson, Miss Goddard, Rev. P. L. Cosway, Mrs. Swanson, Mrs. Kerwin, Mrs. Duffin, Mrs. W. M. Hunt, Mrs. Slingsby, Mrs. Singleton, Miss Savory, Mrs. Eustace, Mrs. Hitchcock, Miss Hooper, Miss Violet Hunt, Miss Humphrey, Mrs. Kennaway, Mr. H. Maxwell, Mrs. Ponder, Miss Rigby, and Mr. C. W. Witt. There are, of course, a large number of fanciers who, amongst other breed of cats, keep one or two blues, and several keep blues and silvers only. I think I may safely say that blue Persians have the largest number of admirers, and certain it is that at all our large shows, the blue classes are the best filled. At the Cat Club show held in Westminster in 1899, the number of entries in the blue female class was a record one. There were no less than 48, and the blue males mustered 42. Seeing, therefore, how popular this breed has become, in April 1901, I founded and started the Blue Persian Cat Society. A book of rules was drawn up, and the following ladies and gentlemen appointed as officers of the society. Blue Persian Cat Society, founded April 24th, 1901. Presidents: Viscountess Maitland, Mrs. Manconchi, Miss Gertrude J. Vice Presidents: Viscountess Gort, Lady Danvers, Dahan, Mrs. McLaren Morrison, Mrs. Collingwood, Mrs. W. M. Hunt, Miss Violet Hunt, Mrs. Clinton Locke, Mrs. Lionel Marks, Mrs. Herbert Ransom, Mrs. Mackenzie Stewart, Mrs. H.B. Thompson, Mrs. Woodcock, Sir H. Jerningham, KCMG, Sir B. Simpson, KCMG, Rev. P.L. Causeway, Frankfort Moore, Esp. R. Storks, Esq. Committee, Mrs. Baldwin, Mrs. Russell Briggs, Miss Bishop, Mrs. P. Brown, Mrs. P. Hardy, Mrs. Collingwood, Mrs. H. Elmocata, Miss H. Patterson, Mr. Gambier Bolton. On Treasurer, Mr. Russell Biggs, Gardencourt, Temple. On Secretary, Miss F. Simpson, 9 Leonard Place, Kensington, W. Judges, Lady Marcus Beresford, Mrs. P. Hardy, Mrs. W. M. Hunt, Miss G. J., Miss K. Sangster, Miss F. Simpson, Mr. C. A. House, Mr. T. B. Mason, Mr. F. Norris, Mrs. Mackenzie Stewart, Miss E. Goddard, and Miss Kirkpatrick. The chief objects of the society are as follow: to promote the breeding and exhibiting of blue Persian cats, to define precisely and to publish a description of the true type of blue Persian cat, and to urge the adoption of such types on breeders, exhibitors, and judges as the only recognized and unvarying standard by which blue Persian cats should be judged, the improvement of the classification, and if necessary, the guaranteeing of classes for these cats as shows supported by the society, the selection of specialist judges to make the awards as such shows. The annual subscription to the Blue Persian Cat Society is 5 shillings, payable by each member on election. At the general meeting of the society held in April 1902, the number of members on the books were 183, and the honorary secretary reported that during the past year, 12 cat shows had received the support of the society, and numerous handsome challenge prizes, badges, and specials had been offered for competition. The following is the standard of points drawn up by the committee of the Blue Persian Cat Society and approved of by the members of the society. Standard of points for Blue Persian Cat. Coat dirty. Any shade of blue allowable. Sound and even in color, free from markings, shadings, or any white hairs. Fur long, thick, and soft in texture. Frill full. Head 25. Broad and round with width between the ears. Face and nose short. Ears small and tufted. Cheeks well developed. Eyes 20. Orange, large, round, and full. Body 15. Cobby and low on the legs. Tail 10. Short and full, not tapering. Members should not be deterred from showing their cats if they do not come up to the high standards set forth by the above definition. It is true that very few, if any, blue Persians come up to the high standard here given, but still there is a very marked improvement in the breed during the last year or two. The number of green-eyed blues are steadily and surely decreasing, and the color of the coat and size of the head are points that have been carefully attended to. In reading the list of blue cats placed as stud in the columns of the cat papers, we cannot help being impressed with the enormous strides made of recent years in this breed of cats alone. In a recent copy of Our Cats, I counted 25 stud advertisements of blues, and this does not nearly represent the entire number of blues used for stud purposes by fanciers. This breed of Persians has become very popular in America, and several fine cats have been exported and have carried off the highest honors at the New York cat shows held under the auspices of the Beresford Cat Club. Mrs. Clinton Locke, the president of the club, is an enthusiastic breeder and admirer of blues and has possessed the finest specimens among American fanciers. The name of two good, all-round judges appear on the Blue Persian list, namely Mr. C.A. House and Mr. T.B. Mason, and exhibitors of this special breed, as indeed of any other, may feel quite sure that their precious pets will receive justice at the hands of these two careful adjudicators. Mr. E. Welburn, also a Blue Persian judge, was long known and respected in the fancy, and his death in 1902 was a great loss to the cat world. 2 silver bowls have been subscribed for by his many admirers in memory of this upright judge, and these are competed for annually at the 2 largest shows of the National Cat Club and the Cat Club. Miss J. and Miss Frances Simpson have frequently given their services as judges at some of the shows which have received the patronage of the Blue Persian Cat Society. In conclusion, I would say that I am very hopeful of being able at some future time to hold a show for Blue Persians, and by dividing and subdividing to give an attractive and liberal classification. I have pleasure in giving a short account with illustrations of some of the catteries belonging to blue breeders. Mrs. Wells of Isleworth was one of the first exhibitors of Blue Persians and has been faithful to this breed for many years. She has wonderfully well-planned catteries, and having plenty of space at her command, the cats are able to enjoy lots of liberty and large yard and runs planted with shrubs and with an abundance of grass. Mrs. Wells' Blues are noted for their wonderfully fine coats. Her stud cat, Blue Noble, has sired many noted winners, and My Honey, a lovely queen, has the deepest orange eyes I've ever seen. Mrs. Wells takes the greatest interest in her cats, and each and all are pets. In fact, so great is the care and devotion bestowed upon them that Mrs. Wells is very seldom persuaded into exhibiting any of her beautiful blues, and never lets them attend any shows unless she herself is able to accompany them. Mrs. Wells' cottage is situated in a most rural district of Isleworth, and one might fancy oneself miles and miles away from the busy haunts of men. At the time the photos illustrating these catteries were taken, Mrs. Wells had 18 blue kittens, besides several grown-up representatives of her favorite breed. At one time, Mrs. Wells was bitten with the silver fever and began to breed this variety, but the litters did not give satisfaction, and she determined to return to blues, with what success can be learnt from a visit to the gardens at Isleworth. Miss Gertrude J. started cats in 1891, and her name will always be connected with blues. Nothing has ever been exhibited to compare with her wonderful female, the almighty Adam, as regards beauty and shape of the head. This cat, now alas, no more swept the board wherever it was shown. Twice she carried off the highest honors for best cat in the show at the Crystal Palace. It is true that this grand specimen lacked the orange eyes, but no judge could pass over such a perfect type of cat, despite her one fault, and thus the mighty Adam reigned supreme. Trixie and Doris, 2 of Miss J's noted blues, have also won specials for the best cat in the show at the Crystal Palace. Miss J is fortunate in having some descendants of these precious cats in the luxurious Catteries and Holmwood, of which an illustration is given. Many lovely blues may be seen reveling in the well-appointed houses set apart at the ends of the long terrace for their special use. Miss J, about a year ago, retired from the cat fancy and withdrew her name from the two clubs, but she is still a vice president for the Blue Persian Cat Society and often acts as judge. Her name always draws a good entry, and as a well-known fancier once remarked to me, you can be sure of getting your money's worth when Miss J has the handling of the classes. The following few remarks from Miss J on her method of judging will be read with interest. I fear my way of judging is unlike most people's because I do not judge by points unless it comes to a close fight between two cats. Of course, I consider shape and color first, and then I mark all those unworthy to be in any prize list next get to work with the remainder. And this I do, as I say, unlike most other judges, for I pick out the cat that I would soonest have given to me that day, with the object of showing it again at once. The point to be decided is that the best cat that day. It is no use beginning to think which cat will be the best in a month's time or which cat might have been the best a month ago. It is there that day. Which best? And to my mind, if I award first to the cat I would rather have with one object of continuing to show it, that surely must be the best cat in my opinion. And to that cast the first card goes, and so on through the class, only giving one VHC, one HC, and one C unless the class is a very large one. I know some judges who say commended cards are very cheap and they please the exhibitors. True, but are you not pleasing them in a wrong way by making them think their cat is better than it is? Mrs. Herbert Ransom is well known in the feline world as a successful breeder of blue Persians and as the hard-working secretary of the Northern Counties Cat Club, and most recently as the editor of Our Cats. Her two blue stud cats, Darius and Darius III, have earned a great reputation not only in the show pen, but as the sires of many lovely prize-winning kittens, notably Orange Blossom of Thorpe, owned by Mrs. Singleby of Ouston-Burn, Yorkshire. It is only of recent years that the name of Mrs. Paul Hardy has become known in the feline world as a breeder of blue Persians. Mrs. Hardy was a member of the Cat Club committee, but on her removal to some distance from London, she resigned her post. To her, the Cat Club is indebted for a very beautiful design of a medal which, in silver and bronze, is competed for at the Westminster and other shows. See illustration. Her first adventure into the domain of cat keeping was in the case of a very fine blue cat named Juliet, whose first few litters were not a great success, so that sensible cat took matters into her own hands. She chose for her mate the raggedest black Tom she could find, and though, of course, the results of this mésalliance were not at all satisfactory from the show judge's point of view, in later years, when suitably mated, Juliet did not once throw back to the wrong-colored kitten. I am not sure that I can follow Mrs. Hardy to the logical conclusion of her deductions from this fact, but I think it is worthy of notice by those extremists who hold the view that an incorrect mating in the first instance spoils a queen for the rest of her life. It was at the Crystal Palace show of 1897 that Mrs. Hardy exhibited her first litter from her blue stud, Wushu, and she was then awarded a first, a special, and 2 or 3 silver medals. Another famous cat in Mrs. Hardy's establishment was a blue named Mark Antony, who met with success at several Scottish shows. Later, he came under the notice of Mrs. Mackenzie Stewart, into whose hands he passed and received a good deal of favour at the hands of the judges. From Mrs. Stewart he passed into the possession of the late Dr. Longwell, and was sire of the famous Crystal Palace winning female Dolly Gray in 1902. Mrs. Hardy's success has not been achieved without some setbacks, more particularly of the recent years, since her cattery has been enlarged and she has had to fight her way against disease and death. Her own account is so vivid that I quote it so that fanciers in a like evil condition may fight for the life of their pets to the last. I was singularly free from the illness of any kind amongst them, and I lived for some time happy in the belief that the Persian puss was in no wise different from her short-coated sister in the robust position of 9 lives. So I added cat onto cat and bred for show when swiftly nemesis overtook me. I showed 5 full-grown cats at the first Westminster show, and 24 hours after the show was over, my best blue queen, a young beauty whose proud owner I had been only for 1 brief month, died of acute pneumonia. A few days later, influenza showed itself amongst the others, and all 4 were down with it. What a time I had with the experiences of a ward nurse. But I pulled them through, all but one young kitten of 4 months in whom acute laryngitis developed, and so she had to be put to sleep. Wushu was given up by the vet, as he piled so many complications into his system, one after the other, developing bronchitis, gastritis, and jaundice on the top of the original complaint. Poor fellow, for 24 hours he lay unconscious, but I kept his heart going by doses of pure alcohol every 2 hours while I fought the disease with hot fomentations, medicated steamings, and other proper remedies. For just 1 month, I had to hand feed him, and then one afternoon it occurred to him he might try his minced oyster by himself, greatly to my joy and triumph. And when he feebly washed his face afterwards, I felt like setting the church bells ringing. I am convinced in serious cat illness, it is the night nursing that does the trick and determines whether your patient is to live or die. It is somewhat of an effort, I admit, to have to arise 2 or 3 times in a night, nearly always in the bitter weather when these epidemics occur. And in my case, to be obliged to dress and go out of doors to the stable yard with a dimly burning lantern. In every cat lover's career, there must be some such saddening memories. Saddest when, after the efforts of the night, and you have left hopeful the morning will bring improvement, you return in the early dawn to know on entering a sign that causes your heart to beat heavily. Your patient's bed is empty. You know what that means. And look round. Yes, there in a corner, flat, stiff, and draggled, where he has crawled in the last uneasy seeking for air, is your poor pet still forever. Mrs. Hardy, in connection with illnesses, has some advice to offer as regards medicines which she has tested herself and which I think will be of service to my readers. While not intending to say anything authoritatively upon the subject of remedies for various cat ills, all of which will be most ably and exhaustively gone into by the writer of the later chapters in this book, I might perhaps mention 1 or 2 things of which I have had personal experience, resortatives rather than drugs, which I now keep always at hand. One is preparation of beef called somatos. It is sold in 1 oz or 2 oz tins, is in the form of a fine soluble powder, and has this advantage over certain beef essences that will keep good any length of time and has not to be used up directly the tin is opened. While it is no more expensive and a little will go a long way if used as directed. I will make it by putting some boiling water into a saucer, sprinkling about a teaspoon on the water and allowing it to dissolve slowly till cold, when it would look like weak tea. It is a most powerful restorative and stimulant, and given cold and teaspoonful doses can be retained in the worst case of stomach irritation. A second good thing is plasmon powder. I was recommended to try this by a cat lover for a case of dyspeptic sickness of a chronic character. For delicate kittens, it is most valuable, and I believe the very worst cases of diarrhea or dysentery can be cured and the patient saved to grow up strong and healthy if a diet of plasmon jelly given cold with alternate meals of somastos, also given cold, be persevered with until the bowels are normal. Never give milk in any form, either plain, boiled, or in puddings, to a cat that is suffering from looseness of the bowels. Another little hint I may be allowed perhaps to give. Don't wait for illnesses to come before you train your kittens to take medicine from a spoon. I teach all my youngsters to drink easily from a spoon, beginning with something nice, sweetened milk or the like, going on to cold water, and when necessary, a drop or two of salvos preventive in it. Then when it becomes necessary for a real nasty dose, they are not in the least nervous of the spoon beforehand, and the dose is down and gone before they discover anything unusual. Never have I to wrap cloth around any of my cats or get people to hold them by main force, but some cats will nearly turn themselves inside out when a spoon is held to their mouth. All the fault of early training. Bradley brought up. You must be very patient with a young kitten. Never do anything in a hurry. When once you have gained a cat's confidence, it will let you do anything to it. End of section 14.
Section 15 of the Book of the Cat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The Book of the Cat by Francis Simpson. Silver or Chinchilla Persians. Perhaps no breed or variety of cat has been so much thought about, talked about, and fought about in the fancy as the Silver or Chinchilla Persian. If blues are a new variety, then silvers are of still more recent origin. Years ago, this cat did not exist. That is to say, we should not recognize the silver Persian of today as the silver of bygone times, for the simple reason that the only class of silver in the fancy formerly was the silver tabby. In those days, there were self-colored cats and tabby, or marked cats and broken-colored cats. Previous to the introduction of a chinchilla class at the Crystal Palace in 1894, the class for silver tabbies included blue tabbies, with or without white, and it is curious to read in the old catalogues of the Crystal Palace shows the titles give to the various cats by the owners, some describing their cats as chinchilla tabby, light gray tabby, silver gray, silver chinchilla, blue or silver striped. We may infer that these cats were either blue tabbies or silver tabbies, or something betwixt and between. I distinctly remember the large number of cats which in these enlightened days we should find it difficult indeed to classify. It is often said, "What's in a name?" But still, in trying to describe a particular breed of cat, it is as well to endeavor to find a term which expresses as nearly as possible both the color and the appearance of the animal. There has been a great deal of discussion as to the correct name by which these delicately tinted Persians should be called. The National Cat Club began by classifying them for the Crystal Palace show in 1894 as chinchillas, and they have kept to this, although it is really a most misleading title, as the cats are quite unlike the fur which we know as chinchilla, this being dark at the roots and lighter toward the tips. Now, cats of this variety ought to be just the reverse. It is difficult to give a correct idea of the real color and appearance of these cats. The fur at the roots is a peculiar light silver, not white as one might imagine, until some pure white is placed beside it, and this shades to a slightly darker tone, a sort of bluish lavender, to the tips of the coat. The Cat Club introduced the term self-silver, but this is suggestive of one color only, without any shadings whatever. Another class called shaded silvers was added, but then again tabby markings are not shadings. Formerly, blues used to be called self-blues, but this is entirely done away with, and now we never think of using this term, and speaking of them as blues, we understand there should be the one and only color. Surely, then, the simplest term and the most descriptive of these beautiful cats is silver, pure and simple, for whether dark or light, they are all silver, and so we should have blues and blue tabbies, orange and orange tabbies, silver and silver tabbies. Then comes the question of what is nearest perfection in this variety of cat, which has come upon us of late years, evolved from the silver tabby and the blue. The ideal silver, to use the words of a well-known breeder of these cats, should be the palest conceivable edition of a smoke cat, with fur almost white at the roots and palish silver gray at the tips, and as free from markings as a smoke. I do not go the length of declaring that silvers cannot be too light, for I think that it is the delicate tips of silvery blue that lend such a charm and give such distinction to this variety. Without these delicate tippings, a silver cat would look inartistic and insipid. There has been of late quite a rage amongst silver breeders to produce a totally unmarked specimen, but fanciers would do better to endeavor to obtain a light shaded silver, free from tabby markings, with a broad head and massive limbs, which at present are qualities not often met with in this variety. I am quite aware this is a most difficult task, but we must remember that all good things come hard, even in breeding cats, and if it were not so, half the interest for fanciers would be gone. Having therefore considered what a perfect silver cat ought to be, I will give a description of the type of cat generally bred and exhibited as a silver. I read the following account in one of our daily papers, evidently written by a non-admirer of these lovely cats. The chinchillas are very fashionable and very difficult to breed in perfection. They took their name from a supposed likeness the fur bears to that of the chinchilla, but the chinchilla cat, as at present in request, bears no resemblance to the little rodent. Most of the exhibits are of a dirty white, tinged with lavender, with a quantity of marks and stripes on the face, body, and paws. Now this is not a pleasing picture, and one that would be considered libelous by a silver breeder. It is, however, true that at present our silvers are too full of tabby markings, and in many cases the undercoat is not silvery white but light gray or pale blue. There are many silver cats with dark spine lines and shaded sides, but they are heavily barred on the head and legs, and the tail is frequently almost black. It is a case of tabby blood which needs breeding out of the silvers, and which no doubt will be obliterated in time, so that two distinct types of silvers will only exist, the delicately tipped or shaded silvers and the richly marked and barred silver tabbies. Just as in the case of the blue Persians, it took a long while to eradicate the tabby markings which showed the existence of tabby blood. So amongst silvers, the bars and stripes need to be carefully bred out, and we shall hope in the good time coming to have not self-silvers, but a very near approach to this, namely a perfectly unmarked but yet not wholly unshaded silver cat. There is a greater delicacy amongst silver cats and more difficulty in rearing the kittens than in any other breed, and this may be accounted for by the immense amount of inbreeding that was carried on indiscriminately at the beginning of the rage for silver cats. Also, the desire to obtain lightness of color caused breeders to lose sight of the grave disadvantages of loss of bone and stamina. Therefore, it is that among the silver cats exhibited at our shows we seldom find massive limbs or broad heads or full cheeks. There is a tendency to hair-like proportions, and the faces have a pinched and snipey appearance, and noses are too long. However, great improvement is taking place, and with the numerous stud cats now at the disposal of fanciers, there ought to be no difficulty in making a suitable selection. The question as to the correct color of eyes for a chinchilla or silver cat is still a vexed question. In self-colored cats, the broad line is clearly laid down: blue eyes for whites, orange for blacks, and orange for blues. But when we come to the more nondescript cats, such as silver and smoke and tortoiseshell, there seems to be a wider margin given, and the line drawn is not so hard and fast. Still, I think it is always well to have some high standard of perfection in each breed, so that fanciers may breed up to it, and to my mind the bright emerald green eye is the ideal for a silver cat. I have seen very fine amber eyes which could not fail to attract admiration, but if these are admitted, then all sorts of eyes, not amber but wishy-washy yellow, will be the inevitable result. So many silver cats have eyes that may be described as neither one thing nor the other. Often one hears the remark, "Oh, but if you see so-and-so's eyes in the right light, they are a lovely green." But viewed by the ordinary eye of a critical judge, they appear an uncertain yellow. Therefore, it is best to set up a standard, and I think it is becoming an almost undisputed fact that silver cats of perfect type should have green eyes, and by green let it be understood that the deeper the tone, the better will they accord or contrast with the pale, silvery coat. I would here impress upon fanciers the great importance of striving to obtain the large, round, full eye which gives such expression to a cat's face. How many of our silvers of today are spoiled by small, badly shaped or half-open eyes? I do not think sufficient importance is attached by our judges to this point of size of eye. Many are carried away by the correctness of color and fail to deduct a sufficient number of points for a beady, badly shaped small eye. Color is fleeting, and with age our cats may lose the brilliancy of green or orange, but bold, large eyes, placed well apart and not too deeply sunk, will be lasting points in favor of our pets. There is one rather peculiar feature in the eyes of some silver cats. This is the dark rim which often encircles the eye. This rim decidedly enhances the beauty of the eye and makes it look larger than it really is, and also throws up the color. Light, almost white ear tufts and toe tufts are adjuncts which go to make up a perfect silver cat. The nose is of a dull brick red, darkening slightly towards the edges. Few Persian cats suffer so severely during the process of shedding their coats as silvers, and they present a most ragged appearance at this period of their existence. The lovely, fluffy, light silver undercoat almost disappears, and the top markings stand out very distinctly, so that a cat that in full feather would be considered a light, unmarked specimen will appear streaked and darked after the coat has been shed. As regards the silver kittens, it is a curious fact that these, when born, are often almost black, or, at any rate, generally very dark in color, resembling smokes. It is seldom that a silver kitten is light at birth, but gradually the markings and shadings will lessen, and perhaps just the one mite that was looked upon as a bad black will blossom forth into the palest silver. In this respect, silver kits are most speculative, but in another they are cruelly disappointing, for a kitten at 3 months old may be a veritable thing of beauty, and ere it has reached the age of 8 months, bars and stripes will have, so to speak, set in severely, and our unmarked specimen of a silver kit develops into a poorly marked tabby cat. I may say that if the kittens are going to be really pale silvers, they will, in the majority of cases, have very pale faces and paws, with little or no marking, whilst the body will be fairly even dark gray, perhaps almost black. In a week or two a change takes place as the undercoat begins to grow, and it will be noticed that the kittens become more even in color. The contrast between their light face and dark backs will not be nearly so accentuated, and by the time they are 9 or 10 weeks old, they will look almost unmarked. The reason for this is that the dark fur they are born with is really only the extreme tips of the hair, and as their coats grow in length, this shading becomes more dispersed. And here I will allude to the so-called threefold classification, which was part of the scheme of the Silver Society founded by Mrs. Champion in 1900. At the inaugural meeting, Mrs. Steinhard Robinson took the chair. Voting papers had previously been distributed amongst the members asking for their votes on the question of establishing 3 classes for silvers, namely chinchillas, shaded silvers, and silver tabbies. The votes recorded were 54 in favor of the threefold classification and 9 against it. So this was carried out by a large majority, and the question of points discussed and settled as follows. Chinchillas. As pale and unmarked silver as possible. Any brown or cream tinge to be considered a great drawback. Eyes to be green or orange. Value of points as follows. Head, 20. Shape, 15. Color of coat, 25. Coat and condition, 20. Color, shape, and expression of eyes, 10. Brush, 10. Total, 100. After much discussion, Lady Marcus Beresford moved and Mrs. Champion seconded the following definition of shaded silvers. Shaded silvers. Color, pale, clear silver shaded on face, legs, and back, but having as few tabby markings as possible. Any brown or cream tinge a great drawback. Eyes green or orange. Value of points. Head 20. Color of coat 25. Coat and condition 20. Color, shape, and expression of eyes 10. Shape 15. Brush 10. Total 100. From this list it will be seen that for color the highest points are given and that eyes may be green or orange. But during the 2 years which have elapsed since the formation of the Silver Society, there has been a decided desire on the part of breeders for green eyes only, and certainly our best qualified silver judges are not partial to any other colored eyes in this variety. In an article on the color of eyes in silvers, Zaida of Fur and Feather writes, "Eye coloring threatens to become a matter of fashion. Some 8 years ago we received from a first-rate fancier and exhibitor a letter respecting a chinchilla cat, which later became a great prize winner. It is useless, wrote this lady, to think of exhibiting her on account of her green eyes. What a change of opinion has marked the flight of 8 years." It will be observed that as regards the description of chinchillas and shaded silvers, there is a distinction, and yet no very great difference, and herein lay the difficulty of retaining these two classes at our shows. The lightest silvers were deemed eligible for the chinchilla class, and then came the question for exhibitor and judge to draw the line between the two so-called varieties, and to decide what degree of paleness constituted a chinchilla, and what amount of dark markings would relegate the specimen into the shaded silver class. The cat world became agitated, exhibitors were puzzled, and judges exasperated. There were letters to cat papers on the silver muddle. Show secretaries were worried with inquiries. I recollect a would-be exhibitor writing to me, sending a piece of her silver cat's fur and asking whether her puss should be in the chinchilla or shaded silver class. But even with her lengthy description and sample before me, I dared not venture an opinion, and I used generally to reply to such letters by saying I did not know in which class to enter my own silver cat, and so I was going to keep him at home. One correspondent, appealing through the columns of the papers, wrote, "Everyone knows a black or white or brown tabby, but how can we exhibitors discern between the number of shadings on our silver cats as to which class they belong? Do kindly air my grievance and oblige." It was quite pathetic to see the faces of disappointed exhibitors at the Westminster show of 1901, when several beautiful creatures, who had traveled many a weary mile to be penned and admired, were rewarded with a wrong class ticket only. They were either too light or too dark for the class in which their owners had entered them, and all hope of honor and glory and golden coins and silver cups vanished into thin air. At one show I recollect a cat was accounted by the judge a chinchilla and a shaded silver, and he came off very well with special prizes for both varieties. No doubt he really was either one or the other or both. It was no wonder, therefore, that a reaction set in, and exhibitors and judges felt alike that something must be done, and that, at any rate for a time, it would be better to have only the two classes for silvers and silver tabbies, and that specials might be given to encourage the lightest cats. The abolition of the threefold classification was therefore taken into consideration when the Silver Society was broken up by the departure of Mrs. Champion to America, and the Silver and Smoke Persian Cat Society came into existence, with Mr. H.V. James as honorary secretary. The following are the objects of the society. The title of this society, which, under the name of the Silver Society, was founded in July 1900, is the Silver and Smoke Persian Cat Society. The objects of the society are 1. To improve the breeds of long-haired silver or chinchilla shaded silver, silver tabby, and smoke-colored cats and kittens, male, female, and neuter. 2. To guarantee extra classes for these breeds at shows supported by the Society when necessary. 3. To offer prizes for the said breeds at shows supported by the Society. 4. To hold shows independently or in conjunction with other societies or clubs when it shall be deemed expedient by the members. 5. To elect specialist judges to make the awards at shows supported by the Society. 6. To establish and maintain a standard of points for the above-mentioned breeds. It was in March 1902 that voting papers on this burning question were sent out to members of the new society, with the following result. For the threefold classification, 20 against 32. Therefore, by the wish of the majority, it was decided to give up the threefold classification for the present. The Silver and Smoke Persian Cat Society is now in a most flourishing condition with about 150 members. It is the fervent hope and earnest endeavor of each and all of the fanciers of silver in the society to breed a perfectly unmarked specimen, and with perseverance we may in time puzzle the judge to decide which cat in a large class of lightly tinted silvers is the palest. We shall gradually but surely breed out the tabby markings if fanciers will, so to speak, nail the right color to the mast and keep on striving to breed up the perfect type. To quote Mr. C.A. House, "What is wanted is for breeders to work on standard lines and not push forward with such persistency their own pet particular whims. All that is required is for breeders to be determined to breed honestly and consistently for what the standard advocates, and leave severely alone all excesses and exaggerations. Let us have chinchillas free from markings by all means, but let us keep our shadings, our silver color, remembering that pure silver is of a bluish tinge, and is not the whitey-brown article some would have us accept as the ideal in chinchilla cats." The same authority writing on the threefold classification says, "I have always maintained that the threefold classification in silvers was a mistake, and the majority of breeders, I am pleased to know, are coming round to that view. My opinion when first enunciated was not popular. With some it is not today, but many who at one time could not see the force of my arguments now do so, and there is a more general feeling that the craze for self-silvers is not conducive to the welfare of the silvers as a breed." Amongst the well-known breeders, fanciers, and exhibitors of silvers in the present day, I may mention Lady Marcus Beresford, who owns some beautiful specimens of the celebrated Lord Southampton strain. A handsomer type of silver female cannot be met with than Dimity, bred by Miss Cochrane and presented by her to Lady Marcus Beresford. Lady Decies is the proud possessor of the incomparable Zaida, whose record of wins is a marvelous one. As all the cat world knows, Zaida is accounted the lightest and most unmarked specimen in the fancy. Mrs. W.R. Hawkins has bred some wonderfully good silvers, and was the owner of Sweet Lavender, which had been acknowledged as one of the best of this breed that ever existed. The following are the principal silver breeders: the Honorable Mrs. McLaren, Morrison, Mrs. G.H. Walker, Mrs. Neidle, Mrs. Russell Biggs, Mrs. Welby, Mrs. Martin, Mrs. T. Drake, Mrs. Cutbit, Mrs. Marriott, Mrs. Balding, Mrs. Poole, Mrs. Ormond, Mrs. Fawcett, Miss White, Atkins, Miss Snell, Miss Horseman, Miss Dell, Miss Meeson, the Honorable Philip Wodehouse, Miss Chamberlain. During the last few years, a very large number of silver cats have been placed at stud, but we may regard 3 cats as the founders of the breed, or as the pillars of the silvery strain, namely Silver Lambkin, Lord Southampton, and Lord Argent. To these worthy ancestors a very large proportion of the silvers of today can trace their lineage. But this noble trio is naturally being superseded by such stud cats as Silver Starlight, Tintagal, Cambyses, the Absent-Minded Beggar, Pathan of Dingley, Jupiter Duvals, St. Anthony, Rob Roy of Arundel, the Silver Sultan, and many others. There is therefore now no excuse for inbreeding, which used to be carried on to a great extent when so limited a number of sires were forthcoming. To indiscriminate and injudicious inbreeding may be largely attributed the great delicacy among silver cats. There is no doubt that the number of fatalities among silver kittens is far in excess of that of any other breed. Then again, the size of silver cats compares unfavorably with others, and they are wanting in muscle and bone. We do not want huge, coarse, heavy silvers, but breeders and judges sometimes show an utter disregard for size and strength, and the consequence is we see a number of ladylike-looking studs that fail miserably in these very essential points. Breeders should aim at the happy medium between the Lilliputian and the Leviathan, but not be content unless their silver studs turn the scale at 10 pounds. As regards the mating of silvers, a broad line to lay down is to avoid tabby markings. It is for this reason that smokes have been wisely selected by most breeders as the best cross for a silver. It is more than probable that in many cases some nondescript sort of kittens will be the result. These sort of light smokes are exceedingly pretty cats and make fascinating pets, but they are useless for breeding purposes or exhibiting. I have known of some handsome specimens that have wandered from class to class only to be disqualified in each and either, and it was a case of when judges disagree who shall decide. Several experiments have been tried of crossing a white Persian with a silver in order to get pale-colored kittens, but this appears seldom to succeed unless the whites have silver blood in them. Some breeders have tried blues with silvers, but there is a danger of introducing the gray-blue undercoat which gives such a smudgy, appearance to a silver and is suggestive of a badly colored smoke. It does not at all follow that the mating of two light silvers will produce light-colored and unmarked kittens, yet this cross and the smoke are the safest. It must be a work of time, as we have said before, to breed out the tabby markings of many generations. The name of Mrs. Balding is as well known to breeders of silvers of the past as it is at the present day. In the past, however, it was as Miss Dorothy Gresham this enthusiastic fancier won her laurels. I well remember the sensation caused by the appearance in the show pen of the silver lambkins at the Crystal Palace in 1888. To breeders, exhibitors, and cat fanciers generally, the following account of chinchillas from the earliest days, specially written for this book by Mrs. Balding, should be exceedingly interesting. There is probably no variety of long-haired cat which has caused so much discussion, notwithstanding that, with the exception of the light-colored reds, which have been designated creams, the chinchilla is the cat which has most recently gained distinction as a separate variety. The notoriety which the chinchilla enjoys has been in great part brought about by the delicacy of its appearance and the difficulty that has been experienced in the production of a perfect specimen. Many cats are called chinchillas and are exhibited as such, often winning prizes, but very few indeed are of the pale silver tint, with bright emerald eyes and with no bars or stripes on the legs or head. The chief subjects that have been under discussion in connection with the chinchilla cat have been the color of eyes and the shade of the coat. But with regard to the former, I think it must be acknowledged that green is a more suitable accompaniment to silver than yellow or orange, and as regards the latter, that silver with dainty sheen evenly distributed is more to be desired than a patchy gray, dull in hue and unattractive to the eye. As a matter of fact, these shaded gray specimens are in reality only ill-marked silver tabbies. They must, however, not be altogether despised, as they have been the stepping stones which have led the creation of the chinchilla. It is something like 20 years ago that amongst the competitors in the classes for long-haired tabbies at the Crystal Palace and other important shows was occasionally to be seen an alien with the ground color of the silver tabby, but with very few stripes on the body. These cats were evidently sports from the silver tabby, so much that the class for that section was the only one open to them, and although they invariably showed great quality, breeders were loath to exhibit them in the medley of different colored tabbies, where one of their chief beauties, the absence of stripes, became a disadvantage. Their only chance of distinction lay in putting in an appearance at provincial shows, where the authorities were sometimes to be induced to attach two cat classes to the rabbit division, one for long-haired of any color and the other for short-haired. In this indiscriminate assemblage, no color having been stated, chinchillas, when present, wrought great havoc, although it cannot be denied that the judges of the day gave precedence to a well-marked silver tabby. Amongst those outcasts was a cat of striking beauty, whose like has not been seen again. This was Sylvie of unknown pedigree, owned by the late Mrs. Christopher, at whose death she became the property of the late Miss Saunders of Peterborough. A beautiful portrait of this exquisite chinchilla is given in Mr. Harrison Weir's book Our Cats. When judging at the Crystal Palace in 1886, this connoisseur and judge of worldwide repute awarded her first prize, medal, and special for the best long-haired cat, getting over the difficulty of her silvery, unmarked coat by calling her a very light blue tabby, though the puzzle was to find the tabby. Another chinchilla of the early 80s was Miss Florence Moore's Queenie, who would, had chinchilla classes been provided at that time, have been loaded with championships and honors. In color, she was as light as any of our present-day celebrities, and might easily, from her freedom from markings, have earned the dubious compliment of the uninitiated so highly prized by owners of chinchillas of being mistaken for a grubby white. Miss Florence Moore, who later on had one of the best and largest catteries in the country, bred Queenie from her Judy, winner of many first prizes, a heavily marked silver tabby of Mrs. Bridges' noted breed, and Fez, a light silver cat with indefinite stripes. Mrs. Bridges can claim the distinction of having owned, something like half a century ago, some of the first long-haired cats ever imported into England. A coincidence worthy of note is that though there is no record of her having bred or possessed a chinchilla, two never-to-be-forgotten pairs of chinchilla kittens, Miss Florence Moore's Chloe and Dinah, winners of first and medal on 3 successive occasions at the Crystal Palace, Brighton and Bexley, 1887, they being the only chinchillas at any of these shows, and Miss Gresham's silver lambkins, who swept the board in 1888, winning the specials at the Crystal Palace from 46 pairs of other competitors of all colors, could in each case trace descendant to the Cheltenham stock, Chloe and Dinah, though the aforementioned Judy and the silver lambkins through their sire Raman, also bred by Mrs. Bridges. Still more remarkable, these two couples of youthful prodigies were first cousins on the other side of their pedigrees, the noted Fluffy II and Beauty being bred by Mrs. Vallance. Chinny, the mother of chinchillas, is familiar in name to every breeder of this lovely variety, and the following letter of the early 80s relating to her birth and buying will perhaps prove interesting to the up-to-date silver fancier. It is copied from the original in the possession of Mrs. Vallance. 1 guinea appears to have been a price to talk of in those days. Now one would be tempted to hide the fact of such a small amount, and if a specimen were offered to us at this low figure, we should certainly desire it be sent on approval. The Vicarage, Sandal Manor, near Wakefield, October 14th, 1882. To Mrs. Vallance. Madam, the kitten I have to sell is quite purebred. The mother I bought for £1 1 sterling, when quite a kitten from prize parents. The father is one we bred partly from Mrs. Radford's breed, and partly from a splendid tomcat that was found living wild at Babbicombe, and that we had in our possession for some months, but unfortunately he is lost again now, I am afraid permanently. I think this kitten promises to be very like the mother. She is very handsome and has good points, brush, ear tips, and so on, but I consider her rather small. But the kitten may be finer, as the father is a large cat. Miss Grants are related to ours on the father's side, but Mrs. Radford's very distantly, if at all. I do not think these Angora kittens are delicate. We have never failed in rearing them. The more new milk they have, and the better feeding, the finer cats they are likely to make. We do not have much trouble in keeping ours at home, as we live some distance from the village. We always give ours their principal meal at 6 p.m. and keep them shut up in a hayloft until next morning. If you have a box wherever the kitten lives, with sifted sand or cinders in it, kept in a corner, you will find the best way to ensure habits of cleanliness. If I hear nothing from you to the contrary, I will send the kitten on Wednesday morning, 19th, by the early train from Derby Station, and if you are not satisfied with the kitten, I am willing for it to be returned within a day or two, if the return journey is paid, and I am let known beforehand when to expect it. I remain yours truly, Grace Hurt. A letter redolent of lavender and old worn deliberation, but words of wisdom for all that. The reported delicacy of long-hair cats would trouble us less if we had more of the new milk and hayloft system. Raw meat, raw eggs, new milk, fresh air, grass, and water are the sole ingredients required to rear the most valuable kitten. Chinny's size is another interesting point. She grew to medium weight, but was remarkable for symmetry of form rather than bulk. Some of the loveliest chinchillas are small, but Nizam, Todd, Sloane, Amir, Silver Lambkin, Laddie, Lord Argent, Silver Mist, Cherub, and St. Anthony stand out as being large or larger than any cats of other colors, and the majority of them have also the purity of color, broad heads, and short legs so often lacking in large cats. The legginess and want of quality which frequently accompany size doubtless cause our leading judges to deem it of little account. The name chosen by Mrs. Vallance for her new acquisition proves that even in those early days the term chinchilla was in vogue. Chinny's wins were 3rd Maidstone, Sittingbourne, VHC Oxford, Maidstone. Her charming little mate, Fluffy I, a very pure silver with undecided tabby markings, also showed the quality of coat and cherub face for which their descendants have been unsurpassed. He was bred in 1883 by Miss Ackland from imported cats and won first and medal at Maidstone, Cheltenham, and Ealing, second ride, VHC Crystal Palace, Oxford, and Lincoln. His career ended in 1886 when he disappeared. Tradition whispers he was destroyed in the village. In April 1885, Chinny produced a litter by Fluffy I, 2 members of which, Vizioso and Beauty, have earned undying fame in the annals of chinchilla history. Vizioso, a marvel of lavender loveliness in his own one brief year of existence, won first in the open class and silver medal for best in show Albert Palace, 1885, first Louth, Maidstone, second From, third Lincoln. In fatal 1886, Vizioso, who belied his exquisite appearance by being very undomesticated, like his maternal grandfather, the wild cat of Babbicombe, roamed to return no more. Lost in the woods is his epitaph. An even more tragic fate befell Fluffy II, the 1886 son of Fluffy I and Chinny, who, after winning first Crystal Palace, first and silver medal for Best in Show, Brighton, second year Albert Palace in Ealing, and siring the 2 before-mentioned Kittens of the Year, died in 1887 from the effects of an accident in which he was internally injured. Thus, within little more than a year, Mrs. Vallance lost 3 of the most promising young cats anyone could possess. At the time, their owner scarcely realized their value and allowed them absolute freedom, with such sad results. But undoubtedly the best result of the Fluffy and Chinny alliance was Beauty, from whom, as already stated, came the silver lambkins. As a kitten, she became the property of Miss Howe of Bridgegate, near Bath, and later, by a breeding arrangement with the Miss Greshams, now Mrs. Bridgewater and Mrs. Balding, had 3 remarkable litters of chinchilla kittens, the first by Raman, who shortly afterwards strayed from home and was lost. This was the litter which produced 4 queens, including the 2 silver lambkins, and which, with the exception of one renamed Mimi, who went to America with her owner, all unfortunately died. The second of Bridgegate Beauty's litters was by Mrs. Shearman's Champion Perso, a magnificent light smoke with remarkable coat and wonderful mane, winner of a large number of first and special prizes. In this lot was a tom kitten destined to be a pillar of the Chinchilla stud book, the silver lambkin named after his deceased half-sisters. The chief beauties of this remarkable cat are his size and muscular frame, the length and thickness of coat, and the enormous frill inherited from Champion Perso, which spreads Elizabethan-like round his shoulders and falls to his feet in front, a cascade of silvery white fluff several inches long. To Perso may be traced in some degree Silver Lambkin's success as the sire of unmarked cats, and to Beauty their pale color, green eyes, and perfect shape, which have won for her descendants by Lambkin upwards of 150 first prizes. At the time Silver Lambkin was bred, there was no chinchilla stud cat, and no one had thought of trying to breed chinchillas, for whom, as before stated, there was no encouragement at shows or at home. The third litter, which brought further fame to Beauty, was by Bonnie Boy, who in the early 90s was placed second in the class for silver tabbies at the Crystal Palace, but was considered by admirers of chinchillas to be the best cat in the whole show, an honor, however, which came to him a month later when at Brighton he was awarded the special for the most perfect specimen of the Persian breed in the exhibition. He had previously been claimed at Sydenham by the Honourable Mrs. Maclaren Morrison at his catalogue price of £6 6 sterling, and was afterwards renamed Nizam. The only information that could be obtained about this beautiful cat was that he was exhibited by Mrs. Davies, and that he came from Wales. Report suggested that he was imported, but there is no evidence of any chinchilla cat having been sent from abroad. Beauty's litter by Nizam consisted of 1 male and 4 females, 2 of which, as Twin and I, so named because they were so exactly alike, won first prizes and medals wherever shown. Another was sold by me to Mrs. Martin, which, as Lambkin Queen, was the foundation of the afterwards noted Cattery at High Wycombe. Twin eventually went to Mr. Lawton, who renamed her Queen of the Mist. Mated with Silver Lambkin, she produced Seafoam, the first chinchilla to win a prize in a class solely confined to cats of the color. There was an amusing coincidence about this win, inasmuch as after considerable trouble had been taken to get a separate class for chinchillas, the judge gave the first prize to a heavily marked silver tabby, thus totally ignoring the desired object. This occurred at the Crystal Palace in 1893 or 1894. The 2 first classes ever given for chinchillas were this one and that given at Cruft's first cat show at Westminster, held in March 1894. The next that was heard of Twin was that she had succumbed from the effects of swallowing a needle. I, registered as I, Beauty's daughter, remained the whole of her lifetime at the lodge, Penge, where, when paired with the pale blue Champion bundle, Southampton Duchess was the result, the latter the mother of the Silver Lambkin's most sensational son, Champion Lord Southampton, who was sold by Mrs. Greenwood for £60, when he became the property of Lady Decies, this being probably the highest price that has ever been given in England for a cat of any variety. Champion Lord Southampton, who has been a very great winner, is remarkable for the lightness of color and slight markings of his kittens, this being undoubtedly due to the strain of blue in his blood. Many beautiful cats own him as sire, notably Miss Leake's Seraph, Mrs. Blum's Silver Sultan, Mrs. Neild's Absent-Minded Beggar, Miss White Atkins's Tintagle, Miss Tyrwhitt Drake's Musa, Mrs. Ricketts' Empress Josephine, Mrs. Earwaker's Buxton Cloud, Mrs. Geo Walker's Woody's Fitzroy, Mrs. Barnes Normal, winner of the Chinchilla Club Challenge for the Best Kitten 1899, and daughter of champion Fulmer Zaida, shown by Lady Deasy's at the Crystal Palace in 1901, also Green-Eyed Monster. While speaking of Tintagel, it may be remembered that he sired a charming litter exhibited by Mrs. Poole, which were first at the National Cat Club show at the Crystal Palace, and one of which won as a single kitten at the Botanic Gardens in 1902. Other famous progeny of Silver Lambkin are Silver Mist, Watership Caesar, who won the gold medal at Boston, USA for the best cat in the show 1902, Silver Todd Sloan, Silver Owl, Mrs. Blum's Silver Lily, Silver Squire, and Mowgli, the last named bred by Mrs. Dunderdale, but later the property of Mrs. Smythe of Forest Hill, one of the most enthusiastic admirers of chinchillas, who has in her possession the stuffed figure of Beauty. A chinchilla that gained a considerable notoriety was Sweet Lavender, the property of Mr. Hawkins. This was a beautiful specimen, very light in color. The latter was also a distinctive feature of the Honorable Mrs. McLaren Morrison's Amir, a son of Lambkin Queen, who stands prominently forward as one of the most perfect of his kind. Mrs. Martin's St. Anthony, whose name appears in the pedigrees of several winners, is a brother of Amir. As the sire of Lady Diocese champion Fulmer Zaida, the most lovely chinchilla female that has ever been seen, Silver Laddie, who is now unfortunately gone to his happy hunting grounds, can claim to have been one of the most noted of sires, more particularly as he was also the father of many others of great value, prominent amongst which were Miss Horseman's Aramis, Miss Snell's Starlight, Silver Cherub, Lady of Quality, one of the most perfect chinchillas ever bred, Charterhouse Pixie, the dam of Todd Sloan, and numberless others. Not only as a chinchilla, but when competing with all breeds of cats, both long and short-haired, champion Fulmer Zaida has proved her excellence and has on more than one occasion secured the cup at the Crystal Palace for the best cat in the whole show. She was bred by Mrs. Blum, one of the pioneers of chinchillas, and, it is stated, has now won 136 first and special prizes, and that Lord Diocese has refused £90 for her. Zaida has also produced some first-class kittens, amongst which was Miss Stisted's Pearl, the owner of the latter pretty queen being a most devoted admirer of the chinchilla and sparing no expense to further its interests. Mrs. Blum's strain of chinchillas are all very light in color and show great quality, which may also be said of those of Mrs. Welby, whose Silver Lotus and Veronica daughters of Silver Squire and Dossie did so much winning in their day. Miss Meeson has also shown considerable enthusiasm in her endeavor to reach the ideal, her best efforts having resulted in Jupiter Duvals of wide fame. 2 clubs have been formed in connection with the chinchilla cat. One, the Silver Society, embraced other colored cats beside the chinchilla, this eventually becoming the Silver and Smoke Persian Cat Society. It was owing to this club encouraging shaded or marked silver cats and orange eyes that the Chinchilla Club was formed by Mrs. Balding. This club has the honor of having as patron HSH Princess Victoria of Schleswig-Holstein, who owns and exhibits some beautiful chinchillas, and Lord Diocese as vice president. The Chinchilla Club gives its support and specials besides guaranteeing classes at any show whose management apply. The conditions on which the specials are presented is that the cats to which they are awarded must be the property of members of the club, prize winners in their respective classes, and registered cats. The club prizes usually consist of half a guinea in each class, and the more coveted special of the club's badge for the best chinchilla of either sex. Badges were selected in place of the ubiquitous medal, because most of the dainty professional beauties very soon obtain a considerable number of the latter, and smart little badges were more appreciated. The club's present challenge trophy for chinchilla kittens is a solid silver model of Silver Lambkin, offered by the Honorable Secretary for competition amongst its members. It is also open to members of the National Cat Club in acknowledgement of the compliment paid by the latter to the original in choosing his statuette to surmount their challenge cup. The little history of the origin of this special has never appeared in print before, and I was not present at the committee meeting referred to. I tell the tale as 'twas told to me. When the challenge cups of the National Cat Club were designed in 1897, it was decided that the beauty and interest attached to them should be enhanced by immortalizing on each the most representative cat of the long-haired and short-haired varieties. For the latter, the great Xenophon was chosen without hesitation. Then came the more difficult task of deciding upon a recipient for the distinction from the long-haired ranks, which claim so much of the beauty and wealth of winnings of the cat world as to render the singling out of one a matter of consideration. To hasten the termination of the discussion, Mrs. Stennard Robinson sent for a collection of cat photographs which had been left to her by the late Miss Portman, the well-known Rara Avis of the Ladies' Pictorial. Amongst these, the Honorary Secretary of the NCC pointed out one, with no name attached, as the most beautiful photograph of the lot. This was recognized by most of the committee as being Silver Lambkin, so the honor fell to him. By some error at the makers, the long-haired cat was placed on both challenge cups, and it was determined by the club that the Soufflurious model, which had been removed and replaced by Xenophone, should be mounted as a letter weight and given as a challenge prize for kittens, to be won 3 times before becoming the property of the winner. After some keen competition covering about half a dozen shows, Mrs. Martin won it outright in 1899, when it was replaced by the present exactly similar model. End of section 15.